speeches and panels and presentations, but I really don't want it to feel like a lecture. It's all skate. If you have questions, we'll get them out there. It's meant to be a discussion, and that's really kind of the heart of what we are up to. Wesley, save your questions for the end, please. All right. Now, as we get up, here we go. Okay, I've got a quick little side story, of course, to everybody give you a little clue to what's going on. Many of you have probably spotted the little VW Plus action here in some of our theme imagery this year. And I wanted to let you know why it's actually appearing. How am I feeling, Brady? Kind of good, okay. And so, what this is about. All right, so, okay, quick side story. Just indulge me for a few moments here. So I grew up in California in the 60s and 70s. I go to college in the 80s, and of course, I get a VW van, right? It was the party van. In fact, I had a Westphalia. Everybody knows what that is? The camper traveler, that's right. These are the olden days. Right, and so blah, 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 I survive all of that phase of my life, and I finally make it out here to southern Florida, and I'm cruising around and getting to know. I moved to Naples just 2 years ago, and I'm realizing there's barely an old vintage bus, nay, even a Beetle, running around town. And I'm thinking, what's going on here in southern Florida? It's the beaches and whatnot. There's got to be some kind of something up. I expected to see a lot more of the VW bus, maybe even the microbus. So I go to a couple of car shows, start asking around, and I find out that there was a fascinating history, right? So back in the 1970s, when Naples was kind of getting their game on, there was a huge population explosion. There was a big surge of luxury development. A lot of savvy developers, of course, making like gated communities, elite and exclusive golf courses, and the whole like and whatnot. And they were, of course, happy to take advantage of what was kind of the early days of the snowbird effect. Everyone knows what that is? Okay, not. And so why is that important? Because the city council at the time decided they wanted to keep that kind of elite kind of a game on and stuff. And so they realized that they didn't want any of that sort of hippie riffraff floating in from other parts of the countries. With Woodstock going on and Haight-Ashbury and whatnot, and all the draft dodgers in Naples was like, nuh-uh, we're going to send a message somehow. And we're going to let people know that, ye be warned, that there's no need to drive in here if you're rolling in one of those. So they literally banned the VW bus. You couldn't register it. Couldn't even drive. The sheriff would pull you over across county line. That's right. It was a tough era. Did you know that? Oh, yeah. Look it up. And so, all right. So flash forward. It was quite a funny era, right? So it turns out that not too many people were happy with it. In fact, Tommy Chong's grandma from famous Cheech and Chong fame. Everybody know that? Smoke and all that. Tommy Chong's grandma lives here in Naples. And of course she was upset, and Cheech and Chong put out a little protest song about the whole thing, and they were trying to get it done. And it wasn't until 1996 that the city finally took down the ban and said, all right, we've had enough of this kind of stuff. We'll let peace, love, and all the hippies and everybody roll back on in, and right as if they weren't already here in Naples, right? So that's a little bit of a nod to that era, but it gets even more exciting because in that very same year, 1996, there was a young collegiate swimmer from Jasper, Indiana, who decided that he and his merry gang of hipsters and pranksters were going to load into the wagon and take a road trip across the country. And so from all the way from Indiana, all the way down here to South Florida, to go to the beach and take in Miami and all the sights, they actually wound up in Naples. And what do you think they rolled into town in? VW bus. That's right. Now, can you guess the next piece of this?
They got arrested.
Yes, no, because the law had just been relieved. The ban was gone. But more importantly, that driver, of course, was destined to make his home here in Naples, Florida, and he was destined to be a part of the revolution that we are here for today. The leader and director and developer of the BitcoinDay series, where you sit right now. And who am I talking about?
You.
None other than our one and only dear, lovely friend, John Michael Drew.
Yeah!
Great intro. Good story. Great. That's a heck of an intro. How we doing, Brady? There we go. Okay. Welcome to Naples, everyone. I don't have any fun stories, and I don't know how much of that story that Jack just told is actually true. I did actually come to Naples a few times as a teenager and in college spring break, so there's some truth to it. But
Bing bong. Let's try this one.
okay, so as you can see, we're already having problems. At least we're not having a what's the word? The disassembly, unscheduled disassembly, unexpected, unscheduled disassembly, like what happened to SpaceX the other day. You guys don't want to hear me drone on, so I'm going to take care of business here. Thank you to all of our sponsors. We couldn't do this without the sponsors. We also couldn't do this without all of you lovely people out here who have spent money on tickets and taken your time to come and see the show today. We really appreciate you being here. If you go through those doors, there's another room over there. We have several sponsors with booths. So throughout the day, we're going to try to give you some breaks. We got a nice long lunch break. So we want you, like Jack said, connect with each other, get up and mingle between the panels. Go over there and visit our sponsors. Our top sponsor is Bitcoin Ben, and Bitcoin Ben, unfortunately, is under the weather, so he physically is not going to be with us today. But we have a whole team of his crew here, and Bitcoin Ben is very generously giving away $5,000 worth of Bitcoin today. But yes, thank you, Ronald. Yeah. But in order to be eligible to win that $5,000, you have to go to his booth and you have to sign up on their iPad. So if you want to be eligible to win $5,000 in Bitcoin, make sure you go visit the Bitcoin Ben booth. And then we're also giving away some things, tickets to our upcoming event in Tampa. So we have a BitcoinDay Tampa coming up in June. Yes, thank you. And we're doing that in conjunction with the BitcoinDay Foundation and the Sound Money Soiree. Look at the guys in the back in the cool jerseys, right? Lots of us are going up to Gasparilla next weekend for the Gasparilla Parade and the Bitcoin float that these guys put together. So that's awesome. But we're giving away tickets to Tampa, and we have a really exciting announcement that you're going to hear, most of you, for the first time today. In September, we are doing a Bitcoin Day that's Tysons, Virginia, and the location is the MicroStrategy headquarters. So we're giving away tickets to that as well. And so go back there, visit the booths, put your raffle tickets in the jars for our giveaway, go to Ben's booth for the $5,000 in Bitcoin. And I'm going to stop droning on. I'm going to turn it back over to Jack to introduce our first panel, and let's get this show rolling.
All right. Thank you, John. So everyone, okay, yes, we'll be underway in just a moment. Everybody, can you give a little love over there? Our good friend Brady, the audio tech.
We're trying to work this out.
That's right.
Check.
Brady's our good friend here from Naples, audio pro, and he, of course.
Inevitably, with a million phones in a room, it always changes everything up once everybody arrives.
I think it's going to be forgivable. You want to turn off this one too?
No, we're good. We should be all right.
All right, everybody get the gist of this right here? You're entering the point of no return right here at Bitcoin Day. We have a lot of great adventure ahead, and some of it may be startling and actually challenge not only your brain, but your mind and your head. See, all of those things at once. Notice the fine details right here. I don't know where the pointer is. The cost of your rescue. I'm stalling for 5 minutes, yeah. The cost of your rescue is on you, and you waive all claims for injury. If anybody needs a safe room or a counselor or needs to see a puppy or do anything like that, we have people standing by outside just in case the Bitcoin blows your mind. All right. Yes, that's what it really looks like. Are any other skiers out here? We're that understands when they see that sign right there? Where's Danny? Is Danny awake yet? Danny Condon, that is the backside of Kirkwood. Kirkwood, California? Yep. Anyway, okay, I'm sorry. I was trying to buy just a few moments. Let's see what is happening next. Our panel that we're going to call, no? Oh, okay. There's that. I was trying to come up with a meme and I ran out of time, but you kind of get guess which one is the Bitcoiner? All those fiat people standing there wondering, what am I going to do? All right, so let's get, we're going to do this. All right. Our first panel of the day, my friends, without further ado, we're going to get into the one and only Bitcoin era, and it's happening right now as we speak and live and breathe, and it's a wonderful time to be alive. Please welcome up to our stage our moderator for this panel, Cedric Youngelman of the Bitcoin Matrix podcast. And Cedric, I'll let you take it from here.
Thank you. Well, welcome, everybody. My name is Cedric Youngelman. I'm the host of the Bitcoin Matrix podcast. I'm also CEO of Chaos Enterprises. We generate random numbers, provably and audibly, and we're rolling that out this year in lots of exciting ways. I'm excited to be joined by these esteemed gentlemen, so I'll let them come on stage and introduce themselves. Larry, Mark, Craig, Maddie, you guys want to come on stage? Why don't you go to the end?
I think he wants us in that order. But
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm Larry Lepard. Most of you guys know who I am if you are on Twitter. I'm not a friend of the central banks. They deserve everything I throw their way and more. Yeah, and so great to be here. It's great to see everybody. This is an awesome, awesome group, and there's no extreme danger here. There's only extreme danger if you're holding fiat. We're in a safe spot, so don't worry, it's all going to be good.
Good morning, I'm Craig Shapiro. I'm with the Bear Traps Report, which is an institutional research firm, also local to Naples. Pretty active on Twitter, have similar disdain for the Fed and for Treasury Department and for government spending, and I'm a Bitcoiner. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Mark Henley. I'm the CFO of a family office here in Naples. We have a very healthy allocation to Bitcoin and digital assets. Prior to that, I spent a couple of years working to build a crypto bank within an FDIC regulated bank. I can assure you that it is very difficult to do that. This was a couple of years ago. I'll have some thoughts that I'll share later, but thanks for having me, John. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
How's everybody doing? My name's Maddie. They just found me in an alley behind the building. So I said I'd step up to the plate. Just kidding. I am the CEO of a company called Consensus Protocol. We're very active in the mining space, and I'm excited to be here with you guys today.
I don't know how many of you guys were here last year, but I think a lot has changed over the last year. We're going into what they're calling Trump 2.0, the Bitcoin era. And I'm really curious what you guys think is going to happen this year, or your outlook or your thoughts. So Larry, let's start with you. Maybe give us a few minutes on what you think 2025 is going to bring.
Yeah, well, 2025 is going to be a great year for us. We can already see that. The Trump administration will start next week. And I think there's no doubt they're going to do a strategic Bitcoin reserve. My partner was with some of the people at Cantor Fitzgerald, and they indicated that was the case. There are all kinds of signals from a number of sources that support that. Now, how big it'll be, it's hard to tell. But let's go back and let's wind it back and look a little bit broader. The reason that this is going to be a great year for us is that this is going to be the year that forces the Fed's hand into what I call the big print. And I've got a book with that title coming out soon, which you'll be able to buy on Amazon in a couple of weeks, or I'll give it to you if I see it. But the bottom line is, as we now just know, because it came out a few days ago, the federal government, year over year, this past quarter, end of December, spent 40% more than they spent in the prior year. 40%. And so that it really is Lynn Alden's meme. This nothing stops this train. This federal government is completely and totally out of control. And the bond market is starting to notice, and obviously the market for sound money assets is starting to notice. Interestingly, Bitcoin, since 2020, when all this really started with COVID, Bitcoin's up 2,000% and gold's up 200%. So pointing out why Bitcoin is so much better than gold, but gold is still your second best choice. There is a second best sailor. If you don't want to have the volatility of Bitcoin, gold's a good substitute. So, but I think what's going to happen is there's going to be an enormous clash between the Trump administration and Jay Powell, and it's going to be very interesting to see how it plays out. You can't fire him, and Powell said he won't quit. But if the bond market goes, tits up, no bid, they've got a serious problem, and I think it's going to force them into doing something similar to what they did in the 2020 example, or the 2008 example, or the LTCM example, or every other example that I've laid out in my book. It's been 50 years of financial mismanagement by these crooks. And, these bastards are going to lose, and they deserve to lose, and they deserve to lose now, and it's imminent. So this is going to be a really great year for us. In terms of the price of Bitcoin, I think we're going to see 140,000 in the next 90 days. It's forming a flag right now around 100. It went from 58 to 100. That's 40 points. Flags fly at half mast, so add 40 to 100. We're at 140. I bought March calls on IBIT up 20%. So I've got to go up 20% to break even. If I go up 40%, they're 5 baggers. So that seems to me like a pretty good bet. And I don't know, that's kind of my big picture. I mean, we could drill down a lot on that, but I don't want to bore everybody.
I want to go to Mark, maybe from a more family office point of view. How are
Sure.
you thinking about 2025? And are you as maybe thinking things as imminently as Larry is and as bullishly?
So a lot of our assets are in the private equity space. So we think that we sort of look at it through two lenses when it comes to Trump and the Trump admin at large. There are things that we have great clarity on. Speaking about digital assets, it is extremely clear that the new regime, Treasury, CFTC, the SEC, it's a new paradigm for digital assets. 20 years ago, my career in finance began in the payday lending industry, which at that time was the most hated industry in America, only to be usurped by the Bitcoin and digital asset industry, which is now the most hated industry on earth. That changes on Monday. So there is going to be, to your point, a paradigm shift around the integration of digital assets and Bitcoin into the mainstream, define that however you want. So we have great clarity on that, which is super bullish. From the private equity perspective, we need exits, we need liquidity. That's tied to growth, pro-growth policies. We think we'll unlock private equity exits. That's good for everyone, especially for us. But there's also things that we don't have good clarity on at all. Tariffs and the impact of that on inflation. To Larry's point, the Treasury market is very nervous about inflation. No one knows. If someone claims that they know what's going to happen with tariffs or buying Greenland, they don't. No one knows. The Treasury market's telling you, the market's telling you that there is a high risk of a reflationary cycle. That's not great for risk assets. Bitcoin is starting to become outside the traditional risk asset envelope because it's tied to fiat, Fed mismanagement, fiscal mismanagement, et cetera. So I'd say super clear and bullish on digital assets, not so clear on inflation in the Treasury market, and all that kind of remains to be seen. What I would add that I think is actually the most bullish thing about Trump is the fiscal part. And I'm going to talk just kind of personally for a second. When you think about the fiscal deficit, as Larry and Sherman will talk about, is we have a spending problem in this country, clearly. What doesn't get talked about is where that money is actually being spent. So in 2023, the US economy, you and the federal government spent $5 trillion on healthcare, $5 trillion. 75% of that spending is on chronic and preventable diseases, type 2 diabetes, cardiac diseases, et cetera. I think looking to Doge, which is very, very good and a great idea, is great. But I think that the bigger impact on fiscal deficits is actually going to be RFK. Because the real puppeteers in our economy that enslave us isn't the Fed. They're a culprit. But it's the processed food companies, the pharma companies, and the social media algorithms who cancer our mind, our kids' minds, our bodies, and our kids' bodies. If we can rein in those entities, nothing to do with the Treasury market, that's $3.75 trillion a year in savings that we'll all benefit in. And we'll live longer and we'll feel better. So that's, I think, is our macro view.
Definitely a lot to unpack there. We're going to go to Maddie. Maddie, maybe you could tell us your thoughts about 2025, maybe from the alley. after they found you? Or, you know, really your thoughts as a miner, or, you know, sort of your outlook going forward here in the Trump administration?
So as a business operator in this space, the past 4 years, I would say have been probably some of the hardest to be in the crypto Web3 industry, right at large. Actively being hindered by not having access to bank accounts, you know, no lending facilities. You know, you're in a prohibited industry is what I've heard over and over again from people in different banks or lending institutions, et cetera. So it has been very hard to operate. We've had uncertainty in the like mining landscape, for example. I think at one point the Biden administration was trying to propose a 30% tax on miners in the USA. So when these things are kind of being put out there, it's very hard to operate. It damps down on people wanting to come into the space, invest in the space, be involved in the space. Of course, Bitcoiners are going to win. We're going to win no matter what. It doesn't really matter. So there's this argument that we don't care what happens in the government. We don't care that what happens over here. And there is some merit to that. That is true. We're going to win no matter what. But it is much better when we have legislators and people in government who want to promote freedom, that want to promote, you know, the American dream, the American ideal, and who get behind these innovative ideas in technology in general. So I think we've been operating in great, we call headwinds, right? Very hard to move forward. And I think with the incoming administration, that's all going to turn into tailwinds. So we're going to have this support behind us, actually, where we want to be pro-innovation. We want to create jobs, right? Because I employ many people that rely on me, right? That have families that, you know, need income. So it's nice to have a supportive administration coming into play that's going to get behind that and help America lead in the world. Many of you don't know, but over the past 4 years, developers, talent have actually been fleeing to other countries. So if you look at Web3 development talent, it's gone like this over the past 4 years. So other countries are now taking over the leadership roles in the world. And America is supposed to be at the forefront, right? So hopefully over the next 4 years, we can come back to that. From a macro standpoint, I think people haven't quite priced in or realized that if nation states come into play here to buy Bitcoin, I think they're going to teach the world what true absolute scarcity means. Bitcoin is an absolutely scarce asset. So there's only 21 million Bitcoins. There's no money printer. There's no Jerome Powell who's going to, you know, increase liquidity by printing all this money. There is no stock reissuance where they're going to issue a bunch more shares to dilute the shareholders. There's nowhere else to go to find Bitcoin in the universe with stuff like gold or whatever other assets, right, that are physically scarce, but not truly absolutely mathematically scarce like Bitcoin. So I think Bitcoin is an idea that's time has come, and I think over the next 4 years, we're really going to see that play out on a macro scale.
Woo!
It's incredibly optimistic coming into 2025, but I feel like we all are kind of thinking in one direction or expressing kind of one thought here. Or I'm kind of curious, Craig, what your thoughts on 2025 are, and if you see any sort of bearish cases.
Yeah. I mean, the problem with the euphoria around Trump and the new administration coming in is that there's a lot of euphoria about Trump and the new administration coming in. You basically have risk asset prices that are at all-time highs. And the issue is that, to say it mildly, the last administration has left this current administration with a bag of shit. I mean, the deficits are out of control. Janet Yellen has issued short-term treasury paper as opposed to terming out the country's debt for longer periods of time. And so the new administration is going to be tasked with having to term the debt out, which basically means instead of borrowing for 7 days or 30 days or 60 days, we need to start borrowing longer for 10 years, for 20 years, for 30 years. The prior administration didn't do that. As far as sanctions are concerned on energy, the Biden administration decided not to go full blast on sanctioning Russian oil, on sanctioning Iranian oil. And then last week, because they didn't want gasoline prices rising ahead of the election because they were trying to win the election. So what happens last week, a week before they leave, they decide to sanction Russian oil in order to put more pressure on. So what's happened in the last 2 weeks is oil prices are up 10%. And Trump has talked about sanctioning oil further, sanctioning Iranian oil. So What we don't know is exactly what the Trump administration is going to do with respect to tariffs and with respect to sanctions, with respect to their ability to push a pro-growth agenda in that environment. So as we step into 2025, there's a lot of uncertainty about these policies. And so my concern is that as Trump needs to deal with some of the errors and issues from the prior administration, the only way to do that is really to orchestrate a slowdown in the economy, to try to bring down inflation, to try to right the wrongs of the prior Treasury Department, start turning out the debt, which is going to mean higher interest costs, lower growth, and try to stymie some of our foreign adversaries with respect to who have had adverse trade policies against us. So that's my concern heading into 2025. And the issue for Trump, I think, is he has a window here to blame the prior administration for all these issues. But the longer we get into his term and he doesn't address these prior issues, they become his issues. And if he doesn't, so he has an incentive to do things early in the term to try to bring down inflation, to try to bring down asset prices, to try to bring down growth, to try to be more aggressive on tariffs, more aggressive on sanctions with our enemies. And so that to me creates a very adverse, potentially adverse environment for the first 6 months of the administration, where we are concerned about growth. The low-income consumer is facing now like you said, a resumption in inflationary issues and interest rates. I mean, credit card rates have moved from mid-teens % in 2021 to 2022 to 25, 26% now. I mean, the low-income consumer in this country is getting absolutely crushed. And so we need to figure, Trump needs to figure out ways, and the administration needs to figure out ways to bring overall cost of living down. But it's going to take time, and it's probably going to take a risk asset price correction in order to do that. So while I'm very constructive on the long-term outlook for Bitcoin, Bitcoin is a risk asset. And so to the extent that we have a risk asset slowdown, Bitcoin's going to suffer alongside. Now, I think equities are also going to suffer, and other things are going to suffer too. And to Larry's point, it will be that correction that brings about the big print, right? There'll be a pain tolerance at a point of no return where the Fed or Treasury comes in and says, we cannot tolerate this type of slowdown. And that's when they'll start printing money again. And that's really what I think when you really want to plow into the Bitcoin for the next and bigger, larger move.
Can I just comment on that? Because let's go back 50 years. Over the last, I guess my point is, I don't believe that either political party in this country really wants to solve the deficit problem, and here's why. Over the last 50 years in this country, 50 years, 4 years have seen a budget surplus or a balanced budget, both political parties. During that time, the last 50 years, US GDP has grown 2,000%. You have 2,000% GDP growth in the last 50 years and 4 years of a balanced budget under both political parties. We are a debt-or nation. Until we can break the cycle of debt, because the Treasury prints money, because the US House of Representatives, the Appropriations Committee, who never gets talked about, who tells the Treasury where to spend the money, until we fix the debt issuance problem, we'll never solve our fiscal problem whatsoever in this country. You cannot grow 2,000% and still run massive deficits. And it's up to us to elect people to the House committees to fix that problem.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think the issue that we have now is because of the way the prior administration has sanctioned Russian reserves and other countries' reserves, we are lowering the demand from overseas to buy our paper, right? And so for 50 years, we've been able to basically sell unlimited amounts of debt at low rates because everyone would buy our debt, and all excess trade balances are settled and held in U.S. Treasuries. But when you sanction Russia out of the financial system, it gives a tell to China, to Saudi Arabia, to UAE, to other countries that are net exporters to America. Your money's not safe here. And so if your money's not safe in America, you're going to stop buying treasuries. That's exactly what we've been seeing now for the last 2.5 years since those sanctions on Russia went into play. Now that's great for Bitcoin. That's been great for gold because countries now are storing excess trade balances away from U.S. Treasuries. They're storing it in gold. They're storing it increasingly. We'll think about storing it in Bitcoin. But it's the problem for the U.S. government is that they are going to have to finance these deficits at higher rates of interest. So we are getting now closer to where $36 trillion of debt and running $2 trillion a year of deficits is becoming an issue.
Yeah, I think Craig has alluded to a very interesting and important, tricky juncture that we're at, and that is we're in an enormous bubble. we're in the everything bubble, driven by all the free money and all the misbehavior and the $5 trillion of stimulus and COVID, et cetera, et cetera. And they've managed to extend it because, we had, Janet paid excess reserve, money on excess reserves. So you had, reverse repos. And I mean, they've hidden the underlying problem, and Biden has really kicked the can. And as Craig said, Trump is walking into a shitstorm, an absolute friggin' shitstorm. Because when this bubble bursts, I mean, we're running huge deficits with low unemployment and a record stock market. And every time those things have changed, the deficits get even bigger. And those bigger deficits imply you got to sell more bonds, and the bonds are going to have to cost more. And this is a death doom loop. I mean, that's exactly what it is. And there's no way out of it. And at some point, the entire bond market is going to look at the Fed and say, sold to you. And the bond market, by the way, is $36 trillion. The Fed balance sheet is $7 trillion. So if you don't think that's going to grow the money supply and cause our assets to go to the moon, then you're not thinking. So, but the tough part, and Craig has got it right, is that today Bitcoin still trades. It has I think it's getting more and more of a risk-off component to it. There were some days recently where it should have gone down because the NASDAQ or the triple Qs were down, and it didn't. Gold was up and Bitcoin was up. So I think it's having, a slightly different tone to where it used to be. But there is no doubt. I mean, I lived through 2020. I lived through 2008. There's no doubt that if we have a financial accident, that there could be a very brief moment in time in which Bitcoin, gold, all assets just get hammered because, what happens is in that situation, you sell what you can sell, not what you want to sell. And I remember this like it was yesterday, when in the March 2020 example, before that big print, which is the biggest print we've had to date. And, stuff, I mean, when COVID hit, the stock market was down 35%. And within, weeks, gold, Bitcoin, all of them, they were just getting crushed. And then one Monday morning, Jerome Powell came in and did his Draghi imitation, said, whatever it takes, we're going to print as much money as it takes. It does not matter. We are going to solve the problem. Gold was up $200 in a day and a half. Bitcoin was up, 40% in a week. And so that's going to happen again, but you've got to be prepared for that. You've got to view it as a buying opportunity. But I think the difficulty is to try and be cute and think, well, that's likely coming, and therefore I don't want to buy Bitcoin today. Boy, the window to buy it that cheap, it's not going to be open for very long. Because when we know for a fact, based on 50 years of financial history, the third Fed mandate is when they reach a financial problem and the bond market starts to fail, as it did in 2020. The bond market went no good. Craig knows this. When the bond market starts to fail, that means the government can't fund itself. And the government can't fund itself, they're going to go out of business. And so what do? They have one tool left. I mean, they've got the hammer. Every nail looks like print. The hammer's the printer, and everything looks like a nail. So we know with absolute certainty that the big print is coming, because the alternative is the Great Depression, and they won't let that happen by definition. And the problem is that because of the way compounding works, each of these prints becomes bigger. Bernanke printed 3 trillion, it took him 4 years. Powell printed 5 trillion, it took him 18 months. The next guy's going to have to, whether it's Powell or the next guy, is going to have to print 10 trillion, and it's going to take him, a month. I mean, and eventually what happens is people say, hey, you know what? They're never going to be able to stop this. And then they say the money's no good. Gresham's law kicks in. Bitcoin goes to $1 million, and the dollar's worthless. That's where we're going, and that's why we're on the right side of this trade. But the path is difficult. I mean, there's a good chart on Twitter that most of you have seen, done by my friend Dan Oliver at Mermacan, that shows the volatility of the failure of the Weimar Deutschmark in 1921 to 23. It can be a very volatile event. So, you gotta understand what we're dealing with here and be prepared to deal with the vicissitudes of what Craig is describing. But Craig's got it dead ass right. We're headed for a crack up. And I don't know if you agree with this, Craig. I don't see how they make it through this year without this happening. I think it's got to happen in 12 months.
Yeah, and then that's what I was alluding to earlier. Is in my view, there's incentive to have it happen sooner rather than later, because then you could blame somebody else. I mean, Trump is a master of blaming other people for things, and this is right up his alley, right? I mean, there are people he could blame who are at fault. I mean, he could really blame the prior administration for, and should. You could blame Janet Yellen for the way that she's decided not to term out the debt and tried to run the economy hot to win an election. And so I agree. I think there's risk here in the next 3 months that Trump goes aggressive on sanctions, goes aggressive on tariffs, goes aggressive on bashing the Fed and Treasury for doing the things that they should have done, and say, I'm fixing the mistakes of the prior administration. Trust me, we're going to get through this, but there's going to be some pain in the near term. And then he's going to bring out these pro-growth policies and deregulation, some of the immigration reform, and some of the things that are in business deregulation that people are excited about for later in the term. But he needs to get through this, this period first.
Just to touch on a lot of the stuff you guys said, I mean, the big print is coming. We're at 125% debt to GDP, something like that. The only really way out of that is growth, austerity, or like we've touched on, the printer, which the printer is the easiest solution, right?
Chronic disease.
It's very simple, right? Giving somebody the hard to swallow pill, it's very difficult. The politicians, and Hayek, Friedrich Hayek, who's an Austrian economist, touched on this a lot in a lot of his works, right? He said that was his biggest critique to Keynes when they created the central bank and kind of did all this stuff. It was, it's always going to be easy to hit that printer button when you're in power, right? You have this short window of time. So it's a misalignment of incentives, right? Show me the incentives and I'll show you the outcome. And that was the big critique of that, because it's like a drug high. When you print all that money, when they give all that COVID stimulus to everybody, everyone got a $1,200 or $1,000, whatever it was, check, right? You got that check and you're feeling so great. And then, oh shit, my rent doubled over the course of the year. Now I have to pay $1,500 more every single month forever, right? So printing money is very similar to that. And I think it's inevitable that is coming. I will paint a more optimistic outlook, right? I think the blaming the prior administration, all that kind of stuff, you got about 6 months of that, and then, hey, the buck stops with you, right? From a macro standpoint, the people that Trump is appointing in these roles, Trump might not fully understand all the details of our space, of Bitcoin, et cetera. He may be on that journey, right? Every day, we're all on that journey. I learn something new about Bitcoin almost every day. You go down that rabbit hole, you peel back that onion, you learn something new. I think Trump is on that journey. He's not there yet, but he's on that journey. So I think that putting the right people in these positions, Scott Bessent as Treasury Secretary, Howard Lutnick as the Commerce Secretary, David Sachs, crypto AI guy, big technologist. I think these are the key positions and people that he's appointing. I think it's all looking very bullish for that pro-growth outlook. A lot of people say we can't touch entitlements and all those things. I saw something yesterday. We talked about it in our roundtable, I think with Danny Condon and Michelle Weekly, and Scott is here as well. Nice to see you back there. But I think they sent I want to say it was like 84 billion or something of entitlements to dead people, right? So we can fix some of these things. I mean, so there is that outlook. I also think that stablecoin legislation, you guys talked about the macro outlook of our enemies not buying our treasury reserves anymore. Well, there's tons of people that have more hyperinflating currencies than the dollar that might want dollars, right? So in the meantime, that creates buy pressure from these stablecoin issuers to go to the treasury and say, hey, we're going to buy all this crappy debt. This is, you know what I mean? And they're just going to collect a huge spread. And two circles, I think it's Circle and USDT, they're taking that profit and they're plowing it into Bitcoin mining and buying Bitcoin with that profit. So I think that's a good thing. And it gives the world more access. So I think a massive Weimar style hyperinflation would be horrible for the world, right? A lot of people will lose. But the best advice that I could give to everybody here is just get off zero, dollar cost average. For most people, that's the strategy. Don't try to time the markets. Bitcoin drop, go up, all this stuff, just dollar cost average. Bitcoin has gone up on an average 60% per year since inception. Good luck trying to time that. So get off zero.
We don't have a lot of time left, so I'll kind of ask one or two more questions to the panel. I hear a lot of recessionary pressure, a little bit of doom and gloom. Maybe we have a lot of pain before we have a big print. But we are hearing a lot about a strategic Bitcoin reserve. I wonder how you guys think Bitcoin would behave in a recessionary environment with a strategic Bitcoin reserve. And let's say it's not a strategic Bitcoin reserve with other stuff in it. It's pure. It's about holding the coins we have or accumulating coins. And and I also wonder, if Bitcoin were to run to 500,000 or 1 million in a recessionary economy and actually decouple and behave like a risk-off asset, would that even be a healthy economy? Is that an economy we want to be in? I'm curious your thoughts on the way Bitcoin behaves, at the beginning of the year with all the pressure we've talked about.
No, look, I think there is an incredible relative value trade coming where Bitcoin significantly outperforms these other assets, and a strategic Bitcoin reserve that increases kind of structural demand for Bitcoin that is outside of the system. I think is a tremendous idea, is a tremendous opportunity, and so. But to the point earlier, it's still a risk asset. There's still plenty of people who own it, who can trade it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Very easy to liquidate it on Saturday when you have nothing else that you can liquidate. And if you're worried about something happening in the world over the weekend, you feel like I need to sell Bitcoin, you're going to sell it over the weekend. And so I think there are some of those issues. But as far as the U.S. government's role, I mean, I'm curious your guys' thoughts. I mean, I think it is complicated. I think there are some Bitcoin traditionalists who are a bit concerned about the government, any government owning Bitcoin as an asset. And then there are folks who are thinking kind of America first and saying, this is the only way for America to continue its hegemony and continue its leadership is to have the hardest money kind of supporting the currency. So, I don't really have a huge thought out view on that, but I think that is going to be a conversation that folks have going forward is government control over Bitcoin. I mean, BlackRock already, I think, owns several 100,000 shares of Bitcoin in its ETFs. I mean, is this what people want? Is this what people think is good? BlackRock hasn't necessarily been the poster child that for great things. So I am concerned a little bit about that, but I think having the U.S. being an American and having kind of a more of an America first type mentality, I'm encouraged by the positive momentum on legislation, the way the administration is thinking about it, but I'm not 100% sold that this is the best idea. Plus, where are we getting the money for it, right? We're already in debt. Are we going to be borrowing more money to buy Bitcoin? I mean, maybe that is a good idea, but given debt, but we have to think about things like that.
I'm curious, anyone in this room, when was the last time you thought to yourself, the federal government has a great idea, I can't wait to get on board? And by the way, the U.S. Treasury will own the Bitcoin. The U.S. Treasury also oversees OFAC and FinCEN. There is nothing more poisonous to this community when it comes to the TradFi DeFi integration than OFAC and FinCEN. So just to level set, the U.S. Treasury, who controls OFAC and FinCEN, wants to own $2 trillion worth of Bitcoin, and that's a great idea. Here's what probably, in my opinion, is a bit of a better idea. As a free market capitalist, as a Bitcoin capitalist, right now, the S&P 500 companies have $3.6 trillion in cash on their balance sheets. If half of those companies put 2% allocation to Bitcoin, that's $100 billion of Bitcoin flows every year. That's the private market where we own the company because we're shareholders, not the U.S. Treasury. This to me is one of the great ironies of the reserve, is that the idea that we trust the U.S. Treasury to own a huge supply of our money and manage that when they also manage OFAC and FinCEN, to me is absolutely just ludicrous.
Listen, Janet Yellen's computer never gets hacked, okay?
Yeah, I'm sympathetic to that. I mean, look, I want the government to fail, basically. Yeah, I want the government to fail. I want the Federal Reserve especially to fail. But I want my country, which is partly the government, but more likely just a lot of people like us, I want my country to win and to succeed and to be strong relative to other countries. And so, if I look at Bitcoin Strategic Reserve versus, say, China and India, who held a shitload of gold, I'd like my country to embrace Bitcoin and own Bitcoin if it's owned by all of us. So there are two sides to this argument. And by the way, if they do the strategic reserve, they're accelerating their own death. I mean, this is like the Trojan horse. They don't realize it, but they're helping kill fiat by doing a strategic reserve. And I'm all about killing fiat. So, I'm with Craig. I'm a little bit mixed on this whole issue of whether I want them to do it or not. It's a tricky issue. But what was your other part of your question, Cedric? I can't remember. You had another part.
Well, really, would the economy be healthy if we had such a run-up in Bitcoin while the rest of the economy is not healthy?
Yeah, sadly, I don't see how we make it through this without economic turbulence. I just don't. You can't run the biggest bubble in the history of the world where all assets are mispriced. I mean, nobody really knows what anything is worth in today's world. I mean, you got these mansions that are worth $10, $15, $20 million. It's a joke. It's a bunch of sticks sitting on a lot. in the middle of some nice neighborhood. I mean, it's just a complete joke. You know, you got all kinds of crazy prices. I mean, fuck, Dogecoin is worth $60 billion. I mean, you got Fartcoin. I mean, it's outrageous how mispriced absolutely everything is, and how underpriced honest work and honest stuff is. And so, you know, and you just don't get from here to there without breaking some eggs, right? So, you know, sadly, I think eggs are going to get broken. You know, I mean, but everybody's sitting in this room. You know, we got the best asset to ride out the storm, and on the other side of it, everybody in this room is going to have generational wealth for their descendants, and that's a big fucking deal, right? So that's how I see it.
I'm like the most radical dude on this panel. Now I get to be the contrarian to all these takes. So here's my take. Bitcoin is for everybody. Company, country, friend, enemy. Bitcoin doesn't care. Bitcoin offers you assurances. And I think it will be a liability in the next decade for countries who don't have a Bitcoin on their balance sheet, who, you know, for companies who don't have Bitcoin on their balance sheet, for people who don't have Bitcoin on their balance sheet, right? So I think this is inevitable. It's game theory. I think you're going to see that domino fall. I spoke to Senator Lummis at the Bitcoin conference, and spoke to a couple other people. And my understanding is the votes do exist to make this happen, and this will happen. That's what I've heard. So prepare accordingly. Next, I'll say that, gosh, you don't want to not own any Bitcoin, right? So super bullish, and I do think this is going to happen, and I do think this is good for the world, and I think it's coming. So
clearly, I think one of your questions was how will the price react? I think it is highly likely that kind of an announcement is bullish for price action. Price action. Is it bullish for individual sovereignty for what's in the Bitcoin white paper? Absolutely not.
So let me just chime in on that real quick. Bitcoin operates in a system that's called proof of work, which we call mining, right? What that means is that's fundamentally different to how the world works writ at large now, where the world at large now is largely a proof of stake model, which is kind of what Ethereum operates. Other blockchains use this model, proof of stake. The model kind of works, but the idea of the model is that the more money, the more of that asset, the more you own of that asset, the more control you have, because you're putting up your proof of stake and you get to make decisions about how that system runs and operates. Bitcoin operates completely differently. It operates with a system called proof of work. So just because Michael Saylor or whoever owns all this Bitcoin, that gives them no more power over the network than anybody else, right? It might give them influence, like they can talk on TV, whatever, but they can't control or manipulate or make decisions for that system. So just because an entity owns a lot of Bitcoin, the miners, the node operators, people who run the network, they still have the decision-making power as a decentralized consensus. So just want to throw that out there.
I mean, I would caution though, KYC and anti-AML like really hinders and neuters a lot of maybe the future.
Definitely a problem.
Everything you're talking about, KYC, AML, I was in this world, that's all OFAC, that's all FinCEN, that's all US Treasury. I just don't see how this is in any way compatible within the principles of the white paper around the Treasury being the largest holder on the globe of Bitcoin. Again, bullish price action, bearish Bitcoin principles.
I think this has been a pleasure. Thank you.
Sorry about the mic problems, everyone. Let's not lose your attention. We're going to go right into our next presentation. Jack's going to bring the clicker over here to CJ. We're doing something a little bit different this year, and we wanted to find a way to really honor our sponsors. So you'll see throughout the day, we have short 15-minute presentations, and the folks that are doing those presentations have contributed significantly to this event. And so we want to give them a chance to talk about the products and services that they have, but they're, these are all absolutely wonderful Bitcoin companies. So you will learn a lot from them. And So without further ado, maybe Jack has something to say, or are we turning it straight over to CJ? Jack always has something to say. Here you go, Jack.
So, okay, thank you. All right, everyone feeling good? All right. Now, hey, by the way, check out what's on the screen right now. We are conspiring with that company right there in the red font to produce a new BitcoinDay out in Virginia this summer. Yes, thanks to the good friends that we made here at BitcoinDay at least good years ago, and et cetera, et cetera. We'll tell you more about that. Brady, I'm trying to kill some time for you, my friend. Oh, we were trying to switch over. All right. Okay, never mind me. I was back there checking out all the historical photos in the hallways, and if you guys don't believe me, look, you won't see a single VW bus anywhere. All right, look at this. What if I told you that Bitcoin is the most pristine form of collateral in the world? Would you believe me? Does anyone believe that? Yeah, some of you do. Maybe some of you on the fence. Some of you have no idea what that is. Well, our next speaker, of course, has done the math, has done the hard work, and he's about to break it down like a fraction. CJ is here in the house. Let me see, where's my next slide? And of course, you may not know this, but he's an aspiring PGA pro, just coming back from El Salvador. You're gonna have to tell us about that. You know it. There, he's got the proof right there. Award-winning thing, and in his spare time, of course, he is the unstoppable CJ Constantinos. CJ, I'm gonna let you take it away.
Check.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I am CJK, founder of People's Reserve. We are a market maker for we the people, and our mission is to make finance great again. We do that by creating new, innovative, and revolutionary products that the marketplace has never seen before. And we do this by taking Bitcoin and integrating it into credit and debt products. Now, some of you may have seen my recent podcast with Natalie Brunell, where we dive into the self-repaying mortgage. For those of you who have not, what is a self-repaying mortgage? Well, it's just like a traditional mortgage in that there's still a lien on your property, except you're actually going to post Bitcoin as collateral. And when you do that, it lowers the risk for the lender. Now, in the free market, interest rates are not just based on the supply of money and the demand for it, but counterparty risk. So when you lower risk, we can actually lower your interest rate. Bitcoin is going to enable you to get access to the lowest interest rates in the marketplace. And it can do that because, as you can see, it is in a class of its own. That's why we call it the most pristine form of collateral in the world. And another interesting thing about this product is that when you post Bitcoin as collateral, the only way you can get liquidated is not based on price, because the fluctuation in price of the underlying collateral can adjust your interest rate. But you're going to already be at a low interest rate. So as the value goes down, you move back towards normalization of interest rates. The only way you can lose your Bitcoin is if you default on the mortgage. So these are the type of products that we want to build for Bitcoiners that give you long-term safety and benefits from the responsible saving that you're doing in Bitcoin. Now today, I only have 15 minutes, so I don't really have time to take a deep dive on self-repaying mortgage, the Bitcoin-powered mortgage, but I want to talk about Bitcoin bonds today. And to understand Bitcoin bonds as a solution, we need to understand the problem. And that starts with making prices make sense again. Now, up top, you'll see the official government headline. We just got the CPI coming out at 2.9%, okay? And we have the Govflation headline, plus 10.67%. So what's the difference between these two? They're both government CPI equations, but the official modern day CPI is actually a substitution-based CPI. And the Govflation headline is the 1982 non-substitution-based CPI, which we believe is a much more accurate measure of what's happening with prices. Now, the feedback I usually get is, well, what are they doing? Are they lying to us? Is the data fake? Well, no, the data is actually real and it's not manipulated. And I'm sure most of you would agree in here, it's an absolute miracle that the government is able to aggregate over 300 million people in this entire economy and then share the results with us. It might be the only thing the government can successfully do, to be honest with you. It is a miracle. The problem starts when you take that accurate raw data and you plug it into a manipulated CPI equation. Because what it does is that CPI equation manipulates the data and turns accurate raw data into an inaccurate signal. Now, this has been taking place since 1983 when we made the change from the non-substitution based to the substitution based. And you can see ever since then, the price signal to the marketplace has been completely distorted. Now, the next question I usually get is, well, why are they doing this? Is it stupidity? Is there a motivation? Is there economic incentive? Well, for those of you who are collecting Social Security, this is going to light a fire in you, as well as it should. What you can see here is that the cost of living adjustment, and this is from the government, that chart is from the government's website. The cost of living adjustment is based directly on CPI. So when you use the modern day substitution-based CPI in the black, we end up with last year's 2024 average monthly Social Security payment of around $1,800 a month. However, if the government did not switch the CPI equation and they stayed with the non-substitution base, you see that in red, the average monthly payment of Social Security last year would have been $11,400 per month. That's highway robbery. This is highly concerning. And unfortunately, this is the motivation. This is one of the many motivations and economic incentives for the government to understate CPI. And what happens when you create this environment of headline prices and data not actually being tied to the real prices in the economy, we get huge distortions and people make bad decisions. Now you're looking at this chart. This is the reality of since 2020 when this really started picking up. We all know it. The government tells you, don't believe your lying eyes. But for those of us who budget, we're paying these prices. We don't need to be told that inflation is 2%. There's no freaking way inflation is 2%. This is the reality of what's happening with prices. And this brings us to the actual crux of the problem. And that is the real rate of return is being distorted and we're getting false marketplace incentives. Now, what is a real rate of return? A real rate of return is in terms of purchasing power. It's not the nominal number that you see on your computer screen that goes up. We're thinking in terms of purchasing power. What can I buy with this? The way you calculate real return is that you would take the APY or the yield that you're getting on your debt instrument, and then you would subtract the CPI or the rate of price increases. That's going to tell you whether or not you're gaining purchasing power or losing purchasing power. Now, here's the interesting part. Take a look at the difference between the official government headlines and the inflation headlines. The official government is saying that the real rate of return is positive. But when you use non-substitution-based CPI with more accurate price measurements, the real rate of return is actually negative. Why is this important? Because when the real rate of return is positive, you are actually incentivized to save your money and lend. Because at the end of it, you're going to be able to buy more goods and services. But when the real rate of return is negative, you're better off not saving your money and lending it. You should spend and invest it immediately. You're going to get more for it up front than you would at the end of it. You're going to get less goods and services when the real rate of return is negative. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing that businesses are failing with their long-term planning, and we're seeing failed business models. And this is a big thing right now in the insurance industry. They can't do it because they have false marketplace incentives. They're trusting in a measurement that isn't accurate. So this is the crux of the problem. Real rates of return are negative. Well, how do we fix this problem? Simple. People's Reserve's Bitcoin bonds. The Bitcoin bond is a principal protected note. Now, we call it a Bitcoin bond because it's actually the price performance of Bitcoin that creates the yield on the note itself. And we're going to go through an example here, but what you'll find is you get bond-like risk with equity-like returns. So in this example, let's say we do a $100 billion bond issuance. Roughly speaking, it's an 80-20 split that the note is structured in. So $80 billion would go into a 5-year US Treasury note at roughly 4.5%. The other $20 billion would go directly into Bitcoin. Now what happens, and this is why it's a principal protected note, over the course of those 5 years, that 80 billion with 4.5% interest applied matures at a value of $100 billion. So even if Bitcoin goes to zero, which everybody in this room, I believe, doesn't believe that's possible, but let's just say it goes to zero, the principal invested into this product is secured by the full faith and credit of the United States government and the power of their printer. So they're going to print the money and they're going to pay it to you. The problem is when you get the money, what the hell are you going to be able to buy? But that's the same product. That's the same problem that you're facing with all of these debt products, and they have negative real rates of return. Our mission is to create a positive real rate of return, to make it make sense to save and lend again. So let's hop right into the example. We already went through what happens if Bitcoin goes to zero. You have your principal protection. But what happens if Bitcoin goes down 50% in 5 years? Now, again, I think most people in this room understand the price of Bitcoin can go down 50% in 5 days rather easily. However, over the course of 5 years, that's not going to happen. We have a 60% compounding annual growth rate. It's the best performing asset in the world. But at minus 50%, the 80 billion matures at $100 billion. The 20 billion that was originally in Bitcoin reduced down to 10 billion. That matures with a value of 110 billion, which in simple interest terms is 2% APY. If Bitcoin price stays the same, you mature at 120 billion, that's 4% APY. Now, what's interesting is that the 5-year note is already at like 4.5%. So for 50 basis points, you're giving up 50 basis points, but you're getting the upside potential of the best performing asset in the world. So these are the worst case scenarios. Let's go and take a look at some of the best case scenarios. So what's amazing is when I created this chart, Bitcoin was basically at $50,000, and we're already double. So we'd have the best performing bond in the world. But let's say over the course of 5 years, the price doubles on Bitcoin. Well, the 80 turns into 100, the 20 turns into 40. In simple interest terms, that's 8% APY. Well, what if Bitcoin doesn't quite keep up with that 60% compounding annual growth rate? What if that we get these diminishing returns theory, right? And it gets cut in half and we see like a 30% CAGR. That's the 5X. 5X puts you at $200 billion maturation value. That's 20% APY. Now, after this first panel, I'm pretty bullish, so I wouldn't be surprised to put this diminishing returns theory to sleep and see Bitcoin actually outperform its 10-year 60% CAGR. But let's just say it maintains that 60% CAGR rate. You're looking at a 10x value in 5 years. That's 300 billion or 40% APY. A Bitcoin bond can pay 20 to 40% APY. This is the type of rates that you're going to get in junk credit card debts with high defaults. And by the way, you have to be willing to commit usury against your fellow man. This product frees you from that and can put up numbers that we've never seen before. But it creates a positive real rate of return. It makes lending make sense again. So at People's Reserve, we're a market maker for we the people. We want to make sure that you're properly incentivized from both the lending and the borrowing side. And what we'll do is, if you come to us, the example we just gave was a sovereign Bitcoin bond, right? And we know with the strategic Bitcoin reserve starting at the federal level, there's already 15 states who are working towards legislation for their own strategic Bitcoin reserve. But I got news for you. The state's balance sheet is not the city balance sheet. It's not the municipality balance sheet. So it's going to filter all the way down. We're going to see at the federal level, the state level, the city level, and the municipality level. And you'll be able to come to us, like the beautiful city of Naples, to issue a municipal Bitcoin bond backed by your taxes that you can reinvest into infrastructure to increase the quality of life and standard of living for your constituents. Now, another exciting thing that we happen that isn't government-based is from the corporate side. So let's say that you're a Bitcoin company and you have a strong balance sheet. You can come to us, we will audit you and make sure that we feel comfortable making the offering to our community of Bitcoin lenders who understand the power of this product, the power of multi-sig setups and qualified custodians, and having a safe way to make sure that that Bitcoin is not being rehypothecated. And we will help you issue a Bitcoin bond, a corporate Bitcoin bond, to raise liquidity to invest into your business. A whole new avenue of access to liquidity is opening up, and it's happening right before our eyes. The other amazing thing that you can do with a Bitcoin bond is when you come to the People's Reserve Marketplace, you can borrow against the Bitcoin bond. So now you can tap into that liquidity without having to give up that equity value on your balance sheet. This is huge for Bitcoiners and Bitcoin businesses who are looking to establish Bitcoin treasuries. A lot of times it's hard for a business to see that their revenues are up, their business activity is up, but because Bitcoin is down, the value of their balance sheet is down. Well, we can fix that problem by eliminating volatility concerns with the Bitcoin bond product. So on the personal level, if you're looking to escape the rat race this is a perfect solution for you because you're going to get the cash flows that come with the treasuries, but you're also going to maintain exposure to the Bitcoin upside. And then on the personal business side, same thing, reduce volatility and get access to unlock that liquidity on your balance sheet without giving it up so you can expand your business. We couldn't be more excited to watch this flywheel start to kick off very soon. And the Fed, when they want to work with the Treasury and increase demand on their Treasury debt, they'll raise the yields up because higher yields equals higher demand. But when you get higher demand on a Bitcoin bond, something happens. You need to have more issuances. And when you have more issuances, you have another allocation to make into Bitcoin, which pushes the price up due to the economics of absolute digital scarcity. And when Bitcoin price goes up, well, it's Bitcoin price that actually produces the yield on the bond itself. So we get a positive feedback loop that is really going to accelerate the adoption and value accrual of Bitcoin. This is the transfer of wealth that you always hear everybody talking about, and this is how it happens. So at People's Reserve, we couldn't be more excited to be bringing these products to the marketplace as a first market mover to really wake the world up to the power of Bitcoin and Bitcoin integration into traditional products. And what that means for you, for Bitcoiners, is that you are going to become the risk-free borrower. It's no longer going to be those with the power of the printer who are considered risk-free. It's going to be Bitcoiners and Bitcoin governments who are considered the risk-free borrowers in the market. These two products, self-repaying mortgages and Bitcoin bonds, these are just two of a plethora of products that we've created at People's Reserve. We've been building in stealth for 3 years. And as Mark said, it's been a war. It's been a mission to do that here in the United States. But I'm a constitutionalist, I'm a patriot, I want to be here, and I can feel the tide turning. The United States is going to lead the way, and innovation is going to pop up really fast. So at People's Reserve, we're going to be doing a sneak peek platform reveal at the end of the quarter, and then we will be live by the end of the second quarter. We couldn't be more excited to work with you. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much. Well done. All right. Incredibly informative and such an amazing level of detail. Very grateful for you, CJ. And of course, I think he said, what's your next golf tournament you're heading to?
I'll be at the Masters down in Augusta.
Yeah, see? Yeah, I think he's going to play best ball, right? So we'll take a few extra people. So we're going to take a momentary break. We're going to give Brady a chance to reset a little bit and help out with our microphone game plan, et cetera, et cetera. Everybody, thanks for chilling. We'll be right back in a few minutes with our next panel.
It's beautiful.
Where do we drop these babies?
In the exhibitor room.
Okay. So Peter, we got to drop these babies back there. And if we don't hang out, we'll give these to like Pete or something.
Again? Well, he was listening in to the first panel. He's still recovering. Yeah, he's still recovering. Yeah, we want him to recover. Thank you.
I own a company. It's technically solutions, and I do a lot of media services, that I myself work with I would love to figure out a way to get my agents and politics. I want to Yeah. So now I have brand agnostic or brokerage agnostic, so I can walk in anywhere I want to. Absolutely. I can do training, all of that.
Sorry, my name is Kristen.
So the site right now is just kind of like as you can see, like yeah, so it should be by the end of this week. So that's our plan right now, and hopefully by then so right now everything is posted on YouTube and Yeah, so I'm operations supervisor. Actually,
Take gas from my house, I bought 2 cars to take gas.
So I've got my mom and my business. I'm trying to get my brother.
And then I got locked out by COVID. So I mortgaged 35%. Yeah, so I mortgaged my house with lots of mortgage. So that I could, and then I moved all my Roth IRAs so I could pull out that back. And then I started to see working on borrowing. So I had started. So I had 2 deals. That's pretty darn good. So I did those. I did things.
Real market data, real market numbers, what's the creative offers, creative terms.
So it's 29% interest loan.
Instead of going and offering 10% on your asking,
Well, now I'm looking at I got equity. I got about 200,000 equity. So I started to ask about the mortgage, but I don't qualify.
It's really kind of in
Yeah, I'm wrong.
They don't value it. Yes, so actually, very good point. You made some pretty good decisions in the past couple of years.
Yeah, everybody, my family's on. My friends, I told everybody. I'm not going to come here and tell a story.
They don't believe you here. They don't believe you anywhere else. Your patience is going to be appreciated.
I looked at land. Right now, I moved all my stuff off Fidelity, and plus, I got about $500,000.
Check. Check. What is happening? Check. Check.
But it's not making, I know that's ways to make more money. So I want to get in my job.
Check.
All right, friends, grab a fresh beverage and make your way back to the round tables. We're going to call up our next panel in just a few moments. And rumor has it we're broadcasting live somewhere out there in the interwebs. No? Oh, I thought we were. Well, we're at least recording something. Thanks everybody, of course, for taking a few personal snapshots and sharing it out there around the world. Go to your favorite social media site and tag BitcoinDay. Our favorite place, I think, to hang out really is Twitter. You go there, hit us up, share some photos, and help spread the word. We're on a big mission this year, and of course, we couldn't do it without all of you. All right, our next panel, come on in a few moments.
I
I need to get them for tomorrow.
The other thing is, I'm
Check.
71 years old.
Check.
I like to maybe do at some point.
Check.
I'd rather have a place and rent wherever I want to go.
Check. Hey, Jack, can I get 2 wind covers? Do you have 2 over there?
I have 1.
You have 1? I think I have 1 in the case.
All right. All right, everyone. Hey, Wesley. Here's what's happening. We're thinking about integrating karaoke game next year. Here, right here, Josh.
All right, folks. We're gonna do a raffle real quick. We're gonna raffle off 2 tickets. So everybody, attention, get your tickets out. We're gonna raffle off the 2 tickets to the BitcoinDay Tampa event. To BitcoinDay Tampa, and since Wesley's standing here and he is the BitcoinDay Foundation in Tampa, I'm gonna have him draw. All right, what you got?
We got 0, 8, 9, 3, 4, 8.
348. Last 3 numbers. 348. Anybody? Anyone? 348. 348.
All right, once again,
Last
2
3
tickets.
numbers. 2 tickets to BitcoinDay Tampa on June 14th. 348.
Oh, winner.
All right, so the winner happens to be one of our contributors today. The centerpieces that you see on the tables were created by Mr. Albers and his wife, grown at his farm. He's going to be speaking to us for a few minutes after lunch, so you'll get the full story then. Okay, good. All right, so let's get Wesley on the stage to start the next panel. Wesley, here you go. All the mics should be working, guys, so hopefully we don't have any more audio time.
Well, thank you, John. Thank you all for being here. For those who haven't met yet, my name is Wesley Schlimmer. I am the president of the BitcoinDay Foundation. We are a 501c3 based up in Tampa, and our mission is building a prosperous, resilient community on a sound money standard. We help coordinate the Tampa, St. Pete, Sarasota meetup and Bitcoin circular economy. So we've got businesses, individuals, politicians, everyone. We're kind of brain for Bitcoin in the Bay Area. John already mentioned earlier, we have our Gasparilla Festival next week. It's the world's first Bitcoin parade float. Lots of time. Come talk to me afterwards. BitcoinDay Tampa and the Sound Money Soiree are going to be a joint venture on June 14th. So mark your calendars for that one. But we've got a good panel today. We're going to be talking about prepping for fiat failure. We had a great panel already with all of the outlook for the next year. So we're going to talk about what you as an individual can do other than just buying Bitcoin.
Oh, wait, Wesley, before you go, I just want to let everybody know that we are live streaming this event. So if you have people that couldn't make it down or whatever, want to see what's going on, we're live streaming. The channel on X is Protocol Pulse. Protocol Pulse. And that's also the same channel name on YouTube. So we're on X on YouTube. We're on Rumble and a bunch of others as well. So if you want some of those, go check it out. All right, all of you, Wesley.
All right. Well, we got a great panel today. You've probably seen several of them at speeches before. So we're welcome everyone up. We have Nick, John, Chris, and Paul. So come on up, y'all. Whoever gets up here first, introduce yourself first.
If you guys could sit in the order that's on the screen, that'd be great.
Okay, so John, you're right here next to me then.
Hold your mic closer to your chin.
All right, so you're there. So we'll just start with you, John, and kind of go down the panel. Why don't you introduce yourself, kind of tell everyone a little bit about yourself and what you're prepping for.
Yeah, so I'm a small business owner. I have a taco place in Miami. We accepted Bitcoin, and I've since moved on to Passion Projects, which is launching a digital privacy platform, I wanted to have it done for this conference, but a few weeks out. And we have been continuously removing ourselves from the system as a family. And so happy to be here, and welcome everybody. We'll get to it.
Thank you, John. I'm also a small business owner, quant involved freak by background. I run 2 hedge funds, one of which was the third one ever in the Bitcoin space. Owned businesses since I was 24 years old, been in asset management since 2006. And like John, I'm preparing and have prepared for the end of this paradigm.
Paul Tarantino. I have a background in traditional finance. And in March, I moved full time to Byte Federal, which is a Bitcoin ATM company in Venice, Florida, and I'm the CEO there.
I'm Nick. I work with the Bitcoin conference. Been in the space, been investing in Bitcoin for about 5-6 years now. Basically waiting for the end of the, which we're going to talk about now.
All right, yeah, so we kind of got everyone's 2025 outlook earlier this morning. And there's all sorts of when shit hits the fan. That it's been hitting the fan, for quite some time now. But, the big one. What, and we'll just kind of go down the line again, what do you see as the most likely shit in the fan, like war, banking collapse, another pandemic, or another, like what exactly are you attributing the most likelihood to happening in the near term?
I think it's the stuff that we're not paying attention to, which is some call it 5th generation warfare. Whether it's attacks in the food supply, attacks in the energy around us, 5G, all of these things that are kind of woo-woo that people don't want to pay attention to, whether it's the lines in the sky. They're normalizing all of this, and they want us to be distracted by the normal, predictable attack variants that can happen. Everybody thinks of war as a kinetic war, but if you read deeper, then it is very much not a kinetic war. And we need to be doing things, for one, open our minds to be able to realize this and not shut it down, and then start taking precautions. And this is a whole topic in and of itself, but we've been in this a long time, and they rely on us being very comfortable in the convenient mental prison which has been erected around us for generations in order for us not to take action. And so I think it's time to blow open the box, because we don't have a lot of time. And we need to understand who we are, where we are, what we are biologically really, what the financial system is really. And then we need to start not restricting our mind to be able to deal with these things.
Yeah, I think it was, and Chris, you probably know this specifically, it was a NATO 2014, 2016 document. Basically, it was the new battlefield is the mind. And the conclusion that NATO came to was that if we don't psyop our citizens, Russia or China is going to. And then everything kind of kicked off, started getting weird around 2015. At least that was the weird ever, that was kind of the date.
It started in 95, but the date you're searching for is 2012, and then they've done 21 and then 27 and 2030. Those are all key dates.
And so what do you think is being missed? Everyone is preparing for something, but like, what are people not catching in this?
They're not catching any of it. Like, I mean, where do you want me to go with it? What you guys want to hear the truth? You can't handle this. I'm sorry.
Yes, please. What is your highest likelihood shit hit the fan scenario?
It has hit the fan. There's no other vector left.
Like John was saying, we are at war right now, and people are not waking up to it fast enough. So, when you talk about the fog we saw recently, you talk about the fires.
It was here yesterday, driving down.
This all sounds like I'm batshit crazy. Fine, go there. I don't care, because I've seen the real effects of this in everyday life of people around the world, people that I interact with every day, that are under attack and don't realize it. So the enemy is within, and this war is here. And we just have, a lot of us, not all, maybe a lot of you in this room are already there, but a lot of people have not yet realized that we are in the midst of it.
And we'll get down to Nick. You're probably, we just met today, so I know, how are you preparing? Are you?
Well, yeah, I mean, just like Trump is proposing a strategic Bitcoin reserve, I think everyone in this room and everyone in America and the world should also have their own individual strategic Bitcoin reserve, because at the end of the day, the Fed is going to continue to be the Fed, and they're going to continue to print money. Just like Larry, who was up here earlier, he wrote a book called The Big Print. It's inevitable, it's coming, it's been happening, and we just all need to prepare ourselves individually for that event.
We also need to prepare if they don't.
I agree.
And so what does that look like if that print doesn't come?
It's the great taking. Like, they don't need, it's all an illusion, guys. It's all a fucking illusion. Number go up is like the biggest drawback to being in the Bitcoin space. Its price in fiat does not matter. And if you are in it to convert it to more fiat, you're a fool and shouldn't even bother. If your consciousness is that low, where that is your goal, there's the door. This is not a low T, high time preference space. This is for ideally a spiritual warrior class that will survive what has started. And I hope all of you can gather some chutzpah and inner strength from this and raise your consciousness and awareness. But the reality of it is that central banking is just a construct because we allow it to occur. It's only about 1,100 years old, and its only modern form about 170 years old. And as Larry pointed out, it's all about will. Do we want to let everything look like it's fallen to shit? The world's been in a fucking depression for years, right? If you back out the capex from governments and just look at the private sector and back out the labor participation, what percentage of the population of America is not positively accretive to GDP? Does anybody know that number? It's roughly 48%. Do you think that's sustainable? What's the first and second largest capex, as Mark pointed out, of our government budget?
Entitlements?
Yeah, including sick care. It's not healthcare, it's sick care. We're going to keep you sick and extract wealth from you.
That's right.
So, I don't know what it's going to take to wake up, but whoever doesn't is not going to make it much longer, because as John said, this is in play right now. The Trump has controlled opposition. It's an illusion again, and you're all getting duped again.
Yeah, I totally agree with what Chris is saying here. You can sense it if you've been in this space long enough. The announcement at Nashville was a double-edged sword, because you got the sense that, hey, congratulations, Bitcoiners, you're all going to be rich. Go get in that pen, and we're going to shut the gate. But you're going to be rich. And that's a massive distraction, because we didn't get into this space because it was all about number go up. Most Bitcoiners got into this space because they were awake and they were aware and they were conspiratorial and they didn't trust the government. They had questions and they wanted answers, and this was a way to rug pull the people that were fleecing you.
Paul, why did BlackRock get into it? How come Gemini's ETF wasn't approved?
I don't know. Why did JP Morgan all of a sudden like gold and become the custodian?
I like
They
gold.
must be figuring some stuff out.
Yeah. So long story short, the battle has just begun. And we need to take this congratulations, you're going to be rich, and turn that into real change. KYC AML is not sustainable. AI will destroy it. We need to come with the solutions. We need OG Bitcoiners that are going to become incredibly wealthy to be powerful, awake individuals that take us to the new future. We will not have that future if we don't do what Chris said, raise our consciousness and fight the fight. So hopefully you're all with me. Because this is...
And I think all of us here should share personal views of what it means to try to do that. Yeah. Right? Like some of it is spiritual and in prayer, meditation, reflection. A lot of it is health and getting metals and toxicity and pathogens out of your body, using all of your 7 senses. You have more than 5. And then understanding what we're actually facing, going through ego death and the trauma when you realize what we're facing, and then be a kinder, gentler, more harmonious with nature being to bring up your community. And I think that's where the easiest place to start is.
And being kinder and gentler does not mean you're weak.
Only the strong can be kind and gentle.
Yeah, and I think it's important to understand what we're talking about when we say financial system. It has always been a human control system. It is not a finance thing. Bitcoin is not a finance thing to me either. And if you think about us, not as they taught you to think about us as weak biological creatures evolved from pond scum, if you think about us as energetic beings that have a real measurable energy around us, then we are in this physical existence, producing things, putting energy into things, and this energy is then confiscated over time through these financial mechanisms. But what they're really doing is stealing human energy and the human spirit. They then take that, and over time, they use that energy and they put it into constructs in order to create a false reality. They do that through all the media, all the false history, all the education. They buy armies, they buy educational systems, they buy all that stuff. All the history is basically fake. And so we need to zoom out enough to realize that what we're doing is protecting our spirit, right? Bitcoin is a money thing to get rich to some people, but what it is an impenetrable barrier to siphoning off human energy over time. And when we think about it that way, and we think about the other lies about, we'll probably get into it, energy scarcity is a myth, there's free energy everywhere, it's coming out all the time. The deflationary effects just of Bitcoin alone are incredible, but then you say, what about free energy? Well, then that brings everything basically down to abundant. Well, if we're abundant, then what can we focus on? We can focus on enlightenment and creation, and that's what we're here to do. So we need to stop the stealing of human spirit, and we need to understand that we're in a mental construct, right? Look at any of history, and you can poke holes in it. And when people start to realize, wait, this is far different, and I'm going to rewatch The Truman Show, because they're telling us right there what they're doing, that everybody will accept the reality that they're presented.
It was pre-programming?
Might have been.
And I love the free energy concept, because if you look throughout history, and anyone who's created low-cost free energy is gone, literally gone. Their technology is shelved, their patents are confiscated. That should tell you all exactly what's happening.
Here's a fun one. Anybody know where the great-great-grandson of George Washington is? Anybody know where the great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandson of Leonidas is?
Right here. According to my uncle, at least.
Those bloodlines have been murdered. history's been rewritten and rewritten and rewritten and rewritten. The version we're in now began to be rewritten in 1871 to 1920. And what you think about how the West was settled is bullshit. It's very easy to debunk all of this by just finding the books the ADL banned. Like literally go find that list. So I think what we're here to really primarily do is shock you into your best self. And if you're going to remain an NPC, STE cuck, by all means, you have the free will to do it. But when the hour is too late to worry about, okay, and Larry's 1,000,000% right, the probability of Bitcoin going to 140 is really high in the next 100 days. But the probability of it going to 60 in the following 100 days matters not to what we're actually facing, right? So, you know, I don't want to overstep all your questions, so.
I have already thrown out all my questions and I've come up with new ones.
Should we take some Q&A?
But we got Q&A at the end. We're going to save 15 minutes at the end. John will give me a wave whenever it's time for that. So the questions that I had were probably, they were more like the low-hanging fruit of, you know, like what are you doing to prep, you know, like all that stuff. But it sounds like this is not a thing you can be physically preparing for anymore.
No, it is.
But it sounds like it's more
both.
mental.
It's both.
Okay.
You have to, right? So personally, I bought 10 acres in the middle of nowhere. I've got water going in. I've got power going in. I've got alternative power going in. It's being fenced. There's going to be cattle. There'll be sheep. Sustaining the way I like to think of this is that the future is tech and commodities. Deflation and inflation. It's no longer the 60-40 equity bond portfolio. Your future, your life is mastering tech, mastering commodities, securing the resources you need, and understanding how to use technology to be sovereign. And so you take that mental model and you apply it to the real world and how you conduct business, how you make money, how you secure resources, how you protect your family, how you feed yourself. Good food is your medicine, so that coincides with healthcare. And so that this is sort of the mental model I'm using to prepare in the real world and in the digital.
Nick, you got anything?
I agree that you know, good food is essential. If you look at what most Americans consume, what's in our food, and how that corrupts our bodies and our minds, it's literally meant to keep us in a certain funk per se. So getting out of what we were told, what is good for us, what is bad for us, and start questioning everything yourselves, it really leads to a spiritual journey that's enlightening. And one of the things I love about being in this community is that we are very, not just we don't trust, we verify. So we do our own research, and that makes us better people overall and willing to learn and be humble in that situation.
Yeah, that was definitely, for me, one of my, you know, I found Bitcoin. So like my background is chemical and biological engineering. I worked at biotech for a few years, and I was my chemical safety officer for my lab. And when I started seeing the chemicals that I needed to wear a mask and gloves to handle in my food, polysorbate 80, you know, aluminum, trichlorid-X, you know, it's just like polysorbate. It's like, well, hang on a second, what is this doing in here? I'm not even supposed to touch this, but I'm supposed to consume this. And then, so that was the whole other rabbit hole. And I know a lot of people come, you know, the rabbit holes all intersect and intertwine. And when you're searching for truth, you start finding it. You know, and I've kind of adopted the whole thing's fucked, and I don't need to keep flipping rocks over to look for roaches. You know, just like, you know, I'm like, it's turtles the whole way down. Now what do we do? So try cutting sugar out of your life. Like, you're gonna have to really try, because it is difficult. You know, don't go into the inner aisles in the grocery store. Stay around the outside. Like, what for you guys was kind of like the low-hanging fruit that, like, you know, a normal person, you know, not someone who's crazy tinfoil, which it's not tinfoil anymore, it's aluminum foil, and tinfoil actually did block radio frequencies. Aluminum foil doesn't. But for you know, for the individuals in the audience, like what do you think is like a good, like 80%, like, you know, the 80-20, like what's like something simple that can actually have a large impact?
Yeah, so I spent the last several years with mission critical opting out of the system. And so for me, it's the money, which we're talking about here today. It's the law. So there's a fake legal veneer placed over the constitutional republic since many decades. So everybody should, go to the Amazon or whatever and search for "Meet Your Straw Man," right? You got to get into common law. You got to understand that because we're being duped every day with this stuff. You're paying your speeding tickets and your taxes, and you're feeding the beast. Then you have to get out of the food and water, right? My mother is an incredible homesteader, and we spent a huge amount of effort moving her to the panhandle of Florida, and she's doing amazing things. We have to get out of the education, homeschool your kids, do whatever you got to do it. Doesn't matter if you have to liquidate whatever, homeschool your kids, or else they will fight against you later. Then you have to get out of the death system called the medical system. You have to understand that what they tell us is wrong with us is not wrong with us, whether it's cancer or anything else. And get into herbalism, put the right food in your bodies, and ignore what they're telling you. And then you have to learn how to physically defend yourself, kinetically. You have to learn how to digitally defend yourself through digital privacy, which is why I'm passionate about it. We can talk about it all day long. And then you have to free your mind. And that's the biggest thing. If you're your own worst enemy, then free your mind. There are no conspiracy theories. It is all real.
Thank you, John. This is why I even am charitable with my time away from my family. It's because of people that are on stage with me here and you all here. That consciousness that he just dropped on you, if it's not resonating with you, please leave. Like what he's describing is a maritime admiralty law. I hope some of you know is that when you write numbers out, there is a frequency field around those numbers. Do you know how they track our aura? Your fucking social security number. It's your slave number. USA Inc. owns you. And how can we prove that? You can find it, everything from Albert Pike from back in the day to David Webb. Like, this is not gray. This is black and white. You don't already own your stocks and bonds. Like, people saying that are retarded and deserve to lose their money. It's a third derivative, and you don't own it. Your securities rights began being taken from you the moment the Federal Reserve took its third iteration in 1913, but more specifically 1964 through 2010. You already own nothing and like it. They can already kill all of us basically with a remote control, because our bloodstream are operating systems for the Internet of Things. If you don't know that, you're almost too late, but we're going to share as much as we can. And then to John's point and to Paul's point, here's the easy list to do by tomorrow. You need a water source, land, a combination of solar and copper wire, Tesla style power, and then you need to secure whatever you don't want to lose. What I've done is I have a combination of hard precious metals in hand, a shit ton of Bitcoin in hand, business based on Bitcoin, and then ammo, 6 months to a year of stored dried foods, and then the skill sets to create more food, as Paul mentioned. Those are the lists you can do right now. And then whatever you have in your stock, bond, and bank accounts, just mentally write it off. Whatever number you want to leave in that, you have to understand that the probability of them taking it in the next 12 months is extraordinarily high. And it'll be some sort of QE bail-in combination. They've already written the plan out.
I agree with everything that's being said. The only thing I can maybe add value to is to sort of create a framework in your mind that you're living in a post-truth world. That you can no longer believe half of what you hear and only what you see, or whatever that saying was, right? You really can't believe anything unless you're
feet on the ground, shaking someone's hand. And so when you are observing the digital world and you're observing social media, you need to come to it with the realization that these are all ideas, these are all potential timeframes, these are all agendas, these are all psyops, these are all things that are being pushed at me to make me think a certain way, as opposed to getting back onto the soil and dealing with your neighbors and in your community and having real life relationships. And that's a whole nother timeline when you're in that space than what we're living it day to day. And so much of what we do on social media is a distraction from you manifesting the reality that you want to live in. So if you focus on that and you realize that, and you set the phone down, walk away, detox, get inside yourself and think, what is the future I want to see? What is the future I want to live? And then go, you'll be able to manifest that, you'll be able to build that because you're not distracted. They want you distracted. Get back to yourself, what's right for you, what's right for your family, and make that happen, and you can do it. We have spent so much time and so much energy just giving it away, like John said, right? They're sucking that out of you continuously, and the more we participate in it and partake in it, the less we're doing for building up ourselves.
So it sounds like real relationships, real interactions are worth and more important than anything that you could ever do on the social media and the internet.
Shit. Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah, you are sitting at the end of the line, so I know it's hard, because these guys just suck up all the air in the room. And you're like,
We'll do a snake draft. We'll start.
Yeah, I enjoy the conversation. I'm
Just
learning
start
at the same time as I'm here. So
this
it's really
poor guy's
cool.
like, yeah, I agree.
I do.
Exactly, I do.
So one for something that I heard recently that resonated with me was, can you sit in your head for 60 seconds with no thoughts? Are you able to say, be quiet, and actually spend 60 seconds in silence without thoughts intruding? I couldn't do it. I made it like 5 seconds. And I've been, every night I've been
Work on that.
I have been. I'm up to 30. But it's literally like your brain is a muscle that you don't realize we're being bombarded constantly. And if you aren't able to control your thoughts, that something is. So I guess what do you got? We'll go this way. Okay, all right. So
That's a great point. Like, if anyone that's ever meditated knows that, the more you do it, you get caught drifting away, and then that's part of the meditating journey. Okay, well, it happened quick. All right, well, I'm not going to quit. I'm going to continue doing it. Okay, so 10 seconds, 5 seconds turns into 10 seconds, which turns into 15 seconds. And the more you do it, even though it's hard, the more you get in tune with yourself and what really matters, and you get more clarity on what you want your future to look like. And it's very hard to do in a world that's just constantly giving you alerts, notifications, whether it's on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. There's so many distractions, and the only way to get out of that is to get into yourself and sitting with yourself and sitting with your thoughts and understanding why you have those thoughts, where those thoughts come from. And it's very healthy. It's a very good journey that everyone should take.
Paul, do you do any meditation? Have any routine for that?
I don't, but I find some of my activities meditative. So when I do a lot of fly fishing. And when I'm in the act of pursuing a specific fish with a fly rod, I get in a state where that focus blocks everything else out. And so spending a day on the water and doing that does unlock, for me, an ability to then be clear about what's important in my life and what I want to achieve. So it is sort of a detox or a meditative state through action. And I've experienced that through surfing. I've experienced that through other activities that I'm passionate about.
What also you really want to start doing, in our opinion, is, in addition to what Wesley said about sugar and various obvious things not to put in your body, well, probably ahead of that, you need to get off all the pharma. Just stop today. Stop taking anything any allopathic doctor gave to you. They're wrong. They're literally wrong. And that will prepare your body to be enhanced with meditative activities like Paul just described. You're not going to be able to go, oh, I really want to do that, but you're eating shit and you're taking shit. Because then that's what prevents your body from resonating and your mitochondria literally using their full potential to get to homeostasis. So I really would highly recommend, with the easiest place to start is drop the pills, maybe not in the water supply, but dispose of them somewhere else. The frogs are gay.
No, they're not. They're trans. It's different.
I'm not good with definitions.
Maybe taper the drugs though, because sometimes they like an bad alcoholism, like it might just kill you. But don't taper them off. I was gonna say for me, like I was out here on these peripheries saying like food's screwed up, finance is screwed up, the education system is screwed up, and then all of a sudden here's Bitcoin at the middle of this giant spoke of corruption that was like this guiding light that said, this is real, this is truth, this is something that can collapse this corruption around it. And so I like to think of it, people waking up on the spokes. And through that process, hopefully finding Bitcoin. And then using that as the tool that enlightens you to see the issues everywhere else on that wheel, because money interacts with everything. And so once you find sovereignty through your money, it does empower you to begin to break off those spokes where a lot of the other corruption lives. So that just came to mind, sorry.
Yeah, I think getting back to the meditative or being within yourself, this one will bake your noodle. So there's some good indication, and this is how old this stuff is, that in the 1600s was the first time they started introducing the concept of the future, right? That before that, there was a nowness which doesn't exist right now. And some people call that the ever-present, ever-changing now. And that's all there is. There is no future. What the future concept is doing is saying, I need to distract my attention and my true potential in this moment to create or to be or to do whatever I'm going to do, where all the action takes place, to distract yourself into some future which does not exist. And through all this noise that we get, we are then thinking about possible futures which may or may not exist. And if you take that a step further, there's, I forgot the name of the guy, but there was a very interesting comment that he made in an interview that is, if we believe something collectively will happen, it will happen, because we are, in the end, co-creators in this physical experience. And we are all part of something much grander. I think the biggest thing to get to is, in my similar experience, Bitcoin was, I was always groggy. I wasn't asleep, but I wasn't awake, and I was like, this doesn't make sense. Everything's too complicated. What is that for? I don't know. I'm just going to do my thing. Bitcoin ripped me out of the matrix. It was a very impactful moment. We sold our house, and we changed our business, and we started going. And then it's like, what is truth? Well, if truth is like water, and it's tainted downstream, and you need to eventually find your way to the source. And the source that I found is the biggest lie of all, in my opinion, is that they want us to believe that the physical creates the consciousness. But it's really the opposite, and that the consciousness creates the physical, and we are all part of that, and we are all co-creators. And if we are creators, and we're very powerful beings, and there's a huge incentive to try to control that. And that is what money is, that is the monetary system. And so if we focus on being in the ever-present now, nothing else matters but now. Put down the phones, be with the fellow souls right here. My son is right over there. There's nothing more important than that.
You just said put down the phones, dumbasses. Fuck.
So I do hate to do this, but we got a 5-minute warning. So I want to do quick final thoughts. We can try and get some questions.
One quick thing, sorry to cut you off. Like you go to a concert, you come to a conference, and a lot of people you see, they're taking out their phone to record it to enjoy it later, while they have an opportunity to enjoy it in that moment, and they lose that opportunity to be present while it's actually happening, just so they could post it on a social media for other people's likes, attention, and everything else instead of doing it for themselves. They're doing everything for everyone else, and that's the problem, or that's the difficulty with social media and the balance that we face is that we want everyone else's attention and we suffer our own enjoyment for that. So I encourage people whenever they go to a concert, when they're at a conference, don't record it for other people to post and get feedback on later. Do it for yourself and get something out of those moments, because that is what you're going to be able to carry on through the rest of your life.
This is profit level shit. This is
Final thought.
Profit level stuff that people are delivering here for your benefit. And you have God-given free will. Do with it what you will. But just understand that you have the power and the ability to get out of that paradigm, literally right now.
Well, I'll just say I'm just grateful to be on this panel with all these guys. They're brilliant. Some of you I just got to know in the last few minutes, and happy to be here.
Likewise, Paul.
Yeah, likewise, happy to be here. And I would just say that, we spend all this time looking for leaders to save us and what are they going to do? And it should occur to us all that we don't need them to save us. So let's get to work.
Thank you, guys. A couple questions. I will lead you all with this. As a Man Thinketh by Paul Allen. 45 pages of kind of what we just talked about. It's a great book. There was somebody who started earlier who had the first question, who I told to wait.
I was just curious what happened or started in 1995. Can you repeat the
What started in 1995?
Is anybody smart here?
Not compared to you.
No, this is just regurgitating fact. This is not IQ.
I have no idea. So
what happened in 95? Touche, Maddie, touche. Well, the 42-year-old will be the old guy here. I too was very young in 95. All right, internet. Prior to 95, what was it? Dial-up. Then what happened? Broadband. Who is the effing broadband?
We are.
Do you know? Does anybody know how their cell phones work? WBAN. Oh my God. You all have lots of homework. I'll stop. Did that answer your question?
The internet.
And then it went from a dial-up semi-analog to in the energy spectrum that's all around us using our mitochondria, electrolysis, red blood cell, etc., to send information through the air.
That's why it's cellular.
Correct. She is smart. You did raise your hand. Thank you.
You can research Internet of Bodies to get going.
One or two more questions. Benji.
Yeah, kind of. Paul talked about tech sovereignty in AI. Sam Altman has a cult in Silicon Valley trying to create a digital god. Run your own local AI models. So if you're interested in running AI, I can help you set up for $2,000, set it up all the way up to $50,000 to run your own local AIs. Have your own little thing and you're not sending your digital information to the cults in Silicon Valley for AI if you want to use that.
You can run your own AI. It's pretty easy these days.
So just on that notion with, getting off our cell phones, it's very important, to have the right intention when you're going to interact with your devices, right? To not become a consumer of the product, but to use that product to deliver a message, right? Because we're all connected, and there's obviously, good and bad with every innovative technology. It's about how you use it, right? So what I'm trying to say is in the arena of ideas, the reason we're broadcasting this right now is so that those that can't be here physically can still get the message, right? Because what we need to do in the Bitcoin, arena, we're all trying to offer an alternative to the rigged system so that we can all reestablish our sovereignty, right? So in that sense, we need to play the game, but not be played by the game. Right?
Tech is a tool, use it, don't be used by it.
Amen.
That essentially said more simplistically, we want everybody to be the happiest, dialed-in MFers from bottom up, because harmony will just exude. Renaissance, enlightenment will just exude naturally once we achieve that. We don't want anybody afraid, anybody anxious, anybody thinking they're missing out. And that's the goal of all of this information and awareness.
Is it quick?
Yeah.
All right, let's hear it.
Well, Paul, there's a reason money is called currency. It's because it's all energy. There's a great teacher that once said that where your treasure is, that's where your heart will be also. So I'm glad to see a segment like this on.
Where your focus goes, your energy flows.
And to your point, words are symbols.
Thank you all for indulging in this.
Yes.
Thank you for your attention. Thank you for esteemed panelists. This was a great conversation. You're not going to find this stuff anywhere else.
All right, that was outstanding.
As a Man Thinketh by Paul Allen.
That's right. Now remember, it's all skate all day long, everyone. So that means get up out of your seat. Oh, say hello to all of our friends and speakers and everybody hanging out here. All right, Danny, we're gonna take like a 2-minute breather, and I'll have our next presentation coming up in just a few moments.
Thank you. No, of course not. Yeah. I appreciate it. Are you, so this is a meeting? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay. Yeah, so, when are you going to be in Tampa? Okay. Oh, okay, fine, cool. So, Friday. No, laundry's all handled. I'm just trying to figure out how to get everybody their stuff. Because I've got lanyards for the tent, for the tent passes, and I've got everyone's jerseys and quotes. So
yes.
Next week, maybe it'll be Thursday. It might have to be Thursday. It wasn't Friday.
In just a few moments, we've got 2 fantastic presentations to go in the next 45 minutes. We're going to pack it out, and let me begin before lunch happens. Todd's over there warming up his jets, getting all the avionics ready to fly.
That is not where I thought that was going to go. I literally had a list of prepping questions. And I was like,
all right, everybody, it's been a fantastic day so far. Thank you, everybody, for joining us live here at Bitcoin Day Naples 2025. Paul Benjamin on the scene. Don't be shy about getting out there and hashtagging your favorite club and telling the rest of the world exactly where we're happening and live. I think you can find the live stream out on Twitter thanks to Consensus Protocol. And then, of course, let me see what else. Well, just get out there and take a photo, share it with your favorite friends, and tell everybody where you're hanging out.
So are you from Colorado as well? On the other side. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, right. I'm local.
That way I could give him a little. Are you also a Bitcoin holder? You got a copy. You know what's going on.
Check.
Oh, really? Okay. Oh, you got How long you been in? 5 years. What time in the market?
No, not even that. It's like doing some other projects, like just converting.
Taking the money.
Yeah, just playing the crypto, but to the point that,
start seeing what's happening. So I know
They're gonna run one other guy.
because I do like green things and projects. You gotta have something. So I promised myself, not anymore, keep talking. Projects is big
We've always learned to back it.
Just tell her to come to breakfast.
I don't do that.
I think it was high last year.
When I bought it again, I knew I picked it. I kind of didn't even sell it.
I don't do a lot of things right. When I did do I bought
Okay, as we start our presentation, am I coming?
You don't do a lot of things right. I said, I got
All right, we're gonna do another raffle here, so that I can try to get your attention and get you back in your seats for our next presentation. And so we're gonna do a raffle, so get your tickets out, everybody get your tickets. We're doing, this is a pair of tickets to BitcoinDay Tyson's at the MicroStrategy headquarters. I'm giving away a pair of tickets to BitcoinDay Tyson's at the MicroStrategy headquarters. And I'm drawing, what's that? Yeah, we'll have another set. You're too late for that. But here, okay, now I drew a ticket, you can toss it in. All right, the ticket ends in the numbers 431. 431. I don't know what the energy on those numbers is, but 431. Who's 431? Do I have a winner in the house? Last call. Last call for 431. 431. 089 431. 089 431. All right. Trying another one. How about 512? 512. 512. Ed, is Ed Janko in the house? Jankosis?
We have the raffle going, everybody. If you're at the back of the room,
That
please
you?
check your tickets.
All right, 512. That was smart of you to put your name on there. So, congratulations to Ed. All right, Jack, are we ready? I think we have a pretty quiet house. We're ready for the next presentation. Jack, where are you? There you are. Danny, are you ready to come up, Danny? Come on up, let's get this show on the road. Well, Jack probably has something to say because he always does.
Yes, sir.
That's me. So close you are to the chin and move wherever you want.
Check, check. Check.
2 turntables, and a microphone.
Jack, you bring that one back to me when you're done.
Yes, sir. All right, everybody. We're doing good. We're cruising. We're kind of getting into that last hour of liveliness here before we get into some lunchtime and some social time. So we're going to make it action-packed. And I've got a question for you. Have you ever wondered to yourself, could everyone really be mining for Bitcoin?
What a question.
Or should they? Should they even bother? Oh, such the question to ponder. And of course, today we've got the one and only Danny Condon. He's flown out here from
Colorado.
Boulder. That's right. And everybody give it up for the new father in the house. That's right. His new baby girl born on Thanksgiving Day. And tell us her name again.
Her name is Lux. She's 7 weeks old.
Lux, the Latin word for light. Lovely. All right. And with that bright and brilliant note, I'm going to let you take it away. Let's see. I moved into, there's your first slide, and you can click from there. All right, everybody.
Lovely.
Danny Condon.
All right. So my name is Danny Condon. I am Chief Revenue Officer at Blockware. We are a Bitcoin mining as a service company. My 3rd year at BitcoinDay Naples. It's always epic coming down here. I'm in Colorado, so escape the cold a little bit. Appreciate meeting everybody.
What part of Colorado?
Boulder. All right, what are we going to talk about today? We're going to talk about how Bitcoin mining is for everyone. And there's a mining panel later. We're going to go, much deeper on a lot of these concepts. So my objective for the next 10 to 15 minutes is to talk about what is Bitcoin mining, why should everybody be mining Bitcoin, and how can you start mining Bitcoin? Like I just said, there's the agenda. So let's talk about what is Bitcoin mining. I'm going to kind of rip through this a little bit. I'll be around all day, happy to answer any questions. But Bitcoin miners process transactions for the Bitcoin network. This is what enables value to be sent over the internet in a peer-to-peer capacity without having to trust third parties. Right? Bitcoin mining requires specialized hardware called ASICs, computer servers, and a lot of energy, right? And for providing this noble service to the Bitcoin network, miners are rewarded by being paid Bitcoin. To demystify this a little bit, kind of thinking people are like, oh, I want to see one of these. I've got a couple quick pictures we'll rip through to show you. That's an ASIC. That's an air-cooled Bitcoin mining rig. That's one of our data centers with containers that are mining Bitcoin. Here's an immersion setup. That's an immersion miner. There's a variety of different hardware options that enable you to mine Bitcoin. That's an immersion data center in Texas. The last one was in Iowa. And this is a hydro mining setup. That's our Chief Operating Officer, Kintaro, checking on our clients' rigs, making sure everything's great. That little container consumes a significant amount of energy. We're going to unpack this, throughout this brief presentation. I'm going to spend a little bit more time on the why. Why should everyone be mining Bitcoin? Well, beyond the fact that you're providing a noble service to the network, which I think does hold a lot of merit, Bitcoin mining has a significant economic incentive, right? So this is a chart that shows from 2020 to 2024 with the most kind of state-of-the-art efficient mining hardware during that cycle, how Bitcoin mining on an operating basis has performed in comparison to, for example, just buying spot Bitcoin. When you're mining Bitcoin, you're constantly generating more Bitcoin. We're going to talk about some of these concepts a little bit deeper as well about ASIC value, resale value, topics like that, but that's just a quick hit right here. Bitcoin mining is also a fantastic dollar cost averaging strategy. So who raise your hand if you've got a dollar cost averaging strategy buying Bitcoin, right? Meaning that every day or week or month, you're buying X amount of Bitcoin on an automated basis, at whatever the price of Bitcoin might be. That's what Bitcoin mining effectively is. Your revenue side of this is the Bitcoin that you are generating, and your cost side is the electricity that mining rig consumes. I'm standing here talking to all you wonderful people. I'm mining Bitcoin right now. I'm stacking sats right now. Peyton knows what's up.
Yep.
So there's a lot going on here, but I want to kind of bring like some numbers to this and bring your attention to a couple pieces here. So again, like there's an economic incentive to mine Bitcoin. Your revenue side will exceed the cost, and therefore you have a profit and an economic incentive to mine Bitcoin. All right, we're going to talk about some of these levers that move the needle here, actually primarily on the next slide. But if you look at the monthly cost, so this is showing Bitcoin as you move left to right at different price targets. And this is all things equal. We're going to talk about the concept of difficulty on the next slide. But this is showing that as the Bitcoin price appreciates, and yes, this is dollarized, so fly with me here for a second, right? Because you are creating Bitcoin, and 1 Bitcoin equals 1 Bitcoin. But you can see that your cost remains constant. About $1,000 of electricity consumed, producing at $100,000 price of Bitcoin, $1,400, right? And then that just moves up, and therein lies the profit margin, which I'll hit on this next slide here. I'm going to take one step back and talk about what are the two levers that impact Bitcoin mining profitability. The first is Bitcoin price, right? Bitcoin price can go up, Bitcoin price can go down, in a dollarized, they're weighting in dollars. And then the second is difficulty, meaning incremental hash rate that's added to the network. Right? So there's an economic incentive to mine Bitcoin. Therefore, that's a catalyst for incremental miners to join the network, because you're effectively just arbitraging energy using Bitcoin as that arbitrage vehicle. So more and more miners come to the network, the larger the profit margin becomes, which is logical, catalyst for doing so, and difficulty increases. One thing that's really interesting here is the velocity in which these two levers move. So if you think about mining Bitcoin, put simply, you're long Bitcoin and you're short difficulty. That's effectively the dynamic that's set up. The velocity is a major factor here because Bitcoin price can move very, very quickly. Donald Trump says, we're going to create a strategic Bitcoin reserve. Bitcoin price goes up. Donald Trump gets elected president. Bitcoin price goes up. That can happen really, really quickly. Price can move quickly. In order to add significant hash rate to the market or to the network, and difficulty increases, impacting profit margins, you have significant real-world constraints. We're talking about manufacturing computer servers. That's real-world power. That takes real-world time. We're talking about building data centers. That doesn't happen overnight, right? We're talking about consuming significant amounts of energy, cutting power deals, right? That takes hundreds of millions, billions of dollars of capital, and that takes time. So the velocity in which Bitcoin price can move both ways, markets are efficient, significantly outpaces the velocity in which difficulty can move in correlation. So difficulty moves, kind of follows in a lagging capacity to Bitcoin price. So as a Bitcoin miner, what am I trying to get to here is Bitcoin price outpaces difficulty, profit margins increase. Right? You saw on the last slide, the most efficient mining rigs are generating Bitcoin at $45,000 Bitcoin constantly. Miners are dollar cost averaging at $45,000 Bitcoin when you can go buy Bitcoin for $105,000 from an exchange. Therein lies the economic incentive. And being positioned in advance of these moves, when you get, let's look, since the election night, Bitcoin's up probably 60%. difficulty has increased less than 20%, and that's after 7 consecutive positive difficulty increases, meaning that miners' profit margins have increased in a significantly disproportionate capacity. So it's a good time to be mining Bitcoin. This is another concept I'm going to unpack real quick. So think about Bitcoin mining rigs as dividend-paying assets, right? The asset side of this equation is the ASIC itself, the Bitcoin mining rig. The dividend side of that equation is the Bitcoin that is being mined. And as that dividend increases, let's be bullish here, it's logical to presume that that machine, the asset that mines that Bitcoin, should increase in value. Is it not? So historically, Bitcoin mining has been looked at as a kind of sunken cost, CapEx, longer-term dividend-paying, capital allocation that historically has outperformed just buying spot Bitcoin, over 3-4 type periods as far back as you will go. It's a good transition to how can you mine Bitcoin. So as I mentioned, I'm Sierra Blockware. We're a Bitcoin mining as a service company. So we enable everyone to mine Bitcoin. Bitcoin mining takes specialized computers, significant infrastructure, power. Our objective is to make it easy for anyone to mine Bitcoin without having to quit your day job, go figure all this stuff out, move out to the sticks where a lot of these kind of cheap power opportunities are. So we sell ASICs to individuals and institutions and enable everyone to mine Bitcoin. We own and operate and partner with data centers to provide co-location hosting services for those machines. And we give folks access to low-cost power options so they can mine Bitcoin profitably that would otherwise be difficult to obtain, yourselves. We operate in 5 different states. So Bitcoin mining, the returns are great. It's really about managing risk, right? So one way to manage risk is to geographically disperse the location of your machines. We operate in 5 different states. We have another state big project rolling out in a couple weeks, which will be exciting. And we have a marketplace. So I talked a little bit about the value of ASICs and how that has a real value that can fluctuate with generally Bitcoin price and mining profitability at any given time. So this is a first of its kind Bitcoin native marketplace that enables clients to buy and sell Bitcoin mining rigs that are plugged in right now to start mining Bitcoin today, de-risking a lot of the common challenges currently associated with mining Bitcoin, which I'll hit real briefly here. So one, if you think about, here we go, lead time. All these machines at present want this to change, I think it will, pretty much born in Asia. They have to roll up a conveyor belt, get on a truck, a plane, a warehouse, another truck, get to a data center, get deployed. That takes time. Time is money. All of these machines are plugged in mining Bitcoin right now. Completely eliminates any time challenge. Transparency. We love transparency, right? We're all about transparency. Not all Bitcoin mining rigs are created equally. Sometimes they show up and they're dead on arrival. Sometimes, they're not operating well. So this gives every client, every person the opportunity to look at how is that rig performing? What does the profitability look like? When was it plugged in? Is there warranty remaining on that machine? Right, again, so demystifying this, bringing transparency into what has traditionally been kind of an opaque space. And then it also serves our marketplace as the single kind of command center hub for being able to monitor your mining fleet. You can buy and sell machines, you can see how they're doing, you can, kind of one-stop shop. So I'm probably gonna get the hook here in a second. So I'll wrap this up by putting a bow around it. we exist as a company to make Bitcoin mining accessible to everybody. That's our objective. Been doing this since 2017. We've seen a lot of shit, right? Bitcoin mining is simple, it's not easy. We've made mistakes. We've seen bull markets. We've seen bear markets. We've seen a lot. Sold over 350,000 ASICs. We placed over 200 megawatts of hosting capacity. We operate in 5 states, and I'll wrap it up with this. Truly believe that Bitcoin mining is for everybody. And if you're interested in mining Bitcoin or just learning, I challenge everybody to just learn, right? Check out the marketplace, see what this is all about. It's such an important part of the network, whether or not you choose to personally get involved. You know, I'll be around, I'm speaking on a mining panel later. We're gonna go like deep end. This is kind of not so deep end. Tanner and David are in the room here. Put your hand up, yep. So with that, I thank you very much. All right, who's up next?
Thank you, Danny. Sorry, I got caught. You're good. Something. Gabe, Rosa, Teresa, thank you. Our Blockspace team is here in the house. All right, well, everyone okay? Are you in shock with that download of data from Danny Condon right there? Fantastic. All right, I'll do both like this. All right, so up next, that's right, we have an exciting opportunity to discuss this problem, which I struggle with every day. When was the last time you and your big bags of Bitcoin traveled to El Salvador? Nope, some were just there. I know CJ and the gang were there just as of yesterday. CJ and Kelly. Oh, there's CJ. And but actually, there's a lot going on there, and I haven't been there yet myself. But I look forward to the trips and the travels coming someday soon. And in the meantime, we have a very special guest for. Stand by. Hold on. I want to jump the gun. I have a cool video to play to share first to get everybody in the mood, and then we'll bring up our guest speakers.
To the future of luxury travel, where cryptocurrency meets paradise. Introducing Bitcoin, then all-inclusive beach resort, nestled on the pristine shores of El Salvador. Every room is a gateway to adventure, complete with your personal 4x4 vehicle, scooter, and jet ski. Picture yourself cruising along scenic coastal roads, feeling the thrill of freedom. Glide across crystal clear waters on your private jet ski, embracing the rush of adrenaline. Return to your luxurious suite where comfort meets cutting-edge technology. Indulge in world-class amenities from gourmet dining to rejuvenating spa treatments. Experience the vibrant nightlife with entertainment options that cater to the most discerning tastes. Invest in a resort that's not just keeping up with the times, but defining the future of travel. Join us in creating the ultimate paradise. Contact us at 562-526-0813 and become part of the future of luxury travel.
All right. What do you think about that, folks? Pretty exciting, that's right. And here to discuss further with us right now, coming on stage, I have Janet and Todd Gatewood, all the way in from Nashville, Tennessee. Give them a nice round of applause. Come on up, I'll get your microphone. Let's see, we'll go like this. There we go. That's the one. Then we'll go with that one later. Stand by. Here. For you.
And this one's for you. And the closer, the better.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Come on, clicker.
Well, good morning, everyone. How's everybody doing? Great. Awesome. It's been a fun day. Great speakers, and I know there's more to come. Just for any of you that don't know, we are actually giving away $5,000 in Bitcoin. So anybody that hasn't signed up for it, you can step through those doors and sign up for it. We'd love to give it away and make it a good day for everyone. So, my name is Todd Gatewood. I'm the co-owner, along with my wife Janet, of the Bitcoin Day Crypto Club in Nashville. Actually Brentwood, but we call it Nashville because everybody knows Nashville and not Brentwood. And we are a freedom network that's based on Bitcoin. And we are excited to be here we are really excited about what's coming up in the future. As you just saw from the video, we actually signed our contract yesterday for our well resort in El Salvador, and that's actually one of two that we're going to have. And contract probably on the other will be signed in a few days. It's on Bitcoin Beach, so we've got it on one side and one on the other. So look forward to introducing that to you guys in the future, and we are excited. And Janet's going to help me here as far as explaining our clubs as well.
My guess is many of you have been to an all-inclusive beach resort. Was it tokenized? Bitcoin Ben is going to tokenize all-inclusive beach resorts. So the first two are in El Salvador, and the first will be a whale resort, top end. And every room will have its own Jeep and its own jet ski. I mean, all-inclusive means all-inclusive. But what the most fun is just bringing Bitcoin to everyone. We are co-owners of Bitcoin Ben Crypto Club Nashville. It's one of three. So Bitcoin Ben sent you, who wanted to be here today, and I'm sure he's watching on the stream. He was unable to be here today. He has established the first nationwide group of retail brick and mortar businesses. So the first is in Sarasota, and one of the owners is actually at the booth in there where you're signing up for your $5,000. Paul Bucci. He is a crypto Sherpa if you follow him on X. And the second, we opened in Nashville in March. And the third is outside of Boston in Leominster. We are about to sign leases in St. Louis, in Dallas, Las Vegas, Tampa's coming. We've got the 2 resorts coming. And in the next decade, 30 to 40 of these. Why are we here? Bitcoin Ben. Did anyone start following Ben in the days of his truck driving? Have anybody? Yeah? So he started, he was a truck driver. He's your favorite ex-truck driver. He discovered Bitcoin. So he started doing Facebook Live when it was first on the scene from his truck, teaching about Bitcoin. And he has grown that. I think he might be the most canceled person on YouTube.
Yeah, I think he's had like 5 different YouTube channels.
Surprise.
So, yeah, absolutely.
Anyone try to build a business in Bitcoin? And so he's on over 50 channels right now. But he wants to bring Bitcoin to the everyday person, to the little guy. And that's what we love. They can walk in our doors. We're open 5 days a week, and they can go, what is Bitcoin? And we help them figure it out. There's nowhere people can go really and sit and talk with someone in person. Everything's online. And we have people come in all the time that are scammed. You had someone come in. What was the dollar amount the other day?
It was $4 million this person had been scammed, and I could not believe it. It was sad. And Steve Blanco, who's one of our consultants, actually was talked to him, is going to try to help him with that as well. So
that's what we try to do.
Yeah.
Because one of you said earlier, you don't want the Fed having all the Bitcoin. We want all of us to have it. We cannot have change in our country, in our healthcare system, in our monetary system without it happening on the grassroots level. That's why we're there. If Todd and I just wanted to make money, we would just buy Bitcoin. And I'm 18 years residential realtor in real estate in Nashville. But just sell houses and buy Bitcoin. That's not why we're here. It's a greater mission. The panel that was up here surprised me. I've never been to BitcoinDay. Now, we've been to Bitcoin 2024 with Nick and Carly were there. We'll be at Bitcoin 2025. But to hear what they shared, it's more than Bitcoin. When you start learning how many lies are out there, it's not just monetary. It's everything from our food, all of it.
It's a freedom network too, guys. It really is. We're all fighting like some of the people said, a spiritual battle. We really are.
Yeah.
And, it takes all of us working together to fight this corrupt system. And each and every person in this room is part of that. And that's why we're here, because we believe in what we're doing. That's why Ben started all this. He is the catalyst for us being here. And we're thankful for that.
Yeah. So whatever you're doing right now for Bitcoin, whether you're trying to talk your wife into it, if she doesn't believe you, have her call me. I'll go sit down with her. We need more women in the space. I'm so glad to see women here today.
Yeah, it's great to see the women in here.
I mean, I do not like, not having a line in the bathroom is really great. Bitcoin 2024, I think there were 4 ladies in line and like 40 men. I took a video.
Never in my life.
Right?
I've never seen it. Guys, I was actually asking her, is there any way I can just cover my eyes out and just go to the bathroom as I sit in line?
No, men and women.
No.
But it's really amazing and special to see that. And I think I lost my train of thought on that one. But what you're doing in the community, whatever you're doing, keep doing it and do it more. Talk to your neighbor, talk to your friend. Most of my family doesn't listen to me about this. They don't, and that's okay. I'm going to keep doing it. But the people that walk in our door, they'll go, oh my gosh, I have found my people. Someone doesn't think I'm crazy. Oh yeah, the blue screen's addictive. Yeah, I heard that too. Like, we are open. We've heard it all. We listen to it. We're up on X at night. We're listening to everything. In fact, I want to say a shout out to Dave with X22. Does anyone listen to X22 in here?
Yes.
That's how we found Bitcoin Ben. And so thank you, Dave, for having him. And Bitcoin Ben has every day, he's tireless on the air, spreading the message. That's what we need to do. We need to build the space. As we build mass adoption, the numbers will go up. The numbers of Bitcoin will go up. And can you also put the screen up there, Jack, or John, the one with all of our clubs and resorts? One thing we want to do is just kind of show those logos. This is a lot of fun. But as those numbers go up, as adoption goes up, the value goes up, and the whole space increases. There it is. It's on the back. There it is. Isn't that fun? So this shows our current resort clubs on the left that are open. We're about to open the clubs on the right. They're going to be many more. If you are interested, we have like 21 owners are going to be in Texas. We have multiple owners of every club. They will all be paid in Bitcoin. So if you're interested in this also as a business model, go to BitcoinBenInvestments.com, BitcoinBenInvestments.com, and we will be adding more and more. I think 2 of them are online right now. There's a phone number you can call. There are emails you can email if you want more information. If you wanted to open a club in your area, go to BitcoinBenInvestments.com. Now, on your tables, you'll have a happy little coaster with the Bitcoin Ben Beach Resort logo in El Salvador, and the back is a QR code. Take this with you, scan it. This will link you to all of our media. Todd and I also are hosts of a podcast called God, Freedom, and Bitcoin. We only started it because when we built the club, we put a podcast room in there because everybody's doing a podcast now, right? So we didn't know what we were doing, but we did it to show our club members the podcast, and we've had a lot of fun with it, so we kept doing it.
Yeah, the fun part about all these clubs, guys, is you get to be the ones who decide what you want to put in it, how you want to run it. Every club is different, which that's fun because what you do is you actually have the freedom to choose how you do each and every one of these clubs. So, you know, you can do it business, you can do it fun, you can do it any way you want to, because it really is truly a decentralized system that we're doing these clubs by. So that's the fun part about it. We really do enjoy it. And we want people to have the freedom to choose how they do their business, how they run their business, and not have someone, you know, I worked a job for 27 years, and thanks to Janet, I left my job to get into this space 3 years ago. And so it's been really, really fun to be a part of this and to be here to speak with you today.
Yeah, so I'm so glad you're gone from that job. So Todd asked me to go to a conference. He's like, hey, will you go to this Bitcoin conference with me, with this guy, Bitcoin Ben? I want to see if it's for real, if it's a scam. And I was really busy working, but I came and I had a notebook, old school. I took so many notes. I blew through a brand new pen, filled up that entire notebook, and I didn't know what half the words meant. So we came home and I would highlight, I'm like, what is this? What is that? So every day we'd go, what is that word? And started educating ourselves on the space that, like, he hated his job anyway. We were trying to make a job change. So I looked at you and I said, honey, you've got to quit your job.
Now, what wife would honestly tell her husband, you've got to quit your job? Literally, seriously. Now, that's a good wife, guys, and I'm very proud because of that decision. We are here doing this, and we love our country. We love everybody, and that's the thing, guys. We're here for freedom. It really is about freedom, and that spiritually, what have you, we're here for freedom, and that's why we're building these clubs. That's what Ben's vision is, and that is exactly why we're here.
Yeah, we poured ourselves into the space to learn, to adopt, and to tell other people about it, and so that's why we're here today too. Ben was supposed to speak, and we came down to help him out. Look for Bitcoin Ben. You can Google it, but he is. Look at this. If you want to talk about proof of work, this man is proof of work. Do you know anybody who has opened up brick and mortar clubs? He's doing resorts. He has a technology company, a media company. He has a Helix Solution laptops. So I don't know where you store your Bitcoin, but we have the Helix Solution laptops company. They take all the back doors out. It is the best cold wallet you're going to find. So go to calixsolutions.io for more information or find one of us today. But we try to give tools that we trust, that we know and trust. When people come in the door, we tell them what it is, how to buy it, how to store it, answer their questions. We offer live classes twice a week. We launch them from Nashville, but often our educators are in Sarasota and different places, and people can call in on Zoom. I mean, it's going to get too big at one point. We can't have everyone on Zoom, but right now it's fun because they can ask questions. We have members from across the world.
We do.
At the Nashville Club.
Yeah, we
Isn't that
do.
funny?
From El Salvador, we have a lady from the Netherlands, of all places. So it's really fun, and that's what technology does for all of us. It allows us to connect with one another no matter where we are in the world and stuff. So that's what makes this whole Bitcoin economy and ecosystem special for each and every one of us. And also, just to let you know, all the designs on the club logos and stuff, Janet does. She does our marketing as well. So.
Really?
Yes, really.
You, Janet?
Yes, I'm up at late at night doing logos.
I know. She's got 2 jobs,
Make the palm
real
trees
estate.
bigger.
Yeah, no, she has 2 jobs, real estate and working the club.
And whatever business.
Where do you fit into that equation, John?
She's the brains of the operation. I'm just here. No, I'm not gonna lie.
Bodyguard.
Yeah.
He got us here.
Yeah,
Vision. It takes vision. It takes guts. It takes vision. Everyone sitting in Bitcoin that took money out of fiat and moved it over and started learning it. You know, it's scary at first. I don't know where you were when you first heard about Bitcoin, but we were scared of it. So we bought XRM and Doge and
XRP and all
whatever.
that. Yeah.
Right. I'm saying it wrong. We sold it all when we found out, and put it in Bitcoin. And I know that some of those are going up now, but think about where you were, what you didn't know, what you know now. How many people don't know what we all know in this room? We have a big job ahead. So it is a battle. It is a war. And all of you are on the front line. All of us are on the front line every day. This is exciting what we're getting to do. It's a lot of fun. You know, I've loved real estate. This is so much fun. I love learning. We love all the different things, even in the health, what we talked about, big pharma. There's so many things that are incorporated in this. But I do want to go back to a couple of things. We talked about if you join our clubs, the classes. So if you have people in your life that really don't know and you want them to learn, they can join our clubs. They don't have to live near them. And go online, and that QR code will get you to any of the clubs. It'll actually geotag you to the closest club near you unless you use a VPN. But you can have access to all of our past classes. So we've got to educate people. And that's why we're here. BitcoinDay is amazing.
Yes.
I didn't know the mining.
John and Jack, you guys are amazing. Thank you for putting on this great event. Everybody should give them a round of applause for this great event on.
One thing I'm exceptionally proud of with Todd that you've done, and you've done this for over 2 years, is he started going and quit your job to the Chamber of Commerce. He joined and became a volunteer in Williamson County, which is south of Nashville. He's at events 3 and 4 times a week. He is constantly out there, and they know him as the Bitcoin guy. It's taken them a while. You're starting to get calls now that literally getting out in your community and getting people warm to the idea and talking about it and showing up where they know this is somebody dependable, somebody I know. It's not a scam. He's here. You can
Totally
find
out of
him.
my comfort zone too, guys. That was not the easiest thing. I'm a pretty personable guy, but it's hard when you step outside your comfort zone and choose to do something like that. And each person in this room has that ability. You just have to be willing to do it. Step out. It's that first step you take that can get you out of the community, and you might end up being that person that teaches people about Bitcoin and freedom money.
So it's wonderful. When you walk into our clubs, we have everything from e-spaces for our club members, social membership. Some of the clubs have poker night. We have classrooms, conference rooms. We have a stage in Nashville. We've had bands perform. We've had conferences there. We could have this conference there, a small version of it. And I think we have 5,000 square feet.
We also have a smoker, guys. So if you're in the South, anybody, seriously, we will feed you, and we will feed you well.
The most important thing is the smoker.
The smoker for sure.
It's great. Right now, we would like to ask, we actually have our 2 top educators with us today, and they are amazing. They've been in the space 12 years. How many of you have been in the space 12 years? Yeah. Right? We're 3.5. So Steve Blanco and Heidi Carlson, they're going to come up here. They teach our classes. And so does Paul Bucci, who's at the table. Heidi is Bitcoin Ben's executive assistant, right hand. She's so much more than that. We love them. And Steve Blanco, they are just amazing. So Steve is in Nashville with us full time, and Heidi comes in and out. We get to see you when you're in town with Ben.
I love Redwood
love it. Let's get 2 more microphones here. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna slide over a little bit.
Yeah, guys.
We are gonna
Any questions you
do
have?
a little question and answer session and have Steve and Heidi up here because they have been in this space a long time. They know so many things and so many people. In fact, y'all know, and I just want to do a shout out real quick to Bite Federal because we do have your ATMs in our 3 clubs.
And we
I
will
know
continue to have.
Paul
as
and I
we
believe
grow.
Michelle are here.
Yeah.
And we haven't even met them because we are in Nashville most of the time. So
And-
thank y'all so much because partnerships are important. So in our clubs, as you listen to what we're saying, if you think you might have something that would be a good partnership with what we're doing, come find us afterwards. So Heidi and Steve, we'd like to welcome you.
Hey everyone, some of you know me, and I just want to say, as Ben's sidekick and personal assistant, he is so sorry that he can't be here with you. And man, I wish he was here to hear that last panel with Nick and John, Paul, Chris. Thank you guys so much. That was awesome.
Yeah, that panel rocked.
Yes. Anyway, so great to be here with you guys today.
We talk a lot, so while we're in the clubs talking about Bitcoin and wallets and safety, we talk about the carnivore diet. So if anybody was at Bitcoin 2024, Heidi did the tomahawk eating contest.
With the beef initiative.
Yeah, with all these 6-foot guys, and she's over there, and she killed it.
Yes, and I got to sit next to Dr. Ken Berry, and a couple doors down was Dr. Sean Baker, who some of you probably know. I think, yes, right? I think he won. He had 3 tomahawks in 30 minutes, about 6.5 pounds. I did finish.
That's wild.
I did finish 2.5 pounds. I finished my whole tomahawk, but by the end, I was just cutting little pieces and like swallowing them with water like vitamin capsules. And
There is a
have a
video.
steak, when you have a steak that's bigger than the person eating it, that is rather impressive. That steak was bigger than you.
Yes, that's awesome.
Heidi, this was at Conference Nashville, right? Just this past summer?
Yes, with the
Trying to remember that spectacle that
the
it
beef
was.
initiative, if you guys
Yes.
know, yes.
So are you all fixing to go to Las Vegas perhaps sometime later this year?
We are.
Yes.
Yeah, totally.
Good.
That's gonna be fun. And plus, matter of fact, we're gonna try to have our new club open by the time the conference starts.
Nice.
Yeah.
The grand
So that's
opening will likely be the weekend before. If it's where we think it's gonna be, it's about a block from the Sphere. And it is gonna be.
On the strip.
Can we tell about?
Can we
I
tell
guess
about
we might know where it's surprised.
Satoshi?
There may be
Yeah.
some Satoshi slot machines, the
There may
Satoshi
be
slots.
some-
Yeah.
There may be
Yeah.
some.
All the ownership, I think, sold out yesterday. on that
Yeah.
one.
I made Slatoshi. That's my word. We're not calling anything Slatoshi. That's trademark. Don't steal it.
Yeah.
Maybe the crypto club can have a sponsored Formula One team ready to go by the next.
Maybe.
Yeah.
We don't. Are we gonna have a?
That would be fun, actually.
That'd be all right.
Are we gonna have a wedding chapel at our booth in Nashville Bitcoin conference?
Bitcoin did camp perform ceremony. We talked to Nick and Carly, and we might have a wedding chapel. I don't know.
You never know.
If you guys out there engaged, stop by our booth. You know, we'll do another. Maybe we'll do another big giveaway.
Or if you're not.
Ben will marry you.
Or if you're not engaged, that's right.
Are there a lot of people planning to go to Las Vegas? Isn't that in May?
It is
Yes,
Last week of May.
Quite a few.
If you're not planning, you should.
Well, right, if you're not
And
planning,
Nick and
there's
the
still
guys-
time.
And let's just say, Nick and the guys do a great job. They're running all the time. They just tell us about going to Abu Dhabi. Just one a few months back, and that was just amazing. Those guys do a great job.
The Bitcoin Magazine team is stellar. I can't say enough about them. So thank you, Bitcoin Magazine, for all that you do for us, for the space. It's incredible. It takes everybody. I mean, we all have to work together on it. Does anyone have questions about the clubs, the resorts, or just any general Bitcoin questions for Heidi or Steve or history?
Not really a question, I just want to get together with you about possible partnership.
Oh, we love
Sounds
that.
great.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes,
I'm in Hollywood.
Perfect. Memberships are $49.95 a month for an individual, and it's $4.99 for a corporate. Corporate memberships can have an office in the space, ship their packages there, have some of their team there on site.
And that's what we want to do too, guys, is we want to make it affordable for the everyday person out there, because look, there's a lot of people, and you all know this, people are struggling. They are literally struggling, and have been for the past 3, 4 years, or actually more when you figure in how our system's been. So Ben wanted to make it where it was going to be easier for people to afford it and not break their back, because so many memberships and stuff are just overpriced and everything. So we did try our best to make it as cheap as we possibly could for everyday citizens. And we are for the average, we are for the everyday people too. And that's really what we're about.
You guys can literally come, you can hang out there. From the minute we open to the minute we close, you can have free coffee, water, soda. We've got beer, we've got.
That's already the membership.
Yeah, right, you're already, if you come there every day and grab a drink, you've already made back your money. So,
Freshly ground organic coffee.
Yes, for coffee freaks, which we are, that was one of our stipulations in our club. It's like, we gotta have some good coffee.
Oh, we have a question.
Go.
Yes, hi, with the corporate membership, do you guys have conference rooms to be able to utilize if we need to accept clients there or anything?
Do we have a conference room?
Nashville has a beautiful conference room. It seats 20 comfortably, club chairs, and the tables are actually monkwood from El Salvador. It's beautiful. Each club's gonna be a little different. The Dallas club has massive training rooms. It has a lot. So it just really depends on the space. I don't think there's a conference room in Sarasota, but they have tables where you could have a meeting.
Yeah, and the Massachusetts club is enormous. It's actually 3 floors.
It's like an arena.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
you
like
can
it was
have a
an ex-furniture
paintball,
store.
like a paintball event on the 3rd floor. It's crazy.
Anybody else? Any other questions, guys?
One thing I do want to say, I forgot to mention, one of Ben's, okay, one other question. Another business Ben has is Venture Capital Group, the founders group worldwide. And that's really where we actually got introduced to all of this. So the first fund has just closed. There's going to be another VC2, and every 2 years, a new fund. So the next fund is going to do clubs and resorts. This first fund did different companies like Devour, which is a food delivery service, which is phenomenal. If you've heard of it yet, they're going to blow Grubhub and Uber Eats out of the water. We have the whoever mentioned homeschool earlier, thank you. The homeschool organizations be tokenized, which is Firefly Network. I think they've got another 2 years to get online. We have a music media company, Z-Pods, Arcadia, quite a few. So that's been really exciting, is to do seed round funding. And these are for the little guys. These are smaller seed round fundings in this space. We just really want to help companies get going. So while VC2 is clubs and resorts, I don't know, he might open it if there's something really special that comes along.
And also, it's over a question. Yeah.
A 2-part question.
Yes,
Do you
sir.
anticipate Tampa opening, and do you have an expected location?
Tampa was higher on our list. We were partnering with someone, but then that kind of took a backseat to some other things. I don't have an estimated date on Tampa. Right now, we're working on Dallas and St. Louis and Vegas because of the conference. So, but yeah, we'll keep everybody updated on that.
Maybe this year, maybe later this year.
I do want to add, though, that we have, they mentioned tokenizing. We have tokenized ownership of our clubs that everyone's investing in, and those are tokens. They're Bitcoin runes, so they're on the Bitcoin blockchain, and we're sending them out on the Unisat. So, yeah, we are using Bitcoin to tokenize.
I love it.
So cool.
Everybody, give them a nice little warm. Thank you. All right, I encourage you all to say hello, meet them all individually. Thank you, Heidi and Steve. Sorry.
Thank you,
Forgive me, I'm
Jeff.
sorry.
Thank you guys so
And
much,
Todd,
by the
and
way.
Jen.
This is
All right, so we're moving right into the cutting off the microphone thing again here. Look, it's lunchtime, and lunch is actually being served.
We've got a really nice box lunch situation that we've been put together, and a variety of options and whatnot, hopefully to satisfy each and every one of you. So it's served on the tables in the corner. You're welcome to jump all in there at once, or slide on in when you can and grab some food. And we're going to hang out for lunch and listen to some music and relax and get to know each other for about the next 45 minutes. And we'll be back live just before the next hour. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, John's got some knock-knock jokes.
No,
Go ahead.
no, I don't need knock knock.
Come on.
That's funny. I forgot what I was gonna say. I
so,
wanted to
like,
say,
next 5
are we
minutes.
still live
Hey,
streaming? Are we live streaming?
We're gonna live stream lunch. It's gonna be the most popular segment.
What? Oh, well, I'll wait till halfway. I wanted to say thank you to Bitcoin Ben. I'm gonna do it in front of the camera in case he's listening. Thank you, Bitcoin Ben, for your tremendous support of all of our events. We really, really appreciate it.
No, I want to show him. Oh, sorry. It's all right. Now we need.
So we got a whole hour, so enjoy. The whole point of this part is to eat and connect with each other. So sit down at the tables, enjoy some lunch, enjoy some good company. Make sure you go into the exhibitor room, check out the raffles, especially the $5,000 Bitcoin giveaway. And hang out with all these wonderful people in this room, get to know somebody that you didn't know before.
My mom is there, all my siblings left. We're going to be
Go for it.
What's that? You can if you want, but I thought we were gonna like stop it.
So I'm just sitting eating in front of 15,000 people.
You did good at your game. You got to get that ball, that tall kid.
Yeah.
He reaches over everybody.
Yeah.
Just watch me eat.
Let's ice and curd.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You know what the guy would say about it?
Wow. John, can you fix that? Back to the mood lighting, please. The heck? There you go.
anyone want my brownie?
Ready?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. All right.
I did a little art buying.
Oh no.
Apparently it glows at night. All you need is a little light around it, and it's supposed to glow like all night long.
You gonna put that right over Mr. Ricky's head?
Yeah. I got this too, and I think I think that's gonna go maybe in our office. I don't know.
In your office?
Yeah, in the office at our consensus. I'll see.
That was very nice. I missed that event.
Yeah. Yeah, that right over there where they have all that art on the wall there.
I want to see what the other one looks like.
This one's really cool too. I'm gonna, like I said, I may put it on the at the office.
Your office or Matthew's?
At consensus, yeah. Maybe at consensus.
So.
All right.
Should I throw this out or? I think so. Okay.
This one's really cool. I really like this one. They apparently glow through the night. You don't put them in like sunlight, just indirect light, and they'll glow all night long. Apparently, they make them. They use some kind of voltage to make them, and then I think they must embed it with some kind of fluorescence, supposedly. But it looks really cool. I'm gonna probably put it in our consensus office. Our office.
Jack Paul, you wearing a YouTube video, and he mentioned the guy who made it. How does your son ever become such a great speaker?
and know that this will happen like they're happening.
With what? He's really
You're right, that's the moment. That's the moment.
Yeah, I was telling him son out there.
Look at that. Wall Street. Yeah, everybody had that book.
Ready?
What? Man, Frank Pete. You coming? No. You got your tickets?
I gave mine to Paul. If you want, I'll leave one there. Paul can, Paul's gonna probably be here.
All right.
I always say commodities, high prices, high prices. But in Bitcoin, it doesn't. It's a difficult adjustment. It's something that oil doesn't have, grain doesn't have. What's really cool is that Taylor gets around. You know, Yahoo bought Alibaba in 2011, and it grew to be, like 80% of their market cap. And the security is emerging. It's like I almost wonder why New York Times never bought Google with their extra cash flow back in 2009 if they had plowed their cash flow into Google. But the SEC has a law that says you can't have a security on your balance sheet that is more than like 40%. Oh, really? That's interesting. No. She's just a fund manager. She can have 80% of she's good. I'm going to operating company. No, but Michael Taylor gets one because it's not a security. So Bitcoin is a commodity. So therefore, that's yeah. Company that's got its treasury. You got to buy back stock, you give a dividend. And now for the first time, you have a company that is building a treasury. Oh, yeah. And I could find it all the way up.
Come back there around 4, or I'll just meet up to y'all whenever y'all finish.
Go on the roster. But there was actually like 3 or 4 and I still have to this day not that that's bad. And they're like they're going a couple hundred miles an hour. Don't flip, man. Just gotta keep spinning out there.
Would have had a thing to say about that.
Look, I didn't leave all the time.
Where's your thing?
I don't know, weird was you though.
How many votes? Zero. We played best ball though. We played best ball. I had a great partner. It's 4 pros to beat us. It was the Bango. out there. Everybody was you might think just for a split second. There was for a split second. I didn't find out about it like a month before. I'm like, oh shit. I'll come, but only if I play. All the player tickets were full. Right. Like, okay. All right, yeah, let's go. It'd be torture to go down there and a golf course. I love golf. So I go too. Beautiful. There was a video game golf. There was I've never played in my life. So many line shots. My partner was in that. He's a lawyer. He's practicing. And he was like one of the popular guys. I had my father lived there. We had a caddy. Like he brought his own caddy. How you feeling, pal? anywhere from like so you have to make it self-buying Bitcoin things that you anywhere from 0 or you can just liquidate
Yeah, it changed me. I used to do this 5 years ago. I shorted him.
That would be all too hard.
Yeah, me too.
So if you pulled out your equity, you really wouldn't get anything for it because you buy Bitcoin. But now you own Bitcoin. So you turn your home equity as a Bitcoin equity. And Bitcoin equity is
Also, I got 870 to my clients, and that's the thing.
plus the lower interest rate, plus the liquidation cost. So and you offer the liquidation was going to property anyway. In Bitcoin, typically when you loan against Bitcoin, if the price goes down too far, you lose all your Bitcoin. I hate that. I'm a Bitcoin maxi. I think everybody should be empowered by Bitcoin long term. So the way that we avoid liquidation is that you're not actually borrowing against Bitcoin. You're just posting it as an extra form of collateral. We still need your credit score. We still need to understand. I mean, your credit score is not going to matter. You still need to be able to create cash flow from your job to pay the loan. So if you default on the loan, we have to sell the Bitcoin to get back our principal. It doesn't matter. Interest rates go up. But remember, you're starting at a lower interest rate. So if when the interest rate goes up, it doesn't go beyond what you're going to get in the market rate. It just goes back up to the market rate. So you have to be including loans. Yes, absolutely. And we were going to do like 15 years. 30 is too long of duration. So after 15 years, whatever that Bitcoin is worth, and as Bitcoin goes up, you can also take it out to maintain the loan to value ratio. So if Bitcoin goes from 100,000 to $1 million, you can take back 90%, put it in self-custody, and just leave the 10% to maintain our contractual loan to value. So this is about empowering people to stack Bitcoin and to empower them to unlock equity in Bitcoin in a way where you're not putting your Bitcoin at risk. The most important thing you can do is sell it to your children, have your children in the future. Oh, there you go. Congratulations. My wife is pregnant right now. What are you doing? July. Nice. You guys are smart. So proud. But that's why we're saying we the people. We want to make we the people like that. We'll work with corporations, institutions, about empowering people, and they can be empowered for it. And that's what we care about. So the timing of it, I can't tell what the timing is. Your interest rate will go up as your if you go to the lower threshold. So those thresholds are usually around like 5%. So if it goes down, your interest rate might go up 50 basis points. Right now, you're going to see. But if it goes all the way down to 0, then you're going to be back up to like 8%. So in worst case scenario, you're just living under the bag you got. So best case scenario, you're saving more money. No. If you take out Bitcoin, you just need to maintain the dollar value of your Bitcoin relative to your
So there's a lot of freedom in the process. I see a lot of people think you're not responsible enough to figure this out. People on the opposite. You're a responsible saver of Bitcoin. Understand the financial product way. You have to empower yourself. You feel that. I'm not going to tell you what you should and you can't. I'm going to give you as many options, including selling portion of that. Like maybe you lose your job or actually you're relocating. Well, then you sell this to your Bitcoin. You're not going to spend that money to relocate or whatever you're doing. So we just want to provide you with the tools necessary to be empowered by your Bitcoin. So, yeah, it was very smart that the price went down. That's the biggest difference between us. The lenders have to ask them to try to benefit. To me, that's just bad usury. If it's your Bitcoin, you use it. How we benefit our prices. We want risk-free lending. That's what happens.
Hope everybody's been enjoying a fantastic lunch break.
Look forward to doing some business with you.
Lots of gratitude out there to our chef, Suzanne, and Tara, our sous chef, for putting together our lunch program. Thank you for that. And I just put up on the screen a really kind of a cute, what would you call that? A notion. I love Natalie's good-spirited kindness, throwing out the olive branch or the orange branch, however you want to look at that, and showing her what's up. Who wore it better? I'm going to go with the red dress. All right, in a few moments, we're going to do a couple of raffles from our stage. That's right, get a couple of items out. And then we've got a great presentation. Well, we've got a great lineup, in fact, for the entire rest of the afternoon. So thanks for enjoying yourselves. Power up, grab a few more sodas if you need to.
Hey, you're right. Very nice. Very nice.
No problem. So my little meme right there with Natalie, it's just a Twitter post, obviously. A nice reminder. Get out there, everybody, and feel free to take a number of personal photos and share them out there on the interwebs. Tell everybody where you're at today. This is my personal favorite right here.
Okay, folks, we're going to do some raffles. We've got about 10, 15 more minutes in our lunch hour, but I'm going to do some raffles here. So get your tickets out, and we'll start with, we got another pair of tickets to the BitcoinDay Tampa. BitcoinDay Tampa. And so that's in June 14th, BitcoinDay Tampa. I'm opening the jar. Somebody give me some. Okay, here we go. Okay, for a pair of tickets to BitcoinDay Tampa on June 14th. The last three numbers 446. 446. Anyone? 089446. 089446. Nobody. Okay. How about 291? 291. Pair of tickets to BitcoinDay Tampa. 291. No. Okay. Trying again. Wait, what? No, 446. 446. How about 253? Where'd everybody go? Ran outside. 253. You got 253? BitcoinDay Tampa tickets. 253. My goodness. This is brutal. How about 516? 516. Does anybody have raffle tickets? I said 291, yes. Is that you, Puppy? All right, we got a winner. Okay.
Say it again.
What's that, Jack?
Prem was pretty sure that you had the numbers wrong, and then it was Prem.
Of course. Okay, now let's try another pair of tickets to BitcoinDay Tyson's at the MicroStrategy headquarters. MicroStrategy headquarters in Tysons, Virginia. 2 tickets to there. Well, currently it's September 20th, but I got an email today. It might change by a week, but we'll see. All right. It's in September. Drum roll, please. Thank you. 343.
Right here.
343. Woo! 343. Yeah, you got it. That's right.
518.
Okay, so is Nick around? Is Nick here close by? Nick Carpusis, where'd he go? Oh, there you are. Come on, work your way up here, Nick. Okay, so the next. You give them away to whomever you want. For those of you who are interested, and hopefully all of you are, in the after party. So there is an after party, an official BitcoinDay Naples after party, and it's at the Blue Sky Restaurant. The Blue Sky Restaurant. So you don't need to get in your car. You can just walk out this door, go around the building, and walk across the fire station, and you're there. Okay. So walk across the fire station lot, and you're at the Blue Sky Restaurant. You can leave your car in the parking lot here. As soon as that last panel is over, you can run over there, And if you're thinking about it ahead of time, some of you are really good planners. You could even like get on the internet and place an order ahead of time. So you don't have to wait for all the 50 or 60 people that will be walking over there from here at the same time. But I bring that up because I have a $25 gift certificate for the Blue Sky restaurant that you can use tonight at the after party. And I'm going to do a drawing for that.
John, will there be a shuttle to get you back from the post party?
No, no shuttle. You'll just have to walk back. Just walk
Maybe
back.
an escort service, perhaps?
Maybe, I don't know. I mean, maybe we can do piggyback rides or something.
We'll work on that for next year.
All right, for a $25 gift certificate to the Blue Sky Restaurant 401. 401. Going once. 401. 401. Going once, twice, 3 times a lady. Okay, 350. 350. All right. There you go, sir. Okay, I'm going to bring Nick up. Nick works for the Bitcoin conference, and oh, Jack had something on the screen. Where did it go? Where's Jack?
Oh, just a moment. Got to go around the horn.
There it is. I work for the Bitcoin conference. Has anyone ever been to one of our conferences? Awesome. So I let them know that I was going to be here, speaking here, and I wanted to do something special for the people that were attending here. So during this conference till the end of the day, you will see on each table, as well as up here, there is a QR code as well as a coupon code. If you have not gotten a ticket yet to our Vegas event at the end of May, it's going to be May 27th, 29th. Using the coupon code BitcoinDay 30, it will give you a 30% discount off the current price of all of our tickets. So it's live right now. If that is something that you guys want to do, I encourage you guys to do that now, because after today, it will not be 30% anymore, and it will be full price. And if you have any questions about the conference or anything like that, feel free to come up and ask me any questions, and I'm happy to answer them. Thank you. Vegas.
See you there.
Bitcoin Vegas. Thank you, Nick. And thank you, Bitcoin Conference, for offering that to our guests today. Okay. There's Jack. Does Jack have anything to say?
I like that one right there. Gordon Jacko, phoning it in.
I think we're ready to move forward. So we got lots of people in their seats, lots of people paying attention. What we got next, Jack?
What?
John Albers, I think we're ready for you to come on up here. Thank you.
Right, let's get here. Nick, you've got your video queued. You ready?
Greetings from the 51st state. There's a few of you get there. All right, so what's in a name? Amerigo Farms, named after Amerigo Vespucci, cartographer in the age of Columbus. After a successful career, he changed his life goals to whence it was that I made preparation to see part of the world and its wonders. He was a pathfinder before it was even a word. The first use of the phrase was recorded over 300 years ago after his voyages. Pathfinder, one that discovers a way. Being a pathfinder is in our DNA. Our parents were immigrants from Holland in the 1950s. Linda's father, Gary, at 18, and my dad at 22. Gary met his bride to be on a plane to Canada while sharing a smoke. My mom arrived with her parent and 6 siblings. It startles my mind to imagine the pure desire they all had to become one that discovers a way. 20 years ago, we identified Central Florida as a place to be for our growing greenhouse company, a place where the sun shines for free, exactly what our calla lilies need. One day of sunshine here is worth a whole month in Niagara in the wintertime. In 2007, we rented and renovated a small and decrepit greenhouse in Apopka. At the successful conclusion of that 3-year trial, we were also one that discovers a way. But landing in America and then building a business and a life here is so much more than expected. Attending meetings of growers early on, we witnessed your pledge of allegiance. It was clear to us that these sentences are not mere lines to recite, but are revered in both heart and head. We are beginning to understand what it means for Americans to be citizens of the Republic. When you travel to our farm, you will see signs with quotes from your founding fathers. Patrick Henry, give me liberty or give me death. Thomas Jefferson, God who gave us life, gave us liberty. And my favorite from Ben Franklin, where liberty is, there is my country. Try and walk by them and not be in awe of what these men understood. Each one of them were one that discovers a way. You will also notice and hear people with strange non-Southern accents, horticultural professionals from Holland, Bulgaria, Iran, and India complement the Americans that guide our operations. Many of our team leaders, section growers, and production staff all hail from Mexico. This is true for our farms in South Carolina and Ontario as well. Each of them is one that discovers a way. That they found a home with us is humbling indeed. As guests in your country, we cannot share any of the benefits of citizenship, but we can fly your flag, the biggest flag around for many counties. I am fond of welcoming groups of visitors under her, telling them that they are standing in the freest land, in the freest state, in the freest country in the world. Perhaps I can be forgiven of having been oblivious to the discovery by Satoshi Nakamoto. Why would an avid reader of The Economist be alerted to such a trivial event? It only took me 13 years to understand he was also one that discovers a way. But discover I did. And as all of you OGs, I could not and still cannot believe my good fortune at finally stumbling upon this world-changing discovery. Hundreds of hours of study followed. I heard Michael Saylor in my sleep. It was clear to me that he was also one that discovers a way. His way I took to be my way. Buy Bitcoin. Never sell your Bitcoin. If you own a business, buy Bitcoin and put it on your balance sheet. That last part was not so easy to explain to our bankers with all their covenants and legalese and traditions. In early 2022, I did advise them what I was planning to do, and they did not say no. So buy we did. We met last spring with 12 of them for a tour of our farm in Mount Dora. At the luncheon Linda served, I explained the potential of Bitcoin as pristine collateral. Glazed looks greeted me. I mean, why would you want instant settlement of this pristine asset over such a valuable thing as 100 acres of farms with greenhouses on them in several jurisdictions in 2 countries? There must be millions of people waiting in line to pay top dollar for one of those. Our entire Bitcoin community is fond of saying, we are still early. But there was one bit of advice from Mr. Saylor that I rejected. Don't be a miner. If you can buy Bitcoin, don't start a business mining it. It is too difficult. But I wanted to learn and to be a defender of the network. You might remember the good old days with the hash rate at 160. With our squadron of S19 XPs pushing out 7 petahash, we stood to earn almost 1 Bitcoin per month. Alas, they did not hold up, and Chinese service and maintenance warranties are as valuable as a shitcoin. But really, all you have to do is never sell your Bitcoin, and it has all worked out. We are partnering with Barefoot Mining on a more tried and true equipment. Our farm is now powered with almost 1 megawatt of solar panels. Sorry for the analog there. Solar panels, enough for the farm and the miners too. The network is now approaching almost 1 zettahash, and we will earn about 1 Bitcoin every 2 years. But I'm pretty sure that Bitcoin will be significantly more valuable over time. And if my math is right, will earn us approximately 250 transactions on the base chain every year. Perhaps that will be reward enough. I guess you could say we are still one that discovers a way. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, John. And Linda's here somewhere in the room. Where's Linda? All right. And wow, that's a tough act to follow, John. Thank you. So all of the calla lilies and the centerpieces that you see, we're basically going to donate all that back to all of you. So kind of at the end of the day, you don't have to do it now. Put your, come up to one of them and sort of lick the leaf right there, and then you know that you've marked it for your purchase. That's a thing, right? All right.
And don't forget, in front of the step and repeat in the back, there's also more. So what Jack's trying to say, I don't know if he said it clearly, but take those with you when you leave. Take the centerpieces with you, take the flowers on the floor with you. They're donated by Marigold Farms for you to take home and enjoy.
Do I ever say anything clearly? That's true. Yeah, that's what I meant. Except for the group back there by the step and repeat. All those are mine on the bottom right there. Everybody, did you get a chance to meet Trevor Bello, standing right there, waving to everybody? Give him a nice howdy. That's right. He's been hanging out in the anteroom. Trevor's our good friend, all the way in from the coast of Oregon, the Pacific Northwest. And Trevor and I have been on some mining events together, and hopefully you got a chance to say hello to him. He puts out the Build a Mine podcast, right? As a part of the Bitcoin mining world, which we're going to do a little presentation from in just a moment. Anyway, I just wanted everybody to say hi to Trevor, to be sure we got a chance to meet, because what is up next on deck? It's this thing I struggle with. Technologist flown all the way in from Milwaukee, the one and only unstoppable John Taylor, here to break it down like a fraction. Exactly what Bitcoin mining world is up to. Yes, sir.
Okay, so.
Hello. All right. Any mic will work. I had to bring props. And they blend in. This is fantastic. Do I get my own clicker?
You get a clicky.
Oh, yep. We're telling the whole story already. What's that? All right. Bitcoin mining world. My name is John Taylor. If you don't know what Bitcoin mining world is, it is overwhelmingly feeding back. But we are the center of the Bitcoin mining universe. We connect everybody in the Bitcoin mining industry. So people who are looking to optimize their existing operation, or they'd like to get into the Bitcoin mining business, we provide education, community, and networking to help you get into equipment. So I'm going to tell you a little bit of story because Jack had some entertainment planned. I think Carrie was planned, but she had a thing to do on Monday, so they brought me in instead to kill some time. So bringing up the next generation of Bitcoin miners, what we do is provide that education and community for people so that they can get connected and learn what Bitcoin mining is about. Because a lot of the news today is about the big corporations getting bigger. They're buying more Bitcoin, they're buying more farms. And so in a capitalist society, you look at it and say, well, if all the big players are getting bigger, there's no room for the smaller companies to get involved into the Bitcoin mining business. But the way that Bitcoin mining or Bitcoin is built, there is opportunity. We have people who are using stranded gas, or they're using load balancing. And there's a really innovative company in Illinois. They're doing it in Illinois, but they're from around the world. And what they're doing is they're taking tires, they're melting them down, and then they're getting all of the components like the rubber, the diesel, and then they're making propane. And they're taking that propane, putting it into a generator, and making Bitcoin. So they're recycling tires and they're making Bitcoin. And there's a lot of opportunity for people to think different. Because with the big guys taking up all the cheap power, we have to look for alternative sources, and that pressure is creating invention. So I'm going to take you back on a little bit of a story because I like to tell stories. The West was one. And I know that Chris, was it Chris earlier who said that everything everything you learned about the Old West is untrue and made up? This is probably the same, but we'll try to keep it somewhat real. The miners who went out for gold, they had to go out west. They had to make their own tools. They had to invent their own tools to mine that gold. Then the next generation came out, and they were the businessmen. And they already had the innovation. They already had a lot of the lay of the land, but they brought trucks of people, trains of people out, because there was no trucks back then. And they optimized the mining operations. Then the industry came out, and they came out with science and a team of people to really mine differently. And this happened like 100 years after they started mining. The Bitcoin mining industry is the same, except it's on a 10x scale. This happened in 10 years. So those early Bitcoin miners, they had to figure out how to do this. They had to make their own tools. They had to invent those tools. Then in 2017, that next generation came out, and the supply chains were worked out, and the industry was streamlined. And now we're in that third phase, where science is really catching up with the business. So what we do in Bitcoin mining world is provide that connection in that third phase. We are that last group that helps you get into the business with innovative ideas. We do that with community. And one thing in the community is getting people connected through virtual conferences, live conferences, and other events where you can connect with the Bitcoin mining community. Trevor has a mastermind group on Friday at 10 o'clock. And in that group, you can deep dive into Bitcoin mining. Trevor, do you want to come up and tell a little bit about the mastermind?
Yeah, of course. So our mastermind group is a mix of everyone in the Bitcoin mining industry, whether you're a pleb like me using heat reuse or you're an industrial scale miner like Bob Burnett. This group is a group of like-minded individuals who are all trying to help with the mission of raising up the next generation of Bitcoin miners. As John alluded to, we believe building a proper foundation upon Bitcoin mining is how you grow and remain profitable throughout the future. So every week, like John said, we meet, we have community calls where we brainstorm together, we talk about your guys' situations and what is helpful, what's not helpful. And then every other week, I like to do a deep dive where I bring someone from the industry into our mastermind group and they talk about things like insurance, taxes. I know the stuff nobody wants to talk about, but it's important because you're building a business that wants to be, you want to be profitable throughout the next cycles of Bitcoin. So that's the Mastermind Club. It's a lot of fun. Join us. I'll be there every single week from 10 a.m. to 11.
Yeah, 10 to 11. That's 11 to 12 in Florida time. But that community is, just a great way that we can all connect because we're all in this together. And the best thing about Bitcoin is that if you tell this person over here how your mind is working, how you optimize it, how you do better, you two aren't in competition. We're all in competition for the block reward. And so we can share, we can grow faster together. And I think that's really the foundation and the ethos of Bitcoin.
100%.
Education. We have the Bitcoin,
The Build a Mind Bootcamp.
There we go. All right, this is why I need help. The Build a Mind Bootcamp is an education program where we help people get into the business. And we have a one-day program where if you just want to own a mine, but you're not going to be in there doing the work and doing the deeds, you still need to know about the business. You need to know that a fan does not cost $400 to fix, and how a pool works so that you know that all of your miners are pointing towards your pool and not someone else's. The little things so that you can make sure that you build your operation correctly. And we also have a longer program, and we're in the process of working with the Web3 Certification Board to provide certification for Bitcoin mining. So the industry needs like a certification board to say, hey, I'm capable and I have the base knowledge to work in a Bitcoin mine. And we're working with some of the largest companies that you hear about, the publicly traded companies, to get all of their miners, operations people certified. And we sell equipment, we sell miners, we sell hosting, we sell mining sites. We have sites that you can purchase in Kentucky and Oklahoma and everywhere else that you can flip a switch and you own it. There's property, there's real estate. The reason that's important is because when there's real estate and there's Bitcoin mining and there's this operation, you can buy it in different ways to optimize your tax benefit. I'm not a tax professional, so ask your tax professional of how that would help you in your portfolio. But there are ways that this can help benefit your overall financial outlook. So we have something cool to give away. If you don't Bitcoin mine and you'd like to know what Bitcoin mining is all about, there's a thing called a BitAxe. And a BitAxe is like the coolest little thing in the world. It's a tiny little miner. It runs at about 600, 700 gig.
So this one actually is 1.2 gigahash. It's the BitAxe Gamma. Runs at about 50 watts. So, imagine leaving a 50-watt light bulb on 24/7. That's about the cost that it would be to run this BitAxe. It's a lottery miner. So every 10 minutes, you have an infinitesimally small chance, still a chance, of catching a block. And if you do catch that block, you take home the entire 3.125 Bitcoin reward. So amazing little device. You can win this.
And people have one, according to legend and lore, when you're walking around the Bitcoin conference, and it's like, oh yeah, I know a guy. It's like, oh, what's his name? I don't really actually
I don't know the name, but I know of him.
Yeah, right. So that happens a lot. But yeah, there are people who do find the reward.
Yeah, you guys want this one because this is the one that's going to find the next block. I promise. I swear. So you can go to solosatoshi.com. They're the major distributors of the BitAxe. This BitAxe right here is $180 from Solo Satoshi. And if you use the build-a-mine code, you can get 5% off. Just so you know, just a little. Yeah, build a mine.
And they also have they have a couple of different ones that just came out. They're sold out because they're so cool. But there's a lot of companies that are getting into the small Bitcoin miners from $180 to other miners that do other things that are $1,800. I wouldn't mention those, I'm sorry, I know, we're in the wrong room. Read the room, buddy. Okay, so there's things that do just do Bitcoin for under $1,000, there we go. And if you would like to get a sweatshirt.
That's where my sweatshirt went.
You're saying, I don't need a sweatshirt, it's 77 degrees and sunny, which is fantastic. But on Monday, you're gonna be like, damn, I wish I had one of these sweatshirts. So you can go get one from Trevor, because they're not coming home in my suitcase.
I only have so many, so you're gonna have to work for it. Do a little jig.
Ooh. All right, so thank you everybody. We're Bitcoin Mining World. We want to help connect the Bitcoin mining universe. We want to help everybody get connected and stay connected so that they can build better, faster. And if you have any questions, see Trevor over here. It's a big, huge Bitcoin mining world thing. Can't miss him. And until then,
we'll see you guys next time.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, John. All right. Well, John, are we still waiting? Oh, all right. Well, we're waiting for one of our guest speakers to appear for our next panel, and we're gonna get a few things done in between.
Yes. I'm gonna go grab the raffle tickets, Jack. You have to entertain them for 5 minutes.
Oh. Yes, you're a good joke. Got one, Jack? Of that Jack sleeve of yours? Oh my goodness. Well, by the way, is Mark in the room from Ocean? I know I saw Mark and Lily hanging out somewhere. Yeah, well, we're hoping to have a little bit of insight. I think Mark's going to appear on a panel a little bit later. And Bob is here in the room. Do we see Bob Burnett yet?
Yeah, Bob Burnett is in the room in the back.
Cheers. There he is. Bob, come up and say hi for a moment. If you're in the mood, of course. I don't want to interrupt your.
And you have the Ocean slide up, so Mark Timko's in the room too.
Well, if you find him, bring him up.
Oh, you were just calling him while I was out. Let Bob say something real quick. You just asked me, Bob, you just asked me 2 minutes ago if I need anything from you, but I said no, but Jack changed my mind.
What? You gonna do your raffle? I've got a celebrity guest right here to help you draw the number.
Oh,
see how that is?
Okay. All right, so we're giving away I'm going to give away a pair of tickets to the Bitcoin Day Tampa event and the soiree. So this includes Bitcoin Day Tampa plus the Sound Money soiree, both taking place at the same venue on the same day, June 14th. The soiree is the Bitcoin Day fundraiser after party. So, Bob, would you do the honors, please? One ticket is all we need.
All right.
089-505. 089-505.
Mm-hmm.
Must be in attendance to win, right?
Must be in attendance to win, yeah.
Flush it. Get another one.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. 505, last chance.
Oh, we have a winner. Oh.
Who's the winner?
Here he comes over here.
Oh, it's you, Jeff? Oh, you got
My good friend Jeff, a local here in Naples, comes down to all of our every other weekly meetups.
Here, Jeff, this is for you. You take that. Yeah. And Jeff, I want to just recognize Jeff because he's a regular volunteer, so he helps with setup, tear down, registration. So thank you, Jeff, for volunteering for all of our events. Yeah, he's a regular. Okay, we're going to do that one more time. So I have another pair of tickets to the Tampa package, right? That's the Bitcoin Day Tampa plus the Sound Money soiree together. All right. Bob's got the tickets.
089-504.
504. 504. All right, and gone. Get the next one.
Oh, this one's got the name written on it and everything. Brian Patterson.
There we go.
272.
All righty.
No. All right, thank you. And Mark, our Timko, just walked in the room. Mark, would you come up here for a minute, please?
Just for fun, Mark, if you're in the mood. And by the way, introduce Bob. I don't know if all of the kids watching at home exactly know.
We're going to give you guys 2 minutes to talk about Ocean. All right. This is your 2 minutes spotlight to talk about Ocean, what it's all about, and all that. So.
So Jack's, this is the second time I've been at a conference with Jack, and he put me on the spot last time. All right.
You're great like that.
I know. Thanks. All right. Well, I'll tell you a bit about Ocean. Quick survey of the room. Who here is a miner, Bitcoin miner? Okay. Hands up if you know what Bitcoin mining is. All right, good. Danny did a great presentation. So Ocean is a Bitcoin mining pool. Hands up if you know what a mining pool is. Let's try that instead. Okay, everybody's good. All right. So Ocean actually dates back to 2023, November, but prior to that, we existed under the name of Allegius Mining Pool. So Luke Dasher, who's a legendary core developer, is one of the co-founders. He created Allegius in 2011 as one of the first Bitcoin mining pools. It was transparent, it was permissionless, it was not custodial, and Luke ran it as a successful hobby for a number of years, and eventually put it on the shelf and went to pursue other things in Bitcoin. And then in 2023, we resurrected the project and we changed the name to Ocean, we rebranded, and the primary driver was centralization within the Bitcoin mining ecosystem at the pool level. Bitcoin mining is, I think a lot of us, when we think of Bitcoin mining, we think about the ASICs, and we think about proof of work and the hashing. But the actual mining process end to end is much more intricate and elaborate, and it involves decisions. It involves running full nodes, it involves building local mempools, it involves choosing out of the hundreds of thousands of transactions floating around, right, in Bitcoin, it involves choosing which 3,000 you want to put in your next block. And these are all creative decisions that are part of the sovereignty of Bitcoin. And over the years, the creative decisions and the intelligent parts of mining were taken away from the miners and put in the hands of the pools. So today's ecosystem is comprised of 2 very large mining pools that make the decision on the behalf of about 80 to 90% of all the miners in the world. So while mining is geographically distributed and geographically decentralized, the hash power, the decisions that those miners are making is concentrated to really just 2 entities. So Bitcoin has a bit of a crisis that we believe is solved by pushing the decisions back to the edge. So we created Ocean with the mission of empowering miners to take back control of the decisions. And we did that by creating a protocol called Datum, which allows miners to run their own proxy servers on their local premises and make all of those decisions locally. And so you can think of Ocean as a mining pool that empowers decentralization within Bitcoin.
I'll just add a little color to that as a miner. There are actually very few people or CEOs of companies that can actually say they are a miner, because most people that say they are miners are really what I call mercenary hashers. They abdicate all the power to the pool. And so the decisions that get made primarily by these pools today include things like, did you guys all know this, that it is optional for the winner of the block to even take the subsidy, so that the 3 1/8 Bitcoin that we assume will be issued with every block actually does not have to even be issued. And there are cases in history where it wasn't, or not the full thing was issued. It's a maximum number. So that's just one example of the power that sits. So we are all expecting, for instance, 1.2 million or so new Bitcoin to still be issued. There's actually a very low probability, but there's actually a scenario where none of that gets issued. And it's because so many hashers have abdicated their power to these very small number of pools. As Mark said, those same people make the same decisions about what transactions are going to get included in blocks.
And they also make the decisions on things like soft fork activations or code activations, where if there is a protocol, potential protocol enhancement or change, it is those people that vote through the blocks. So it's extremely important that we break this fast. Nothing really bad has happened yet, but the potential sits there. And the more that we have nation states and big financial institutions involved in Bitcoin, the more likely that those sort of things happen.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. Bob was through Barefoot was the very first miner to sign on with Ocean when we were in covert operation developing the software for the pool. We were procuring hash rate and going around talking to miners. So Bob is a huge part of our success early on. So thank you, and for everything you do for us.
We love you, Bob.
Thank you, guys. Hey, stay put because we're adjusting on the fly. We have one of our speakers that is running late, so we're going to flip directly to the mining panel. So you guys can stay right here. Rose is coming on up. So Rose Shores with Block Spaces is our moderator, and I'll let you get started. And if you guys could, when Jack flips the slides, sit in the same order as the slide so everybody can recognize who you are by the order you're sitting in.
Stand by.
Yeah, okay, we're on the fly. Okay, this is our future of Bitcoin mining panel, and we've already been talking about mining, so it just kind of is like a nice little segue. This is not going to be a boring Bitcoin mining panel. It's going to be very interesting. These guys are super smart and very entertaining. So we've already heard from Danny a little bit. I'm Rosa Shores. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Block Spaces. We are working on Bitcoin native financial infrastructure. We believe that there's going to be lots of companies that are going to have Bitcoin in treasury, as well as businesses that need to do things like collateralize their assets. And we have this pristine collateral that is on traditional financial rails. It kind of is a moot point. So we're building Bitcoin native financial infrastructure. So joining me today, of course, Bob Burnett. Everybody knows we were just at lunch and somebody said, "Woo, Bitcoin celebrity." So that was cool. He's great. Mark is joining us. David and Danny, who you guys have already met. So this is going to be a really great panel, and I promise you, it will not be boring. Yeah.
I'm going to bring your mic up a little bit.
Okay.
Everybody, the closer it is to the chin, the easier it is to work on the mic.
Okay. All right. So this was actually a really good segue. So even though I think Charlie just got here for, so Charlie was running a little late, but it was a really good segue since we already had Mark and Bob up here talking about Ocean and some of the amazing things that they're doing. We love that project. So I think Danny did a really great kind of overview of Bitcoin mining, and it seems like everybody in the audience is pretty savvy. But maybe do kind of a quick overview just so we can all level set on what is mining and why is it so important?
Yeah, so I'm back. What's up? Talked about, I think, to give a very, very brief recap of my presentation, that was more focused on kind of like mining 101. And we wanted to provide these insights to folks. And I think I took the lens of talking a little bit about the utility that that Bitcoin miners play, towards the network, but also talked about like the economic incentive to mine Bitcoin. Right? Why do people mine Bitcoin? How can you mine Bitcoin? So I'm really looking forward to this discussion. I think we'll probably take it a little bit further into the deep end. I had a bunch of folks ask me a lot of great questions, so this is meant to continue that journey.
Awesome. And, Mark, just kind of piggybacking on what you were just talking about, one of the topics that John thought would be really interesting was this whole kind of concept of centralization FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. But that's actually not really FUD, is it? I mean, the centralization of mining is a real thing.
Yeah, it's real. I believe it's one of the biggest threats to Bitcoin today. And the reality is that when you send Bitcoin, we're thinking about layer 2 adoption and store value and unit of account and medium of exchange. But every time we send a Bitcoin or some Satoshis, it gets included in a block, right? And there is probably an 80% chance that block is going to be found by Antpool or the consortium of companies that Antpool controls, or it's going to be found by Foundry. So you really have two entities that get to decide whether or not that you get to use Bitcoin. And so I think it's a bit of an illusion that Bitcoin is a free and open technology if there is such a high degree of centralization, of concentration of power over the decision of who gets to use it. And it's a matter of nation state adoption. I think we're going to get into it, but Bitcoin is going to be a competitive landscape, and I think countries will use their power to potentially prevent others from getting their transactions into the blockchain. So who gets to use Bitcoin is not up to the miner, it's not up to the user, currently it's up to the mining pool. And the centralization that's currently in existence it does get labeled as FUD, but I believe it's a reality.
Totally agree. And Bob, you talk about that a lot, like the different kind of levels, and that's such a great spiel that you always do about how you kind of categorize different levels of miners. Can you just kind of share that with the audience, because I always love listening to that.
Sure. I think we can divide the mining community into three large buckets, and I call them rabbits, horses, and elephants. The elephants are probably pretty obvious. They would be the really large commercial miners, mostly the Pubcos, the Marathons, and the Riots, and the Clean Sparks. They build these very, very large facilities, 100 megawatts, 200 megawatts, gigawatts, some of them talk about. They are big and powerful. Their hash rate does help secure the network, so I don't want to come off as overly critical of them, but is at the same time that they're big and powerful, they're also very difficult to put up. They take a long time to put up and a lot of capital. They're impossible to move. They're pretty much stationary, and they're what I call easy to hunt. So in a world where regulators, tax authorities, bureaucrats want to attack mining, they're kind of sitting ducks. I think I should have called them ducks. So on the other end of the spectrum, we have the rabbits. We saw the BitAxe earlier, the BitAxe giveaway. People running BitAxes or an S9 in their garage, God bless them, would love to see millions and tens of millions of people doing that. Rabbits individually aren't very powerful, but collectively they can make a difference. And you think about a farmer's field and say, one rabbit in a field of cabbage doesn't really matter, but thousands of rabbits cause a lot of problems. And if the farmer comes out and starts trying to hunt the rabbits, they scatter. He'll catch a few, but he'll never catch them all. And so maintaining a really large and material collection of rabbits is very important to the security of the network, because they are the most immune from ever being attacked. And the horses sit in the middle. My company sits in the middle. I think we're putting Danny's company in the middle too. We are horses. We are small to medium-sized commercial miners.
Thoroughbred horses.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, not Shetland ponies.
Just to make it stallion. Wild Broncos. Wild stallions.
So, what's nice about these are we can generally bring them up quickly if something happens. We can move the hash rate. We can sometimes move the containers if it's that kind of facility. So we're very mobile. We are often very difficult to find. Like one of my sites I talk about is a place in South Dakota, and we have 2 megawatts of mining in 2 containers sitting on the backside of a burrito factory. And good luck looking through South Dakota and finding it. Even if I tell you where the burrito factories are, you can figure that out. It'll be very hard to find them. So it's hard to find where the horses are. It's hard to hunt them. We need lots of rabbits and horses because we can't stop the elephants from multiplying, and we can't let them take over. And a lot of the reason that the hash rate is so centralized that Mark talked about is because we really don't have a lot of very principled organizations in the elephant class. They direct their hash rate to these larger pools. I won't bore you with why so much right now, but they don't care as much. And so we have a threat that's very, very important. The moral of the story is very important that the horses and the rabbits, and don't minimize, go out and buy a BitX and run it, and don't think that you're not making a difference, because you are collectively.
Excellent. And David, everybody here has already met, everybody else on this stage, but do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself and then kind of give your perspective on all this?
Sure. My name is David Branscombe. The easiest way to say it is I'm kind of a Bitcoin mining consultant, all the way from energy and site location, services, building, infrastructure, mining operations, whatever, just kind of fill the gaps. I'm from Texas, where the hash rate comes from. We have Texas has about, I know, Bob likes that.
Elephant country.
Elephant country. Oh, well, there's quite a few Broncos there too. But we have, just by nature of Texas, the Texas grid being deregulated, there's an awful lot of power that comes out of West Texas, the West Load Zone, that it's hard to transport power, right? It's expensive and you lose a lot of power the further you have to ship it. So there is a ton of mining. I think I can't remember what the last number was, but in North and South America combined, it's easily probably 25, maybe even a third of the hash rate is in just that West Texas area. It's probably safe to say 12 to 15% of global hash rate happens in that West Texas area. It's just by nature. Some of the things that, and I've worked with some of the large pubcos on some things. I've worked with these rabbits that are, like, we call them maybe large, right? Giant lop-eared or whatever, where they're running 500 kW, less than a megawatt, but they're getting into it. 10, 20 megawatts, kind of, some larger horses that are kind of on the edge, stuff like that. And it's a double-edged sword, right? Because you have these elephants that are powerful, and the more nation states get involved, right? If the nation state, like, for example, the US decides they want to do something that we as the community deem bad for Bitcoin, you want those elephants on your side to a certain degree, right? They're in the sandbox playing. You can't just completely get them out, but at the same time, you do have to be careful. So that's why the rabbit, it's all about a balance. When Mark was saying earlier, it's your freedom to choose is so important, right? One of my favorite books is If You Can Keep It by Eric Metaxas, where he talks about just freedom in general. It's the U.S. as a republic, the democratic policies that we have, all this. It's all there if you can keep it. And so is Bitcoin. Bitcoin doesn't choose what it does, right? It just is. It is what it is. It's a tool. And so it's up to us to decide how it gets used, where it gets used, and if the nation states continue to adopt, one of the biggest challenges is going to be if the US has Bitcoin and they decide they want to transact with another country in Bitcoin, and we're talking about huge transactions, right? It's not a matter of what it costs to send that transaction. It's a matter of, does Russia have so much hash rate, or another China or some other country have so much hash rate, they are controlling the templates with their pools, and now they're going to just exclude our transaction because of the way that the US wants to do it. So this is the next, and we may actually not be there for, even with everything, all the excitement, we may not be there for quite some time, but eventually you will have this kind of like a hash war or whatever, where countries are we're competing for that. The same way we compete for gold, the same way we compete through the bond market, sell off our debt, all of that. Bitcoin is all moving that direction, right? But the network is what determines how that happens, right? So it's super important to understand the basics of mining. It's super important to understand the network and how the mempool works, how the transactions work, block templates, and nodes. Also, the second thing I would say is, run a BitX and then get yourself a node. You get a node, you have cold storage, You have your Bitcoin off the network in cold storage. No one can touch it unless you decide you want to move it. And then you have your own node, whether it's chain or lightning, whatever the case may be. And you completely control your ability to transact your wealth and your money. That puts you in a completely different mindset that helps you see all the rest of the world in a proper way. So I would go a step further and say, obviously understand the basics of mining, and then get yourself into a node, run your own Bitcoin node that verifies transactions. Those are the two, I think, most important things for you to do as an individual.
Real quick to qualify this threat. So who's heard of the talks about a strategic Bitcoin reserve, right? What happens with game theory if and when the United States says we're going to start acquiring Bitcoin? Our allies and our adversaries also start accumulating Bitcoin because it's a weapon in that regard, right? People aren't as intimately familiar with mining, but hash rate is also a weapon, right? So we talk about geographic dispersion of mining facilities. That's part of the game. But if all of this is feeding, or a significant amount of the hash rate is feeding through two pools, which may or may not be associated with countries we would potentially consider to be adversaries, then that's a weapon in the hands of our potential enemy.
Or those two pools are colluding, and we don't know it.
Yeah, exactly, right? So I'm trying to draw a little bit of an analogy here because I think Bitcoin, strategic reserve, nation state accumulation, that's more kind of understandable. Beneath the surface, hash rate, same concept, right? And I think these guys can opine on that significantly, but that's a way to think about the power of accumulation of hash rate, similar to the power of accumulation of Bitcoin.
Yeah, very good. And Mark, I wanted to this seems like a good time to really talk about the importance of individual miners being able to have their own block template or having control of their own block template. Maybe explain a little bit about how that's not necessarily the case right now, and how that actually contributes to centralization, maybe giving an overview of what a template even is.
Okay, so a template simply is, it's the list of transactions that that can get converted into work and given to your miners over the Stratum protocol. It's essentially, if you are a miner and you find a block, right, that block satisfies the required difficulty and it has the previous hash. So, you build the blockchain, it's got all the transactions. So the block template, it's not a new concept, but it's a new term because miners haven't been making their own blocks, I don't know, since early on, 2011, 2012, 2013, when the pools took it over. So and again, maybe just to go back to the sequence. So the mining process starts with running a node. Hands up if you read the white paper. I'm sure everybody in this room. Okay. Satoshi talks about honest, he uses this term honest nodes 6 or 7 or 8 times. And I was reading it the 5th time because it's a hard comprehension. And I was wondering, he keeps talking about honest nodes, but there's really no mention of mining, right? In the white paper, aside from the reference to, it's kind of like gold mining. So every time he's talking about an honest node, he's actually referring to miners, because in the early days of Bitcoin, there was no distinction between miners and node runners. You had a computer. On the computer, you ran the Bitcoin software, right? And you ran a node, and you peered with the network. You built the blockchain. You validated the blocks. You validate transactions. You store a copy of the blockchain. That's what makes.
Early on, there wasn't enough demand, right? Not enough people needing to transact in Bitcoin. There was really no need to control. They were desperately just trying to fill blocks.
Right. Yeah. So there wasn't there was definitely more than enough block space to go around. One of the buttons in your node was get Bitcoins. So if you clicked on get Bitcoins, you would essentially use your own compute power of your PC to mine Bitcoin. So nodes and miners were synonymous with each other in the early days. But in order to mine the Bitcoins, you had to run the node. You had to select which transactions you wanted to include. You had the freedom to prioritize different ones in any way that you saw fit. And then you would direct your own hash power to that. And so the evolution of mining pools split the intelligent parts of mining, which is running a node, choosing transactions, building a template, from the raw hashing. So miners became the raw hashers, and pools became the deciders of what goes in the chain. So the template concept is something it's rather simple, but it's foreign to a lot of miners because we haven't been doing it for many years. And it's not difficult to do. We actually wrote at Ocean, we wrote the Datum protocol, which essentially, if you want to compartmentalize it to mine Bitcoin, you need a node, you need a Stratum server. The Stratum server is what translates the transactions into the Stratum protocol, which the ASICs can actually understand. So you need to have a Stratum server combined with an ASIC, combined with a node in order to mine Bitcoin. And so building a block template is just having a Stratum server. So we made it super easy by creating Datum, and Datum is it's 250 kilobytes. It sits on top of a node. You can run it on a Raspberry Pi, and it empowers miners to such a large degree. It's seen a lot of adoption. I think about 70% of the hash rate, 70 or 80% of the hash rate on our pool are miners who are making their own blocks and in a sovereign way, making their own decisions. They can even add their own transactions in there for free if they want. They can label the blocks, their name. Barefoot labels its blocks Barefoot Mining. And there's a lot of customization features within it, but it goes back to the premise of being the entity that actually decides what to put in the chain.
Can I ask Bob? I want to ask Bob on this one. So this gives the miners the choice to choose what kind of transactions they do and don't support, right? It's pretty obvious, I think, if you're talking about a pubco, someone that's just concerned about their profits and loss, P&L, profits and loss, stock price, things like that, it's pretty obvious. They're always going to be incentivized to try to be as profitable as possible, right? So if something may not be illegal, but may be questionable or ethical, right? But they can still make money on it. They're incentivized to do that, and every shareholder is a boss, right? So that's their incentive. What are some of the potential dangers of that, Bob, just kind of from a high level?
Yeah, you're right. But as a guy who sat in the C-suite at a Fortune 200 public company in the past, not in mining, but in my previous career, I do think there is one piece of that people miss, even a lot of the people in the mining industry, and that's that while you do want to make the most money, you want to make the most money over the long term, not necessarily short term. So David's correct that right now, the large mining companies essentially will put whatever is available that they can get through the nodes. They'll put anything they can get through the nodes in, and they'll somewhat maximize short-term revenue. But the danger is, there's several dangers actually, but one is that Bitcoin loses its ability for monetary purposes because it's spending so much time. We will call it spam, other people may call it other things, but even whether it's noble or not, the inscriptions and the ordinals and the ruins and even Sailor's project for IDs and all those sort of things, those fill up block space. So they're going to increase the price of block space for the average person. They're going to make it more and more difficult to run nodes over time because the amount of storage required to run a node is going to get bigger and bigger. And, I think that there's a certain reality that I think Bitcoiners need to understand, especially like if you own shares in a public mining company. I would hope that what you would do is, as a shareholder, ask them to behave in a way that's the best for the long term of Bitcoin. And that's part of what you're doing. And if they are not, that you put pressure on them. You can do it by voicing to their investor relations people, and if they don't respond to that, you can sell their stock. Like that's how you put pressure on them. I think it's probably a good time too, if I can segue a little bit, to put some numbers around some things, and bear with me for a second. But I think most people know that the average block time, meaning the mean, is 10 minutes, right? If you extrapolate that math, you'll find that there are 53,000 blocks per year created by the network. There's really nothing that we can do to change that number. Each block has a finite size. On a technical basis, it's called 4 million weight units, but for purposes of today's conversation, you could think about it, I'm going to round up actually, we'll call it 4,000 transactions can fit in each block. So that means, do that math, 4,000 transactions times 53,000 blocks a year, that gives you just over 200 million transactions that the network can support on an annual basis. Some will disagree with me, but I don't believe there's anything that will materially change that, certainly in my lifetime, and probably much longer than that. So if you think about 8 billion people in the world, you think about 330 million corporations in the world, and 200 million annual transactions, what does that mean? That means there's not that much space. So there will be, these gentlemen all alluded to it to some degree or another, there will be massive competition and wars. Are they people dying or not? I don't know. I wouldn't be shocked me actually if people died over this at some point. I did an interview recently, and one of the things I said was, if I was the president of a small country right now, or even a medium-sized country right now, we'll pick Bolivia as an example, and I had the choice of having 25,000 Bitcoin in the treasury of my country right now, or I could have 0.25% of the world's hash rate for the next century, I would pick the hash rate, because I would be guaranteeing the economic sovereignty of my nation. I would control about 2 blocks every week. That'd give me about 8,000 transactions, and the business of my country would be secure for the next century. If I take the Bitcoin and I have no hash rate, I'm extremely vulnerable. And David was the one that talked about the threat that posed. Is you may find bigger nation states or bigger organizations that decide you can't move your Bitcoin, you can't get access to your Bitcoin. The more that you couple that, so what I'm saying is that there's some longer talks. I've got several podcasts if you're interested, that you can Google me and find them. But basically what this means is nation states are going to mine, and they're going to mine in a big way. Big financial institutions are going to mine, and they're going to mine in a big way. Citibank, Bank of America, Deutsche Bank, Mitsui, all these big corporations, they will be, my prediction, 15 years from now, these will be the biggest miners in the world. Not the Pupcos, not any of those. They will be the biggest miners. We need the Blockwares and the Barefoots and the Rabbits to still be there, so that there is a portion of the network, a portion of that 200 million that we can still control and manage in the spirit that we currently have within Bitcoin. So Bitcoin success, and so it's funny, Bitcoin success is to a certain degree its biggest obstacle in this, because the more successful it is, the more that wants to happen.
Yeah, which is excellent. Of course, Block Spaces is working on a product that can actually help with that kind of, if you want to call it the commoditization of block space itself. But that kind of leads me to, when you think about all of these, large institutions needing block space, all of these companies that we believe will have Bitcoin in treasury, those companies are going to need tools like they have right now. Usually when you have an asset on your books as a CFO or whatever, you have the ability to collateralize that, move that around, use that as an asset on your books, but there's not really the ability to do that from an infrastructure perspective, would you say, Paul?
Yeah, I mean, this whole thing will change the way CFOs look at the world, the way treasury management occurs, the IT departments. But I'll give you an interesting fact. In 2023, Bank of America's IT budget was $11 billion. So if Bank of America looks at Bitcoin, for instance, as something that's existential to them, in other words, they will either flourish or they will perish based on their participation and control in Bitcoin, which ultimately will come down to control of block space. How much money will they throw at it to make that happen? The entire mining industry in 2023 had revenue of 12 billion. Bank of America spent 11 billion on just their IT budget. So that put some things in perspective. I don't know if I answered your question, but answered some of us.
Or you're talking about protecting your investment, right? If you're exposed to Bank of America, for-profit company, publicly traded, you want to maximize shareholder return, you have exposure to Bitcoin, your mining provides a lever to protect your investment. Thereby, there's an incentive. I thought your nation state example was spot on. I actually hadn't thought about it through that particular lens, but you're making your future success more certain by controlling that kind of underlayer. There's one other point I'll add to that nation state point is it's also a way in the Bolivian example where they can leverage their natural resources. Basically, Bitcoin mining provides an incentive to generate more power, right? That creates jobs. It stimulates economies. So it's really a very accretive proposition if you go soup to nuts on this. You're constantly creating Bitcoin. So you've got that asset. Then you're protecting that by mining Bitcoin. And you're stimulating your economy by leveraging, natural resources to basically protect your investment. So it does become a pretty logical proposition, doesn't it?
I think what I'd be most interested to see is, and this is something that I guess a nice way to kind of push back against that type of a future where, all the big banks are fighting over it. And you see this already, but nation states are doing it at some large degree, but a lot of people, like Bob, your facility in, is it North or South Carolina?
Hydro?
Yeah, the hydro facility. There's still a lot of opportunities for sovereign individuals, whether they may even be in an oppressed area, right? But they can kind of fly under the radar to some degree to take advantage of all of this energy that geopolitically has been shut down, right? So like hydroelectricity, especially in South America, where one politician says, "Oh, you can't sell that to that country anymore because my cousin married somebody over there and I don't like it," right? It's like weird stuff happens, but we have this ability to take advantage of that. So what I think is interesting about it is at the same time you see all of these big corporations hopping on the mining side, you see all these people that have access to this energy, they have these resources that they have not been able to ever monetize. And they're doing it, and they're self-funding it. There's no government interference, there's no subsidies, there's no political agenda. It is literally them saying, I have access to all this energy I've never been able to do anything with, and they're able to turn that into something. Well, the only way you could stop a BitX, right, is if you outlawed the internet and took power away from every single person in the US, right? So that's a strong message, but you see that also with the horses, and there's even a couple that I would call elephants, Bob, you know what I mean, that are huge, like hydroelectric dams that are stranded geopolitically that are now taking advantage of Bitcoin and that sort of thing. Bob, can you real quick, kind of at an individual level, you're talking about block space, Have you thought about, because I think about it all the time, it's like if I'm living on a Bitcoin standard, and that's what I'm trying to do now, right? I am mining. A lot of my income comes in the form of sats, right? Figuring out the tax structure is kind of a challenge, but I'm figuring that out, how to do that. But once we figure that out, it's like, my concern is how much longer am I going to be able to use to be on the Bitcoin standard like that without having to have some kind of like a custodial, do you have any insight into what that could look like? Because like as individuals here who are in Bitcoin, how do I transact it if someone, on ramps and off ramps? What are the challenges there?
Yeah, that's a great question. Before I answer that, you made also some really good points. What David was referring to was, like he asked about my facility in South Carolina where we own a hydroelectric facility. And we aren't connected to the grid. We create our own energy. And I also have a site now in Indiana connected to a dairy farm where we produce a couple megawatts based off of the methane from the cow shit of a dairy farm, also not connected to the grid. And I also own several natural gas wells, stranded natural gas wells in Pennsylvania, and we mine off of those. And I call that wild mining, and I call it wild because the opposite of wild is captured, right? So if I'm captured, and I have plenty of on-grid sites too, but I view that as captured mining. I must have permission from somebody else. I am dependent on them fulfilling their obligation. And there's always a chance that either they don't fulfill that obligation or some regulator or tax authority or something could make my life difficult. So our trend is more toward wild. And by the way, that is where the cheapest energy is. So I think you somewhat applied that, but our lowest cost energy sites are in places like that where I won't get specifics, but let's just say like well under 3 cents per kilowatt hour to generate energy in those places. And on grid, it's pretty hard to find it right now for something like that.
Well, Bob, and oftentimes those are actually cost centers before you come in there and like think about flared gas, right? Like in some places that's literally like a cost. So if you can turn a cost into a revenue, right, into a profit center, it's like a double swing, right? So again, what drives a lot of this is the economic incentive to do that. And in the example of capturing the cow-shit methane, there's a noble quest there too. That's an environmentally responsible way to turn a pollutant and a cost center into profit, right?
Yeah, and I'm sure you've all heard the narratives that we fight as a community and as an industry, and it's something to throw right back in the face of those people. But David asked a specific question about the future. The future, so self-custody and the ability for the individual to have access to the base layer. It's a great question. I gave the numbers before, 8 billion people, 200 million transactions annually. We're going to put the companies aside for the moment. Well, if you do the math on that, and I said, actually, Larry Lepard and I went on a long drive yesterday, and it's one of the things I told Larry is I said, hey Larry, let's pull our money together, and if we wanted to give, let's say 10,000 sats to everybody in the world, we don't have quite that much, but if we did, it would take us 40 years of 100% consumption of the network to perform that task. Well, that in and of itself should tell you, like, hey, block space is going to be really precious in a world that hyper-Bitcoinizes, and Bitcoin is the base layer. Not everybody can self-custody. It's imprudent on everybody that has Bitcoin. I still recommend that you do self-custody, but do so, the number I would put out there is at least 1 million sats. You do not want to have UTXOs of under 1 million sats. 10 million is even better. Okay, because moving that money in the future, it may cost you just an inordinate percentage of that in the future. I think we're all going to have to get used to the fact that not everybody can self-custody, and so we need better custodial solutions that people can get comfortable with. We're in kind of a funny spot. And what I'm saying is probably sacrilegious to some people. It's not what I want, though. It's just what the math tells us is possible. So I think when everybody knows the word subsidy, okay? So I think most people think of the subsidy as a reward to people that mine when we mine a block. But that was only half of the equation. It was also some part of Satoshi's genius to essentially be subsidizing for users access to the world's most powerful and secure digital network for 16 years. Well, we're reaching the point where that period of free access and almost instantaneous access to this thing is going to go away. One of my favorite quotes is, "A luxury once enjoyed becomes a necessity." And we have had this luxury for a long time, and we have to get used to the fact that at a minimum, we're going to have to pay for it, and we may also have to wait for it. And as long as you guys help us, you know, we'll keep a certain percentage of the network available to all the plebs and all the users. But if we let the elephants and we let the big pools and we let the nation states take over, Bitcoin will still be very valuable. It'll still be really important, but some of the key attributes that most likely everybody in this room believes in Bitcoin for will go away. But I want to say one other thing. That's very doomsday-ish. I love Bitcoin.
In on a high note, there you go.
I am super optimistic that we will win this. And part of the reason I come to places like this is by letting people know and understand that this threat exists, we can defeat it. Okay, and so you know, but it's in our hands, right? I've said publicly many times, Bitcoin is money for the next 1,000 years, as long as we take care of it. Okay.
Yeah, I totally agree. There's things that are coming, whether we like them or not, and so it just becomes, are Bitcoiners going to be doing this, or are adversaries going to be doing this? So it's just kind of the way that it is. I was thinking maybe we could do some Q&A. I don't know how much more time we have. Do we have time?
Oh, yeah, we've got some time for some questions, of
Okay,
course.
all right.
Please
Yep.
do.
I figured there would be. Yeah,
Yes.
go ahead.
Once all the Bitcoin is mined, what happens? What else?
So Bob can speak to the science and math on this a lot better than I can, no question. But what he mentioned earlier, you know, what was so amazing about this, yes, we'll have to pay for it, but Satoshi kind of built that in, right? So initially, the reward is you're getting Bitcoin. So if you mine a block, right, and you win that block, you guess the right number, and you get that award, you get the Bitcoin that's released into the wild, right? It's not like mining. It's going to happen almost every 10 minutes, no matter what. It just adjusts based on how many computers are pushing, right? So he started out high, right? The incentive is really high as far as a number, not dollar amount, but a number amount, right? Like 50 Bitcoins. And then every 4 years, it goes down to 25. Well, what that step down does is makes it more difficult for people who are not smart about the way they mine and manage their operations. They get shaken out, right? So then there's less demand, or less supply of power and access. And then as Bitcoin becomes more rare, as it becomes more rare and more people hear about it and start to use it, it becomes more valuable. And then more people build up. And then boom, again, just that cycle, when you hit it again, over 4 years it's done, right?
Supply shock is the concept.
Yeah, it's supply shock, right? That is a perfect incentive to get people in early, right? I'm giving you 50. Now I'm giving you 25. Now I'm giving you 12 and a half. Now, you know, it keeps moving down, right? At the end, what all will be left is whatever we are willing to pay for to transact, right? So like right now, I saw on Twitter, I can't remember who it was, somebody noted that on a block, somebody sent enough Bitcoin, it was like over $1 billion worth of Bitcoin, right? And they sent it and it cost them like $1.50 because the way the network was, They went lowest sats per V-byte. They just waited their time. Maybe it didn't come in this block. Maybe it came 20 or 30 minutes down the road or whatever, but they got it, right? They were able to do that. But whoever won that block, they got the $1.50 for that one transaction, and they got the Bitcoin, right? As those lines basically crossed on a graph, right? If Bitcoin continues to go up, the value of those fees that we pay could be as much, if not more, valuable, right? And we've seen that actually happen in a couple of instances. Sometimes there were shenanigans taking place, sometimes there wasn't, right? Depending on what you want. But eventually, naturally, by the law of supply and demand, that's just going to happen. More people use it, right? The value of Bitcoin goes up dramatically. Even if I'm only paying sats per V-byte, even if it's lower, but if the Bitcoin's worth more, that is more valuable, right? So the goal is for those two to cross at some point, and I think it'll happen sooner rather than later, where the rewards for transaction are worth more than the Bitcoin you get for winning the block, because every 4 years it gets cut in half.
We're building roads, and then there's like a toll to use those roads, and the more people that want to use those roads, the toll gets more expensive, so to speak. And Bitcoin miners have basically two sources of revenue. To David's point, the block subsidy, which, think about the power of this, by the way. It's cut in half every 4 years. Like, juxtapose that with our domestic fiat monetary policy. I have no idea how much money is going to exist in the future. I know exactly how much Bitcoin is going to be released, and when that supply is going to be cut in half from a net new distribution perspective. That's one. Second one is transaction fees, which I think you just uncovered. And that's like the toll roads. More people want to use the roads. It costs more to use the roads, kind of thing.
That's a really good, it's a pretty good analogy, because in the beginning, well, it is.
So
I'm
they
saying,
really
no, the difference here is the road, the value of us driving on that road gets better over time, right? So like, let's say the toll road initially now, it's $1 to drive on that toll road, and it saves us 10 minutes on our commute. Maybe its value now, it costs us $2 on that toll road, but it saves us 20 minutes from our commute, et cetera, right? So it's kind of from that aspect. I was just trying to kind of think of a way.
No, that was a great ham and egg. I was using a very basic example, and he, I think, brought it.
No, you're right, but he's absolutely right, because in the beginning, right, the reward is like the subsidy or the bond. It's like we would issue or take a loan, or some private company would pay for that toll road, right? And the goal is for over time that toll road gets paid off, and then we're supposed to turn off the tolls, but they never do that because it's more valuable, so the transactions stay there, right? So from that aspect, it is a pretty good, but it's also, there's no games with this toll road, right? Whoever uses it decides how much it costs and how much time it can save, and the users are the ones that kind of decide that timeline, which is what makes it a better solution.
Could you ever see the cost of production of the next Bitcoin going down 50% if the cost of electricity is a ½ cent per kilowatt, nuclear power, volcanoes, and if the cost of production went down, the price would follow. Is that correct?
The ability to produce power at that rate is almost non-existent, because even if the input source is free, cow shit, you still have generators and turbines and maintenance costs that go with that. Depends on how you measure it, but I don't believe you can get under about 1.3 to 1.5 cents. Now, what you can do, and the gentleman from the mining world where I'm talking about before, is you can partner with somebody who can take the output of the mining process, the heat. You find somebody that wants to dry beef jerky or heat a pool or all that. By the way, that's great stuff that the plebs can do. You can create an alternative revenue source that can offset it. But in our lifetimes, we're not going to see that happen. So the other thing is, I want to give other people a chance of time, but think of all the electricity in the world. I'll try to do this really quickly. There are 27,000 terawatt hours of electricity generated annually. The cost of that energy is distributed on a bell curve. The middle point is about 15 cents per kilowatt hour. So think of a bell curve like this. Okay, we as an industry consume just under 200 terawatt hours, which is about 190. So about 2/3 of 1% of the world's electricity currently is utilized by our industry. We have found a massive percentage, at least of the big locations on grid, where cost-effective energy is available. There will be new stuff that comes up. There will be places like David referred to where maybe a country like Ethiopia has overbuilt a hydro infrastructure. But there's just so much energy available down there. My models actually show that there hasn't been that much new energy contributed to the network over the last 12 months, even though hash rate has ripped. Most of it has come from replacement cycles. People taking S19s running at 90 terahash per second, putting in a 234 terahash per second S21 in that. Well, okay, that's 150 extra terahashes coming into the same power source. So anyway, the cost of production is unlikely to go down. It's probably about where it's, well, the operating cost of running a facility is about where it is. You know, what happens with local hash rate and fees really probably the main determiners of how profitable we are.
Yeah. Okay, I think we have to cut it off. I'm sorry. These folks are going to be available in the room here to answer questions if you want to catch them after the panel. Let's give these guys a big round of applause. Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate it. Ladies, Rosa. All right, so the mics, hand the mics over to our sound guy, please. And while they're doing that, we're going to go right into the next speaker. So, Jackie, if you can make your way up to the stage, that would be great. And I'm going to stand up here for a minute because all this talk about mining, man, that's a lot of stuff, a lot of details, a lot of information. But I'm going to plug the company that I'm a part of really quickly here. And that company is called Curated Mining. And we partner with high net worth individuals to take care of all the business of mining. So we take the investment that they make, their capital. We find the right place for their investment goals, and we work with people like the guys that were up here and others, and we manage the operations for them. So if you're interested, if you have $500,000 or more to invest in a mining operation, you can stop at the table in the exhibit room, pick up my card, and contact me. And we do have a couple of spots left. We are hosting a luncheon tomorrow at Shula's. So if you'd like to learn more about that tomorrow, you can look me up while I'm walking around the room, and we can see if we can fit you into the luncheon tomorrow. Okay, thank you. Jackie is ready. So hang on, Jackie, because I have to do something to introduce you. Oh, that was a plug for Larry Lepard's new book. Go back to that, Jack. Larry Lepard. Your book is available to read somewhere, right? Kindle, yes? I believe it's Kindle. And the print version will be out very soon. So the big print by Lawrence Lepard. We'll hear more from Larry here at the end of the day. And so Jackie Price, very special guest. She's been a supporter of BitcoinDay events for ever since I started working on them. So thank you for that, Jackie. And Jackie's gonna, I'm supposed to do it like this. Have you ever considered the true currency of the news industrial complex is not what you think it is? Jackie's going to answer that question for us.
Thank you. Hey guys, nice to be here. So I also want to give a plug to my friend Larry. Everybody needs to buy his book when it comes out. He gave me an advance copy and I can't wait to start reading it. So what we're going to talk about today is not technical. It's not engineering driven. This is all about what happened to the news. I get that question a lot. Jackie, what happened to the news? And the reason I get that question, just to qualify, is I started my career as a journalist at CBS News in New York in about 1985, and was a journalist there and in Boston for about 8 years. I then worked on political campaigns, and then I went into the world of marketing and PR. And I worked in communications, public affairs, and marketing for the last 35 years. Took a little jog. In 2013, I was introduced to Bitcoin when I was living in Hong Kong. Have been involved ever since. I became the Chief Marketing Officer of the Digital Chamber, which is the largest policy organization for our industry in America, and did a little stint as a COO of a Bitcoin mining company. So I've been involved in our community for a really long time. And one of the things I've been thinking a lot about is we talk a lot about how as we mature as an industry, and if you think about maturation, you think about the typical adoption curve. Most of my career has been spent in very, very innovation-driven communications environments and marketing environments. I actually teach a class at UF called Innovation Communications. But things like I launched MySpace with a team of 4 when they had 32 employees. Launched Hulu, have done a lot of really, really innovative work in my career. So we pay attention a lot to the adoption curve, right? And we're not at the early and innovator level now. We're getting into the middle part of the bell curve where we're looking at the leading adopters and the sort of people at the top of the curve, and we're not dealing with the laggards yet. So when we start to go up this curve, right, and we start looking at the mainstream adoption of Bitcoin, the narrative and how we deal with the media becomes incredibly important. So one of the things I've been thinking about is, we talk a lot now about how do we work with accountants? How do we work with lawyers? How do we work with all kinds of people that are surrounding our industry? Nobody is talking about how do we work with the media. So that's what we're going to talk about today. But before we do that, first things first. In 2 days, hopefully, this man will be free. And my hope is that we can all put our phones down, literally, for 5 seconds. Close your eyes, whether you want to pray, chant, whatever you do. Let's send him some good energy right now. Okay, let's hope it happens on Monday. All right, so I'm a communicator, so I'm a storyteller. This is a story in 3 parts: the Renaissance, the Reckoning, the Revolution. So we're going to have a little history of media here. So the Renaissance of the media, the modern day, what we call legacy media, started in around the 1960s and 70s. You had 5 networks: CBS, NBC, ABC, PBS, and the BBC, which was broadcast here on PBS. You basically had 5 newspapers that really mattered: the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Miami Herald, and I grew up in South Florida. That was key because they were the gateway to Latin America. Chicago Tribune, which kind of covered the whole Midwest, and of course the LA Times. You had 5 wire services. We had Reuters, AP, UPI, which is no longer in existence, Dow Jones, and Scripps Howard, which was sort of the wire service that distributed local news all over the country. And we had 5 prominent radio networks: CBS, NBC, ABC, Hearst, Argyle, and the Voice of America and BBC. So that was it, right? This was what the world of media looked like in the 1960s and 70s. Think about this. I mean, this basically was the source of everything. What was their currency? Their currency was trust. So very few competitors. You had 3 nightly news channels in PBS. So you had Walter Cronkite and Judy Woodruff and these, sort of people who showed up every night on the news, and they had this veneer of just the facts. Now, most of the time, it kind of was just the facts. But then you had things that came along like the Pentagon Papers and lots of other things that taught us, yeah, actually, they're not telling us all the facts. There was global coverage. This is a big difference. They would have, well, in the 80s when I got into the news business, what we used to call it was, the rundown was world coverage at the top, then local, then a break, then sports and weather, and a puppy at the end. Good story at the end. So they always started with local coverage. Little deviation in content. New York Times covered something, all the networks covered it. Reuters had a big breaking global news story, everybody covered it. Trained journalists. So Walter Cronkite, perfect example for those who might remember or have heard of him. He was considered a steady hand. This is the guy who, the night that JFK was shot, the biggest amount of emotion that had ever been seen on network news. Took his glasses off and went like that. It was like an earth-shattering moment. Emotion on the news. I mean, compare that with Rachel Maddow. Right? And we had appointment news. You watched the Today Show in the morning, you went on your commute and you listened to the radio, and on the way when you got home, you watched one of the national networks, Dan Rather or whoever it was. It was a 9 to 5 audience. So you had the morning shows that caught people before work, and when they got home from work, you had the evening news. So it was basically what we call appointment television. So then we get to the reckoning. This is when I entered the news business. Of course, it was a fascinating time. The big thing that happened at this period of time was that all of the primary networks were sold. So CBS, where I worked, was sold to a gentleman called Larry Tisch. Larry Tisch was a hotel and casino magnate. He knew nothing about the news business. ABC got sold. ABC was sold at the time, I think it was to Disney. NBC got sold to General Electric. So you had Jack Welch, the Tisch family, and a guy named Roone Arledge at the head of ABC News. What happened? This was when the earthquake happened. This was when the news divisions were told, oh, you have to make money now. You're a profit center now. They never used to be. In the 60s and 70s, they never had to make any money. And there was a famous quote that somebody at CBS told the media years later. He was the head of CBS News. He said, I don't need to make money in the news division. CBS has Jack Paar for that. Jack Paar was like a late night talk show host. So all of a sudden, these networks have to make money. The world of journalism has never been the same. This is when the Gordon Gekko era of news began. So then you had Ted Turner appears on the stage, one of my personal heroes. He changes everything. Because when the news business became a profit business, that's when CBS, NBC, ABC, PBS started closing all their bureaus all over the world. They couldn't afford them anymore. News gathering is a very, very expensive business. So little Jackie, 2 years out of college, her dream dies because I wanted to go be in the Middle East or somewhere very exciting to work in a news bureau. Well, they closed all the news bureaus. So what happened was CNN comes on board, they start owning all the international coverage. Everybody ceded their international coverage to CNN. Then we had the era of all of the sort of profitable news programs. Mike Wallace changed the industry forever. Also one of my heroes. If you haven't seen the movie, This Is Mike Wallace, it's a documentary, you gotta watch it, it's amazing. 60 Minutes was the most profitable television show on CBS many weeks, more than the entertainment stuff. Ted Koppel came along during the hostage crisis. People would stay up till 11:30 at night, not to watch Johnny Carson, but to find out what happened with the hostages on Nightline. Maria Bartiromo became the first woman to be on a business show, and she was the first person to cover Wall Street live on the floor of the exchange. So all of a sudden, the mystery of the stock exchange and how it worked and the trading pits and what happened, Maria Bartiromo opened that whole curtain. So it became a much more transparent industry. And then the explosion of news, light, and entertainment happened. Morning shows, print magazines. This was the era of Tina Brown and all the big magazine subscriptions. Barbara Walters, Donahue, Oprah came on the scene. These were all things that people were starting to think of as news. And none of these people, with the exception of Barbara Walters, were actual journalists. Then you had infotainment, talk radio, NPR became big, Jerry Springer, the afternoon talk shows, and all the crime shows started, 48 Hours, Dateline, all that stuff, which equaled media celebrities, right? So what was this like? You can watch a war live on CNN, just from the comfort of your living room, right? Insanity. Mike Wallace, that was all about him going out and just sticking it to people every month. And the joke, when I was at CBS at this time, the joke was, who is stupid enough this week to go up against this guy and think they're gonna fool him, right? So, as we talked about, Maria Bartiromo broke open the curtain on Wall Street. Who is Barbara Walters gonna make cry this week? That was literally what people talked about. And then the magazines, what they started to do was make people believe that, guess what, my life might be kind of bad right now, but it's not as bad as that lady on Jerry Springer. So it was this whole comparative thing. The soap operas got canceled because they wanted Oprah on at 3 o'clock, not Days of Our Lives. And it was just murder, mayhem, and crime all the time. And when I was working in local news and national news at CBS, what we used to say was, when it bleeds, it leads. And we covered it. So my very first story that I ever covered was knocking on somebody's door in the South Bronx and asking this woman if she could talk about her son that was just murdered in a gang hit. And we used to do those like 3 nights a week. So that's what happened, right? So where are we today? Social media is driving practically all conversations now. X, YouTube, Instagram, Meta, TikTok, and Reddit increasingly still has a huge amount of traffic. So we have all these independent journalists now on many of the same channels. I'm not going to read all this stuff out, but podcasts are key. Gatekeepers, these are really important for anybody in this room that's trying to get their story out. You have to understand who your gatekeepers are. One is legacy media, especially for this industry, and I'm going to talk more about that. PR agencies, where I used to work for many years. You know what the secret of PR agencies is? They are the block between something being told to the public and the company. They're the ones that go to the executives and say, no, you're not going to talk about that. Or here's what you are going to say. They are very powerful, and most people in America have no idea. They have no idea how powerful PR agencies are. Academia is still a gatekeeper. And many academics, in the purpose of this conference today, have very little understanding of our industry, but they are still deeply trusted by legacy media, and they are often used as sources by PR agencies. NGOs, same story. Fact checkers, well, hopefully a lot of that's been killed. And Hollywood is a gatekeeper. Think about how innovation is brought to mainstream America, often through movies and television, right? So Hollywood actually does still matter. And in terms of audiences, what's changed a lot are demographics and how we look at demographics. And a perfect example is me. There's a company, there's a bunch of companies, but one of them I know very well. They study who people actually are based upon more than just their age and their gender and their income, which is an old way of looking at demographics. So when they looked at all of my habits, social media, online, offline, they came back to me and said, Jackie, your demographic is a late 20s, early 30s boy. Because I do play a lot of sports, I do a lot of sports, I listen to a lot of music that is way younger than my generation. And so we look at that demographics in a very different way now. And attitudes, attention span, 0. Skepticism, which is very high now. And a big part of life as we know it in the media now is you can't just tell us stuff. You have to show us and allow us to see it for ourselves. So when people say, we gotta fight the media narrative, good luck with that. They're bigger than you. All these people are way bigger than all of us. We have to show by example. We have to show through storytelling, especially videos. And at the end of the day, what really matters now is I want to hear it from someone like me. about 12 years ago, the cover of Time Magazine's Person of the Year, for the only time ever, as far as I know, it wasn't a person, it was someone like me. And you know how that decision was made? Because of my old client, MySpace. They saw that social media was becoming a real thing, and it was all about affinity. Sorry, hang on, guys. I'm trying to turn my thing off. Okay, so where does that take us right now? And how does it relate to Bitcoin? So the currency now is curiosity. Are you sure you know actually what's true? Because you might not, so let me help you. Let me explain that to you. Look and listen to this. Visuals, visuals, visuals. We have to expose information gatekeepers. So if somebody is preventing information from getting out there, we have to be able to counter that. Us versus them is now citizens versus institutions. And that is very real. And that is going across the board, especially with academia. Questioning legacy, authority, and experts. I think we all know this. A lot of people are questioning that, but when we question that, we have to come with receipts. You cannot just make accusations against people who are considered experts and shame them. It doesn't work. We actually have to come with facts and data and receipts. And people have hive mentalities now. So if we all in this room get really jacked up and lit up about something like Larry's book coming out, well, guess what? That's going to have an effect. So try to create hive mentality. Try to find a hive for yourself. Crowdsource opinion. And please don't do it in a way that's looking for an answer. That's what pollsters do. And that industry is so broken, there's going to be a huge reckoning there. So get opinions from people outside of the echo chamber of these conferences in this industry. And remember that the world comes at you really fast now. So what does this all mean? It means, let's say you're launching a product or a company, or you already have one. Are you presenting a solution to a problem, or are you presenting a new opportunity? Those are two very different things. You might say, well, we're doing both. Well, which are you doing first, right? Uber presented the solution to a problem that everybody understood when they laid it out. Disgusting, overly expensive, dirty cabs. Okay, we all get that. Yeah, I'd like a solution to that. And then later they talked about other opportunities, right? So decide what you're doing. Are you filling a need with a new opportunity, or are you solving a problem? Who and how does this help? One of the big things that companies do all the time, which drives me crazy, is they talk about, let me tell you about my stuff, let me tell you about my thing. I love engineers, but guess what? Most people don't want to know what engineers developed, right? What they want to know is, okay, how's this going to help me? So that's really important. And the world now does not work on promotion. You have to attract people to you as opposed to pushing yourself at them. That's why a lot of that advertising on social media doesn't work anymore, because it's just spamming people with stuff, right? Okay, so really quickly, the why. There's a book called Start With Why by Simon Sinek. Anybody in this room that does any marketing, I would urge you to read it. What it talks about is, why does something exist? Why does it matter? That's the most important thing that people care about. So we have to talk about, why does Bitcoin exist? Why does it matter, and to whom? And why should your audience, not everyone, but the people you're trying to reach, why should they actually care about this? We have to speak to the mid and late adopters in language and ways that they understand, and talk to them about how Bitcoin benefits them. One of the things that I've been talking about for at least 5 years is, what about the nurses, the plumbers, the #1 profession in America, truck drivers? Who is talking to these people? I listened to a podcast last week, very well-known host that you all would know, very well-known guest, who I think is fabulous and has done a lot for this community. But the guest said, I'm going to speak about this really, really simply, so like everybody could understand, your mom could understand. Literally within a minute, he's using the term monetary basis points, monetary assets, rehypothecation, all this stuff that I understand, But I literally turned it off and started listening to Post Malone because I'm like, dude, nobody knows what you're talking about. Nobody goes to a party and says, how are your monetary assets doing these days? I mean, it's absurd. And we all laugh, but we are losing people every day because we don't talk to them like they're at our barbecue in our backyard. So talk to people in ways that they will understand. And newsflash, sorry, it applies to me too. Nobody cares what you do. Nobody cares how many hours you spent developing your product. They don't care because they can go listen to Post Malone or listen to some show on TV or watch a sports event. People want to know, okay, you have this thing, yeah, blah, blah. How's it going to help me? What about my kids? What about my business? Be specific. Don't just say, oh, you can grow your net worth. Well, yeah, you can go pay 1% to somebody at Fidelity will tell you that. You have to be specific. Less what and more why. So the currency now is connection. You got to understand your audience. You have to meet them where they are. Stop expecting people to come to you and go look things up on Google. They're not going to do it. You got to meet them where they are. If you want to reach truckers, #1 job in America, get a ham radio. That's what they use. No joke. Go on the trucker podcast channels. There's a bunch of them. Invite feedback from people and listen to them. It's not about you, it's about them. I'm just going to keep saying that over and over. And smart talk, let me show you how smart I am by using all my technical terms and all my jargon and telling you my long story about how long I've been involved in Bitcoin. Nobody cares, and it's ineffective. You gotta speak to people about how it's gonna help them. Don't use gatekeepers. If anybody in this room is thinking of hiring a PR agency, feel free to contact me. I'll tell you all the reasons why that's probably not a great idea. Find and support new voices. Larry and I were talking about this earlier. This is a big thing as far as I'm concerned. And this is not to take anything away from all the wonderful people who have been on and been part of this industry since the beginning, like me. But I am so tired of seeing the same people on the same podcast, saying the same thing all the time. It's like, do you guys have the same booker? Because it's literally, there's about 12 people from our industry who do everything. We've got to open the floodgates up here and have new people coming in. And if you run a podcast or a video channel, or you're doing external stuff and bringing guests on, please go find some new people and support new voices. And last but not least, less tech. And I love tech. I've been in it for 35 years. But as somebody told me in my very first week of the first tech company I ever worked for, an engineer said to me, Jackie, I'm not in technology because I love technology. I'm in it because I know what it can do to for people's lives. So that's sort of where we need to go. And I hope that this was useful. If anybody in this room does a podcast or a YouTube channel and you want somebody to tell this story, I think this is a really important story for people to hear. I'm happy to come on. If we don't figure out how to deal with the media, we're in big trouble. So thank you guys, appreciate it.
Okay, don't go anywhere because we're running a little bit behind schedule. We want to get everybody there to the after party on time. Well, there is no time frame for the after party except right after this. So I'm going to raffle off a couple tickets. So get your tickets out, maybe stand up and stretch a minute, and we're going to get rolling to the next panel. But tickets, I'm giving away a $50 gift certificate to the Blue Sky restaurant so you can enjoy it at the after party. I actually have 2 of them here, so let's start one at a time. And the number for the first winner is 424. 424. Yeah. Great. Okay. And the number for the second one is, this guy used to be the Franklin Social. Okay. All right. The next number is 527. 527. 527. All right. Okay. Jack, what do you got for us here? Oh.
We're feeling good. I think that was a really fascinating discussion with Jackie. We're so grateful to have Jackie as one of our close partners and friends, helping us develop our game and refine so we look forward to all of you. Go and introduce yourself and make sure you say hello. I believe Daniel is, look at that, the whole gang is right there. I feel like we should just get on with the rest of the show. Our next big panel, the next wave of innovation, brought to you by the one and only.
Yeah.
And
Hi, I'm Daniel Lamelli. Let me bring you up. Maybe a little bit.
hold on, man. I'm sorry, we'll turn down that little music. Sorry.
All right. Hi, I'm Daniel Lamelli. The next panel is the next wave of innovation, Bitcoin bonds, layer 2s, and integration tools. And yeah, we have some great people. So if you could all come to the stage, and we'll get started. Do you have people's names and faces in order? Yeah. So the good news is everyone in the room is going to be a millionaire, and not because you're buying Bitcoin, but because they just keep printing more money. So eventually, everyone will be a millionaire. Just the question is, will you be able to buy a sandwich? That's the question. Yeah. Okay, great. As they come up, I'll see them. If you come up on order, possible, yeah. So there. You guys all want to keep them the closer to the chin, the better. Yeah, and pictures are allowed and encouraged. Usually has the strongest voice, because whoever does, that's the one.
Not me.
So I try to make hyper Bitcoinization happen. I do Bitcoin education and one-on-ones, and what's funny was I went to this bar, EVR, because I heard they were accepting Bitcoin.
A little closer, please.
Yeah, I went to this bar in New York City, EVR, because I heard they were accepting Bitcoin. And, I paid Bitcoin for some drinks. And part of the reason was I brought a friend of mine who thought, no, Bitcoin's it's not real money. You can't do anything with it. It's like, okay, well, here, look, this is money. You can buy something with it. And, then it turns out, Charlie here was involved with that. If you want to introduce yourself.
Hey guys, I'm Charlie Shrem. Yes, that bar at EVR, we were, it's actually where I met my wife, my girlfriend at the time. We were just doing the first Bitcoin transaction. And like you said, the idea behind accepting Bitcoin at EVR was that we were running the earliest Bitcoin exchange called BitInstant at the time. You just had kind of Mt. Gox and these larger places to wire money to that were complicated. And in 2011, we launched BitInstant, which made it really easy for people to buy Bitcoin with cash at millions of locations. But our investors were like, we don't understand who is buying Bitcoin and why are they buying Bitcoin? And I couldn't really answer that question. So I said, we'll just be the first place in the world really to accept Bitcoin in a physical place. And you'll see the people that come. And thousands of people, I think that while we stayed in business just because of people just came to pay in Bitcoin.
I think certainly in the early days, people thought, okay, maybe this is going to be outlawed, or certainly the government wouldn't like this. But what we've seen is now there's been a shift. Certainly you have more people that are going to be in important roles in the coming administration that own Bitcoin, that are pro Bitcoin and so on. So what do you think about how that shift has played out?
And we saw we saw last night, just during the crypto ball, there was a crazy crypto ball in Washington, D.C. All the who's who of crypto of Bitcoin and crypto were there. And then at the same time, literally on that spot, our incoming president launched a meme coin called Trump that's $30 billion fully diluted value. Now, if you look at all that, if it's all crap, at the same time, all those people are now onboarded to Bitcoin, and they understand that Bitcoin is something really important to them. People know what these meme coins are, and they know that they're meant to be fun and art and games, but they understand now that Bitcoin is something to be taken seriously. And the new incoming administration, I mean, we got 4 years, but we got 2 years of like, make it happen. It's like shit or get off the pot. But, you know, if you have a good business idea, if you said I needed to buy some Bitcoin, this is the time to do it, because the next 2 years you're going to see a quantifiable explosion.
Oh yeah, I just want to give everyone on the panel a chance to introduce themselves. So starting with Christopher.
Christopher Alexander. I work in crypto and Bitcoin, I guess you'd say. My background was in government and public affairs.
You guys already met me earlier, but I guess I'll share a quick, cool story I have here with Charlie. I want to know, actually, if you remember, in 2018, during the bear market, you pulled up on a beautiful yacht to this restaurant called Green Flash in Captiva.
Oh yeah, Captiva.
I said, are you Charlie Schramm?
I remember that.
No. Well, that's too bad, because this guy's a Bitcoin OG. He goes, hi, I'm Charlie Schramm. I'm like, yeah, this is crazy. This is crazy. Remember,
at the time, you weren't worried. Bear market, people come after you. You get scared. Bitcoin now, everyone's really happy, but it's like, there's still my money in Bitcoin.
I showed him my portfolio, and he goes, what the hell are you doing working here? I said, I know where Bitcoin's going.
Yeah. And what happened after that?
I don't work there anymore.
That's an epic story right there.
And Xander at the end.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Xander. I work right now on a project called Koseki. So my career has been in Bitcoin. It's been focused on institutionalizing different use cases, whether it's payment rails, whether it's proof of reserves, so that not only is it your money, whether it's self-custody or an exchange, we're focused on making sure that the custodians are held accountable and not just trust, but also verify. So the full stack from everything from Lightning all the way through to now institutional use cases, ETFs, and everything in between.
Yeah, I once ran into the Winklevoss twins on the street, and they tried to pretend that it wasn't them, but it wasn't very believable. It's just other 6'5" twins, of course. Yeah. So, so CJ, yeah, you talked about in your presentation before a little bit about Bitcoin bonds, right? So I mean, this can go to you or anyone on the panel. Like, what do you think is the exciting thing about Bitcoin bonds, right? Because bonds are generally not thought of.
Your rate of return problem. But what I think is so interesting is that, and this might ruffle some feathers, but I think the best Bitcoin L2 is actually dollars. And when you have currency and you use it with money, Bitcoin being the money, fiat dollars being the currency, this special magic event happens where all of a sudden you can borrow these devaluing currency units against your increasing in value money, and now you're getting paid to spend your Bitcoin. So this dynamic is something I think that the industry, we just need to hijack the dollar is basically what we need to do, because it's already a fully built and integrated infrastructure into everything. So Charlie was talking about how he set up a place for people to come spend your Bitcoin. My position is never sell your Bitcoin. Simply borrow crappy fiat trash against it and get paid to spend your Bitcoin.
I would add, I think what's also interesting at a macro level, the creation of, or the expansion of bonds is a crucial kind of derivatives expansion for Bitcoin. Retail investors and everyone here got Bitcoin to a point. Retail investors have retreated. ETFs have come in, they brought more money in. Should you pay BlackRock to buy Bitcoin for you, unless it's a tax advantage? I'd probably say no, but I think it's exciting because once you have an ability to hedge, then you can bring in massive institutional money, because they can't,
you can't go brief Jamie Dimon and say, what's gonna go up and to the right, and I'd like to spend 50 billion on it, right? You have to be able to hedge, and that's one of the things that I think is great about bonds.
I can tell you, one of the things that's happening right now, we're getting a lot of knocks on our door, especially what's happening in California and with the insurance companies. They're taking all of these premiums and they're putting it into US treasuries that are yielding a negative real rate of return. So the cost of replacement for real estate is far outpacing in growth versus the actual yield on the debt product. So the entire business model is going bankrupt. They need this product. They need a product that's going to deliver a real rate of return. And what it allows for is long-term business planning. So I think this is just a natural evolution of what was a boring market. Now with Bitcoin being integrated, it becomes exciting. And it actually, that Bitcoin fixes this thing, takes a whole new meaning.
How big do you think the market for these Bitcoin bonds could be?
It's at minimum 300 trillion.
All right. Yeah. Trillion here, trillion there. Pretty soon you're talking about real money. Yeah. So ultimately, in the space of never selling your Bitcoin, right? Well, if you never sell or spend your Bitcoin, then what's the point, right? Then you can watch that number go up, but then you can't do anything with it. So some people have said, well, you can borrow against your Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the collateral, because if you borrow, then you don't have a taxable event, right? But what we at least have seen is that a lot of the companies in that space have had problems, right? In the last bear market, a number of major companies have failed, some seemingly more legitimate and some less. So do you think that we're getting to the point where this can be a mature market and we can do this?
Yeah, because what's going to happen is we're going to get rid of fractional reserve banking. That's the problem. The misunderstanding right now is that banking is evil, but banking is not evil. It's the fractional reserve banking business model that's evil. Should businesses not be able to borrow against their cash flows? I mean, that's a ridiculous concept. You can only spend, you can't borrow. There's no form of credit. What we need is non-fractional reserve banking backed by Bitcoin. And when you get into a commodity credit market, what happens is you are forced to have the destructive part of the credit cycle. That's our problem right now. There is no destructive part of the credit cycle. It's too big to fail. So we got to print. And what happens, we end up, forget about the zombie companies. We're in a zombie economy. That's the problem. We need destruction. We need mismanagement and over-leveraged people to be erased, to be destroyed. Sam sold some paper Bitcoin, but when the chickens came home to roost, he was destroyed. He was removed, and we built from a stronger foundation. Right now, we can't build from a stronger foundation because of this too big to fail fractional reserve system. We can keep banking, but let's get back to a commodity credit market that creates a healthy credit cycle where we can get the full rotation, which allows us to build from a stronger, healthier standpoint.
Woo! Yeah, because I've seen some of the companies that got into the space where you can borrow against your Bitcoin. Right now, they're talking about charging 14% interest, which is pretty astonishing. That doesn't really seem to match with pristine collateral, right? So, what do you think that market will look like when maybe more people come in, or even maybe when TradFi starts competing in that space?
I think that the big problem with TradFi is your traditional bankers, the first thing they're going to do is rehypothecate the Bitcoin. And that's what caused the problems with all these other lenders. Not only were they charging ridiculous rates, probably because they were partnered with some liquidity provider and were arbitraging the difference that they were borrowing at and then lending to you. But then in the background, they have the audacity to take your Bitcoin and put it at risk. Well, at People's Reserve, we don't believe in that. We have multi-sig set up with qualified custodians and to make sure there is no rehypothecation at all. There's no need for it. And it's just a Bitcoin maxi mindset versus a fiat maxi mindset. That's what it really boils down to.
I think there's a second component to this as well, and fortunate that we have a new administration coming in. There's going to be, it is the number one mandate from the administration, clear rules for industry. I don't know how many programs have failed now because the SEC deliberately refused to make rules and continued on this regulation by enforcement regime, which really just means they would come to you after you did something and you talk to them about whether you could do it or not, and then say you just committed an ex post facto crime and now we're fining you. That's what they did over the entirety of the Biden administration. They did it a little bit before as well. But the point is, banks, the TradFi folks aren't being made afraid to work with Bitcoin by government now, as they were over the past 4 and kind of 6 years. So I think that's another huge opportunity for everyone, less lawyer bills and more innovation.
Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think, well, what started, even when the ETFs are coming out, there's all the debate when and how it's going to look. Is it going to be in kind or in cash redemption? So when those came through the channel, I think what that sparked for institutionals coming on board and being able to now get into things like we're talking about collateralizing Bitcoin for institutional bonds, retail bonds. I think this is just the beginning of where it's going to go, and love what you guys are working on there without the rehypothecation, because again, that's just taking a Bitcoin bond and then essentially allowing institutions to leverage it and do the same simple math that they're doing to make profit they've done in the modern financial era. So starting with the ETFs, I think there's a lot of orange pilling that has to happen at the institutional level. You think of things like Coinbase owns 90% of institutional Bitcoin. That is a huge key man risk. So a lot of the things that we focus on is making sure that these custodians are not just rehypothecating, trying to make them honest to not only protect the institutional use cases for other businesses, but also you as a consumer. If you're going to park your money at all, I mean, everyone, go cold storage, go crazy. But the majority of people just don't do it yet. So all the money that is held at a wallet or an exchange, there should be a certain level of verification and not just, oh, trust me, I'm Brian Armstrong, or trust me, I'm Fidelity. That's insane. The technology is there. So avoiding it to me is, I don't want to say malicious, but it's certainly financially irresponsible. So I think while we're at the first inning of what will be this bull cycle, I think we'll see a lot more innovation in terms of not only custody setup, a lot more auditing and regulatory protections in a good way for companies not to go rehypothecate that do protect Bitcoiners and the investment class.
It is a big orange pilling moment though, because they're still in that yielding mindset. They have Bitcoin and it's a dead asset. They need to force it to create yield. What they really need to understand is that you get paid yield in Bitcoin when you borrow against it, because you're getting paid in terms of purchasing power. So the value, in other words, let's say you have a mortgage payment and it's $2,000. Well, 15 years from now, you might be able to pick $2,000 up off the ground and then walk into the bank and make your mortgage payment. Well, see, that's not a risk to the borrower, that's a risk to the lender. And what we need to do is we need them to understand that you don't take Bitcoin and generate yield with it. You actually empower yourself by borrowing against it, and you get paid yield in the terms of purchasing power. And that's the big orange pill. I think that's the next big orange pill for the world. That's a good point.
Yeah, I'll add to that actually. A lot of people, when you think of like a Bitcoin bond or a Bitcoin collateralized loan, you think, okay, well, I actually have to fund it with Bitcoin. With the technology, you can do dollars over Lightning. You can actually go buy a bond with fiat currency, have the APIs to convert it into Bitcoin, and you're able to either take advantage of, maybe it's the rate or the flexibility, the immutable money, and 24/7 liquidation, whatever it might be. But there's a lot of technologies out there, like, for instance, Strike does something awesome where they'll do dollars over Lightning in real time, and you can send it all the way over the world in seconds using Lightning and settle in native currency. That, to me, the inroad for that could pull, if these bonds or these mortgage options that are going to come through, if the rates are promising, you're going to be able to get a whole new class of people that are not typically Bitcoiners, but they're just chasing rate, whether it's APY, be able to get better returns, or lower APRs to be able to live their daily lives.
Well, the Fed is fighting this battle, right? Where they're like, how do we get rates lower? I mean, they literally have lowered rates and the 10-year's gone up. So the opposite of what they wanted to do. Well, how do you get sustainably lower interest rates? You integrate the most pristine form of collateral in the world. That's what you do, because it reduces risk. In a free market, it's not just the supply of money and demand of loans, it's the perception of counterparty risk. That's why you have a credit score. The credit score is supposed to gauge your risk to the lender. Well, now when you add Bitcoin as that added layer into the product, you reduce risk, which means you can reduce the rate sustainably. So this is the solution that they're looking for. They just don't know it yet.
Yeah, I think it's good you brought that up, because people think of, okay, Bitcoin as the asset, right? But it's also a payment rail. You can also move dollars or other assets on top of that. So that's another thing that is potentially useful. And it's kind of interesting to see where the intersection traditional finance and Bitcoin, that you can separate out the properties and the price exposure of Bitcoin as well. That some people might want the price exposure of Bitcoin, but without those unique, self-custody pros and cons, right? So that's where the ETFs can be useful for those people. And then also, right, there's companies that they can't just buy whatever they want, right? So there are companies that they can buy certain things that have Bitcoin exposure, not others, right?
Some companies are just forced to lend. So they have a mandate where they can't even invest. They need to lend their money. So this Bitcoin bond product is a solution for them because now they can lend into Bitcoin. You can get exposure to Bitcoin without being forced to invest. And then when you have a principal protected note that eliminates downside volatility, now you talk about the small and medium-sized businesses. A lot of people thought the ETFs were going to be like, oh, once we get an ETF with a qualified custodian or with BlackRock, the businesses are going to start adding Bitcoin to their balance sheet. But for anybody who runs a small or medium-sized business, a lot of that revenue is being spent back into the business to hire employees, expand, take advantage of certain opportunities. But when you put it in Bitcoin, all of that revenue is now untouchable, right? It becomes locked equity. And how do we unlock that equity? By fusing it to give you the best of both worlds, of the treasury and of the Bitcoin. And then add on top of that the ability to post it as collateral. Now you can do that same business expansion without actually giving up the equity on your balance sheet and then allow the cash flows to pay down the debt. I mean, this is truly the future of finance.
So I told people you probably want to get Bitcoin before the ETFs as opposed to after, right? And okay, well, now we have ETFs, so I'll just tell people, hey, you probably want to get it before the strategic Bitcoin reserve buys them as opposed to after, right? And is it that easy that, everyone can see that it's coming and you can essentially front run this purchase because, again, large entities can't move as fast? Or is that what's going to be the case, or is it just more in terms of the legitimacy that you get from these products?
I mean, to me, at People's Reserve, we believe after this strategic Bitcoin reserve narrative kind of dies down a little bit, this is the next narrative. This is the real bull market narrative, the fusion of Bitcoin into traditional credit and debt products. This is what's going to carry us forward after the excitement of the strategic Bitcoin reserve really starts to settle down, because that's just step one. Once you have your strategic Bitcoin reserve, what do you do with it? How are you empowering your constituents with it? What in the world do we have? What tools can we use to empower ourselves with the responsible saving that we've been doing? And this is the next natural progression into how you can utilize this amazing engineered money to empower your balance sheet, your constituents, anything really.
So, well, of course, one of the concerns now people see is, okay, you have these large entities that have a lot of Bitcoin, but then think, okay, do them, right? Is there a way to tell if these large entities have all the Bitcoin that they say they do? Because if it's not a fractional reserve, prove it, right? Xander, thoughts on it?
Yeah, absolutely. This is like a big thing that, proof of reserves is the sexiest talking about, the most boring topic in the world on its face. But I think why it's so important, and again, I kind of alluded to this a few minutes ago, but all these institutions, whether it's the ETF, the custodians that are holding it, these corporations that are now, like the MicroStrategies of the world, the proof of reserves is built into what Satoshi originally created. So it's not something that we have to go recreate. It's just the utility behind it allows for the existing investor protection. So when we do it at Hoseki, we do the institutional proof of reserves for a lot of the Bitcoin ETFs. We work with several institutions that own Bitcoin on the balance sheet. There's a couple, key factors with proof of reserves. A lot of times companies do not want to be sharing their public address because you think about, OFAC sanctioned personnel or countries, they could get dusted and next thing you know, you're in a whole world of trouble. So how we do is we cryptographically prove, just like you would on any block explorer, and you can just, check the blockchain for a wallet address. We basically verify cryptographically, we do message signing, and then we are able to, showcase that data without, showing the address of each individual account. So we're able to protect that way. But I think, there's a lot in this with the Bitcoin bill that's coming out that will, have this third-party attestation. And a lot of people say, oh, what about the accounting firms? And I just say, you mean the same one that, audited FTX? So, there is a layer of it being, okay, like there's not so much trust in the system from the traditionally trusted resources from traditional finance.
Yeah, when there's the big Bitcoin conferences, I wish that they could just say to everyone, hey, when you're walking in, just write down the number of Bitcoin you think you have on a piece of paper and put it in a bucket, and let's add it up and see what that comes to. Because we know that there were some entities that didn't have what they said they were supposed to, but you're saying you think that at least the ETFs now are more.
Yeah, several of the ETFs, we work with a handful of them. A lot of the companies now are moving forward. We work with, for instance, MetaPlanet. We partner with them to do their proof reserves. And we're seeing a whole slew, the more corporates that come on to, whether it's the Bitcoin standard or just having Bitcoin on the balance sheet, they realize that not only is it good if we're going to make this move, it's the right thing to do in terms of if we're telling investors we have this and we can show it, why would we not? And then also, you can go all the way down to, you as an institution wants to lend against it. You all, if you have Bitcoin, you have, the superior collateral. So what's the best way for you to attest the ownership of the thing you have without, giving up private keys or doing anything like that? You can do a message sign and then you can go get collateral, or you can get, a better credit score. So I think all this is coming in this wave. And it's just going to unlock a ton of value, things like institutional bonds all the way down to peer-to-peer lending, or you just being able to, essentially take a HELOC out on your Bitcoin.
So in 2017, there was a company that changed its name to Long Blockchain to try to get a stock boost, and ended up getting in a lot of trouble for that. But then what we've seen in 2021 and recent bull market is companies adding Bitcoin to their balance sheet, and that's actually seems to work out pretty well for them, right? MicroStrategy, it's working out well for MicroStrategy, for MetaPlanet, for a number of other companies that are doing that. So do you think there are other companies are going to copy this at some point, especially larger companies, or either a little bit, or if they're not going to try to become a Bitcoin ETF in effect?
Yeah, no, I think that we'll see a lot more corporates coming on board to either just park a little bit of capital of the reserves in there, again, because everybody's just sitting on dollars. I mean, it's inflating away. We've printed 80% of every single US dollar that's ever existed in the past 5 years. So by holding an asset that has a fixed supply, that price is usually dictated by supply-demand economics, but when you don't know the supply of an asset, it's very difficult. But Bitcoin has a fixed supply. So what dictates price is going to be the demand. So you hear nation states, you hear corporates, you hear the US, all these things. Guess what? Outside of this room, most people still do not know the difference between Bitcoin and Ethereum. If you go to any room, or Bitcoin and Solana, or Trump coin, or any of that. So I think relatively it's still early, but I think this adoption curve is going to be extremely quick in the next 6 to 12 months. So I do think there'll be a ton. You'll see a lot more common Bitcoin treasury holdings for S&P 500 companies.
And Tesla, which is in the S&P 500, has Bitcoin on the balance sheet, not Dogecoin, Bitcoin.
Right.
Yeah. And so people might joke around, but I think maybe ultimately when they're making those billion-dollar decisions, they do some due diligence, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, just by the Bitcoins as a reserve asset is significantly superior to anything else that does not have a who goes in and changes the monetary policy behind Dogecoin.
Well, it was changed from finite to a number of years ago.
Something that you said though that caught my attention is the natural laws of economics and price discovery on Bitcoin. So typically, the way that you increase supply is that the price goes up of the good or service, and that creates a profit. And then that profit is actually the free market price signal to entrepreneurs so that they can deploy resources in order to capture the profit by expanding supply. But in Bitcoin, you cannot expand the supply. And then, so the only thing that you can do to convince people to let go of their Bitcoin is to offer a higher price. But with the tools that we build at people's reserve and that are going to be popping up everywhere, when you can borrow against your Bitcoin, it's kind of like Michael Saylor. When the price goes up, what does he do? Well, he makes more offerings and he buys more Bitcoin. So you literally cannot use the natural laws of economics to incentivize supply coming onto the network, because the only thing you can do is a higher price. But when you have the proper tools to borrow against your Bitcoin, that higher price, it just empowers you. It doesn't incentivize you to sell. So I think when these bigger institutions figure this out, we're going to go into a repricing event. The commodity cycle that we're used to is going to disappear. And this diminishing returns theory is going to be put to rest. And we're going to have an absolute repricing event based on the fact that There's nothing anybody can do. There's no law of economics. If you know of it, please let me know. There is no law to incentivize selling of Bitcoin. My concern would be this: be careful when you go to Bank of America or any of the big dogs in the industry to borrow against your Bitcoin, because the only way they can get your Bitcoin is if they drive the price really high up and let you borrow against it, and then let the price crash, and they force liquidate it. So might be the only method to actually capture Bitcoin from the marketplace. Be careful of that. Make sure your counterparty is putting you first instead of themselves.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, we saw it with, March 2020, where Bitcoin dropped more than 50% in a single day, where even if someone thought, oh, I have enough Bitcoin, I didn't use that much, I didn't take out that much against my Bitcoin, they could still be potentially liquidated at, sub $4,000, right, when they borrowed at 8,000, and then they just miss out on the price running up to 69,000, a year later. So yeah, that there is leverage there, and maybe that's somewhere where it would be helpful to try to combine it with some other collateral, right? Whether it's combining the Bitcoin with the house or combine it with derivatives in such a way that it prevents those.
That's a really good
black
idea.
swan assets. Thank you.
I could see that becoming a major thing in the next year. Definitely using your Bitcoin as collateral, because you can get yield against it, but you can use it for something in your life that's going to be epic.
Also, people realize, okay, not everyone can use Bitcoin for every single transaction, right? You can't all just buy your coffee with Bitcoin, but then Bitcoin has a number of layer 2s, right? So for example, there's Lightning, there's Liquid, there's other ones being developed. Does anyone want to talk about what layer 2 is for Bitcoin and which ones they're excited about?
Well, I think it's important when you talk about layer 2s for Bitcoin to understand that different layer 2s solve different problems or different functionality, and they're like radically different, right? Is it Bitcoin Drano that helps move transactions down to a lower layer? That's something like Lightning. Is it smart contract resolution? Or what is it you're looking to do? So I think there's 75 layer 2s now, and there's about 450 million invested into them, but they're solving different problems. So to me, I think if you kind of have a Bitcoin scorecard, it's always kind of at the top, and then you get to utility. Utility, even though it invented it quite literally, and there's all these things you can do on the ledger, I think it's needs improvement, if you will. So I think there's a lot of innovation that can touch people's daily lives, from a ride-sharing app to tracking counterfeiting or tracking your food and whether it's organic to your table, and that can be done through smart contract resolution. And it's something that Ethereum's done rather well in comparison to Bitcoin, and then obviously for others. So I'm really excited about layer 2s that allow the strength of Bitcoin as a network to do more for people who would otherwise never have anything to do with Bitcoin or really know about it.
Anyone else want to touch on it?
Yeah, for me, I've always really gotten excited by, making the on and off ramps internationally more accessible. So, Bitcoin in the US has a certain meaning. We know it as this reserve asset. But if you go to another country that has, 80% inflation, this is something that they either go after work and buy, a Rolex so that they can maintain their actual, the value of what they just spent 2 weeks working for. Or you can now buy Bitcoin, which, obviously is this, beautifully protective inflation hedge against maybe a highly volatile currency. So for me, the on and off ramps, especially the work in Lightning, I think a lot with the industry, a lot of these conversations a couple of years ago were always talking about disrupting, let's take down Visa, let's take down MasterCard. I think what we started to realize is that the rails are extremely efficient in terms of being able to either, you could pay for something with Lightning, instant settlement, no fee, whatever it might be. So you take interchange down from 4% down to 50 basis points immediately. However, changing consumer behavior is very, very hard, because your credit card is the best consumer experience you could ever have. You get points, it's protected, you can spend it anywhere, there's no internet, all of it. So for me, I think internationally, things like remittances, global payments for institutions, it's a humongous market. And I think that will be something, whether it's, in the next year or two, or maybe it does get pushed a little bit further out with all this, everything happening on the institutional, reserve side of things. But that to me is something, the Lightning use case and on and off ramps for foreign currencies.
I didn't really, oh, sorry. Were you gonna say something? I didn't really understand, growing up in New York, I didn't really understand hyperinflation and that money could be really debased and used in a very negative way. And I always kind of externalized that and said, those are third world countries. Those are places that can happen. And then there was a Bitcoin conference in 2013 in Argentina. And people prepared me. They said, you have to bring a lot of dollars with you. Credit cards won't work. Someone's going to come to the hotel every week to change over the money. The prices are going to be changing on the menus every single day. They explained that the money there is more fluid. It's used as a medium of exchange, not as a store of value. And I said, what do you mean? How can money be a medium of exchange and not a store of value? That makes no sense to me. As soon as you get it, you want to sell it for something else. Most Argentinians, I went down there, I'm like, oh, this is a beautiful country, a first world 5-star hotels. But most citizens there needed to have dollars in a United States bank account or go to Uruguay or somewhere like that right next door. And so when you use Bitcoin and you talk about the Bitcoin rails and you go to Argentina, you go to anywhere in the world and you can use Bitcoin as not just a money to spend something daily, but if you move your family and you want to start a construction business, how do you get a line of credit in a foreign country? Let me deposit some Bitcoin as collateral. Here you go, sir, start your business. This is not just a money, but this is a global asset that has no holding costs. You put it on your balance sheet. Sure, real estate and properties, they're phenomenal. You can live in them. That's the major thing. You need shelter. But it costs a lot of money to maintain real estate. Bitcoin, you can keep it on your balance sheet, and although you don't get yield, every year it should at least go up by the value of inflation.
I think, there's an economic law, it's called Gresham's Law. And the way it works is that, think about when you were like a little kid and you had trading cards. And this guy has a beautiful holographic trading card, and you have a holographic trading card too. But you also have all these regular trading cards. And you think to yourself, okay, maybe I'll offer him 10 of my regular cards for his one holographic card. But in your mind, what you're really doing is Gresham's Law, which is you want to keep your holographic card and get the other important holographic cards by giving up what's less important and less valuable. So for me, I don't think you should be spending your Bitcoin. And I think L2s are going to be more about settlement. We heard in the mining discussion that eventually the tax that you need to pay to get on that toll road is going to be very, very expensive. Right now, it's pennies on the dollar. You can send billions for $1. But in the future, when there's a lot of demand on that toll road, we're also going to need settlement on that secondary layer. But you're never going to spend it. It's only going to be for settlement. I think that's the real long-term thing here. And Bitcoiners kind of get off track by focusing about monetary velocity of Bitcoin. I got to be able to spend my Bitcoin. No, you don't. You got to be able to do what Charlie just said. Post some Bitcoin as collateral and spend those crappy non-holographic cards on what you need to live your daily life. And keep the holographic card, keep the Bitcoin, keep the most pristine form of collateral in the world in your possession. That is the future of L2s for me.
Yeah, I was in Argentina last year, and the ATMs still don't work. So Bitcoin as the payment rail, Bitcoin as store of value. It's a lot easier to wrap your head around it when you're dealing with inflation, when you're dealing with a monetary system that just doesn't function right. If you're in Naples, Florida, those might be alien concepts until you go to some different places and realize it's not a niche thing. It's actually billions of people that are dealing with these problems.
There's a value in just when you travel somewhere and if you're going to go on a vacation or a work trip or something, and usually would want to take some money with you. Traveling with cash is becoming increasingly scary with the crime and traveling, on a customs and everything. It's just, you don't know if they're going to rip you off or take your money and everything. So the idea of being able to travel with Bitcoin anywhere in the world and the ability, and it's right there.
I'm just curious who here has used Lightning. If you could put your hands up. All right, that's actually pretty good. All right, I want to open up for any questions. If anyone's asked them. I don't know. In the black shirt back.
It is going to be a loan product that you can borrow against Bitcoin. And there's no recourse, the lender has no recourse to that Bitcoin. Isn't that going to, given the volatility of Bitcoin, Bitcoin price, is that gonna make the loan to value ratio quite low? So like if Bitcoin's 100,000, you're only gonna be able to borrow maybe 20, 30,000, so the lender feels safe because it's effectively unsecured lending, or how does that work in terms of the loan to value ratio?
Yeah, so the question is, if the lender, is the lender really taking possession of the Bitcoin, or is the Bitcoin staying with the person who's borrowing it, or how does that work in the event that they don't pay?
There are conditions, usually it's like a 70% loan to value type of situation. And a lot of the good ones now have these multi-signature setups where you have a key, they have a key, and it goes even further that it's set up in a way where if the price of Bitcoin goes below a certain number, they can sell a certain amount of Bitcoin to keep that loan to value, or you can deposit external money. And it's all like really, I I used an app years ago I didn't really believe in borrowing against my Bitcoin. I just used it. And I just took out a loan against my Bitcoin, and I specifically just paid every time the price went up, it covered what I owed for that month. I just kept paying it. I never needed to pay back the loan.
I think the other thing is, to answer that question, is the typical strategy that we see right now, that's the risk that I was just highlighting a couple minutes ago. They want you to have what they call a crypto credit line taken out directly against your Bitcoin. So when the price goes down, they can force that liquidation on you and capture the Bitcoin. That's why it's so important for Bitcoin maxis to build products that eliminate liquidation risk. So it's specifically in our loan product, you're not borrowing directly against your Bitcoin. You're in the mortgage product, there's a lien on the property. Your cash flow matters. You're posting Bitcoin as additional collateral to lower risk. So even if the price of Bitcoin goes down to 0, which it will not, but even if it did, you're not going to get liquidated. What happens is your interest rate starts to gauge up. So instead of having a prime minus rate, now you're going to be back at the prime rate again. So that's what's so important for people to understand. You're not borrowing directly against your Bitcoin because that's going to create the liquidation risk. That's what we're trying to avoid for you. We're empowering you by separating it and making it an extra component to the contract that allows you to attain a lower interest rate due to reducing the risk of the lender.
Question over there.
It's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, the website.
Website, peoplesreserve.com.
Well, we've been building in stealth because we don't want to lose our first market.
No, that's it.
So you'll just see a beautiful.
Turn off the live stream,
Yeah.
please.
That stays here. Last question.
Scenario-wise, so currently right now, I'm dealing with several transactions in the real estate space where we're dealing with non-QM or DSCR, and we're really having issues qualifying them because they're not a traditional financer. However, they have a lot of assets. So in the transaction space, we're going pending, say closing, and we're extending that that window, that financing window. This product, say, comes across our desk and say, hey, can you switch over some of your investments over to Bitcoin? Does that Bitcoin need to be seasoned like traditional money?
Well, the magic part of this, everybody's heard this saying, right? Money talks. So we don't really care about your credit score. What matters is how much Bitcoin you're bringing to the table. And that's the paradigm shift. The paradigm shift is when you go to a TradFi institution, they want to know your credit score. They want to know your cash flows, your businesses, everything about you. But then they don't even give you real credit for it. But she just asked a question, I'm not sure if everybody heard it, but this person has millions of dollars worth of assets and they can't get access to credit because of some other reason or another. That's a hiccup in the traditional system. When you come to a Bitcoin lender, Bitcoin talks, money talks, you put Bitcoin up. So yeah, the solution would be convert that equity into Bitcoin, and now you can get access to credit.
Yeah.
It would be cool. Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, I was just gonna wrap it up.
I was
Wrap it up
gonna-
there.
I was
We're
gonna-
almost out of time.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
You go.
I was going to say one thing. So under this world of proof of reserve, so at Osaka, what we actually do is we do proof of funds for individuals. So we'll actually do the same level of cryptographic signing, whether you're in cold storage, wherever you're holding your Bitcoin, and then you can use that as a proof of funds to then go be more creditworthy or use it for underwriting, whatever it is. So that's very much the case. What we're saying is we have a lot of people that have Bitcoin, they come to us, and we've been doing this under the hood, but now we've productized it.
What's your website?
It's hoseki.app.
Great. All right. Thank you so much to our panel here.
All right, you guys. Thanks. All right, everybody. Fascinating stuff. Great.
Whoa, turn those mics off. How's that happening?
Are these on?
All right, you gotta let it down. All right. Okay, hi.
Thank you, Brady. All right. Up next, oh, look at that. They're already sliding into their seats. You know your exit plan. Hey, if the panel keeps rolling, you're just gonna, like we said, don't run. All right. Next up, a very fascinating discussion about ending the FUD. I'm not quite sure what that means. It's some kind of code for something. Although I will say that this photo was recently taken of somebody perhaps adding fuel to the FUD. But we're going to debate that now on this fantastic panel, as led by the one and only Bramley Barbosa.
Oh, thank you so much. So kind, so generous with your energy. I know it's been a long day, everyone, so thank you so much for hanging in there and hanging with us.
Point it to you and up close.
Yeah, you want to, you got to handle that mic like you own it, Don't be afraid. So, end the FUD. Shaping Bitcoin narratives. To me, it's beyond just being a Bitcoiner and beyond just dealing with the concepts that you see in the headlines about Bitcoin. There are a lot of skills that someone, I think, develops or needs to develop as they become a Bitcoiner. And it's so important, beyond just Bitcoin, to be able to address FUD, to be able to address, in other words, misrepresentations, or as they like to call them, misinformation, disinformation, etc. So I wanted to give one quick example, and I'm going to open up to these great panelists over here. A lot of people in this room I can see are older than me, no offense, it's wonderful to be alive, but you will remember then, perhaps, something called the War on Terror, a phrase that gets said so rarely these days, but it's not something that I think has even officially ended. We still have, active laws that permit our government to enact violence to try to pursue this war on terror. Now, after the United States was attacked on September 11, 2001, more than 20 years ago, we invaded Afghanistan, and this is not what I want to talk about. It's actually in 2003 when the United States starts developing a narrative that Iraq, the country of Iraq, which at the time was controlled by a dictator called Saddam Hussein, our government was trying to promulgate with the mainstream media that Iraq was actually involved with the 9/11 attacks, that the Iraqi government had been involved with Al-Qaeda in planning and enacting the 9/11 attacks and other forms of terrorism. And there was a specific event on some Sunday in 2003, I can't remember which Sunday, but the vice president of our nation, Dick Cheney, he goes on a bunch of these morning shows, and he's got I've got this memo that was just released by the intelligence agencies, 19 or however many agencies, they say that someone from Iraq met with an Al-Qaeda operative in Paris. Oh no, we gotta invade Iraq. And the rest is history, right? We invade Iraq. That memo was a lie. The basis for the United States invading Iraq was a lie. But at the time, 2003, I hadn't even graduated high school yet. I'd been called un-American, a terrorist sympathizer, all kinds of horrible things at such a young age, because I dared to question the narrative. They're not telling us the truth. And at a certain point, no one even cared why we were in the war anymore. It's just, we gotta win it. So to me, that was a big wake-up call. That was a big wake-up call that we can't trust our media. We can't trust the media because the relationships they have with the government, because the relationships they have with their advertisers and other forces. So that was my example, but now I want to invite my wonderful panel who's sitting next to me. If you guys can think of something related to what I'm talking about, either a story that happened or some event that happened to kind of wake you up or to reveal to you, like, wait a minute, I'm being fed stories that are not actually, one, true, and two, they don't benefit me. They don't make me better. They don't make me better capable of handling and dealing with reality. So let me pass it off to, hey, Michelle, what's up?
What's up, guys? We all know it was an inside job, but that might be a different panel. No, I think this is really, really important, and I think a lot of the things that Jackie spoke about earlier are super important. I'm glad we can have this conversation. For me, one of the big things, I've always sort of questioned everything, but I think one of the biggest examples for me was I was living abroad in 2015, 16. I was not living in the United States when Trump initially ran for the presidency, and I was not active in politics at the time. I was living actually in Dubai. I was doing a lot of work in China, so I really didn't have very much exposure even to Western media, and I had no idea. What I knew about Trump was that he had the show that everybody loved, right? And sure, not everybody loved him, but that was sort of the end of it, right? He was a media personality. And I had no idea the sort of like psychological operation that was developing in the United States, and that it was becoming as polarizing as it was, and that you couldn't even question it. You couldn't have an honest conversation about it. So when I came back to the States, it was a huge wake-up call for me. I was just kind of like, oh yeah, like, what did you think? Like, I don't care how you voted. I don't care if you like the guy, if you hate him. But I'm just honest in like your honest opinion. Like, businessman runs for presidency. Like, that was kind of the opinion of a lot of people in Asia and the Middle East. Like, oh, he's like trying to help, right? He's giving up his life of luxury to be a civil servant. And I got like completely shut down and mocked and called a far-right extremist and all these things simply for like being curious about how people felt about the situation. It had become so black and white and so polarizing so quickly. For me, it became exponentially more important to figure out like, why can we not even discuss this? And so that was a big wake-up call for me.
We're not talking about Bitcoin just yet, and the reason is because the skills of critical thinking, being able to analyze facts and things that you're told, and to question, is this true? Can I find out if this is true? This is so important, not just for Bitcoiners, but it's true for everyone. And this is a part of our process of like, how did we come to think that, wow, Bitcoin is such an important and revolutionary technology, and I want to dedicate tons of time. And everyone on this panel has dedicated tons of time. Nico, welcome. Why don't you tell us one of your little, what was one of your like, whoa, I can't believe that.
Yeah, it's a great question. Hello, everybody. Hello, Naples. So it's like a really interesting phenomenon, I think, the last 5 to 10 years. And essentially what I think is happening, and to kind of tie into, Prem, what you were talking about earlier, when you're talking about the Iraq war and all that, I heard a really powerful comment. I forget who it's from, but it's basically like, if social media existed in the early 2000s, we would not have gone to war with Iraq. I think what social media has enabled is like mass scale peer-to-peer communications. And if you're a government trying to control a narrative, it kind of becomes difficult when you can just grow your own platform independently and speak to people. So to answer your question, Prem, like where things started to get a little bit weird for me was when I was doing my show, and what I was talking about in my show was more accurate in terms of the truth than what the so-called professional journalists were saying on TV. And that's when things really kind of hit me in the face, because I realized like, wow, like the media isn't really in the business of news. The media is really kind of in the business of propaganda. And it's really, really well done. I mean, the whole like media industrial complex, like I like to call it, like you can connect the movies with the late night shows, with the news desk shows, and it all interconnects to paint this very rosy picture of what the approved story is, what the approved narrative is. And anything outside of that rosy little bubble is essentially called misinformation, extremism, dangerous. My favorite, it's a danger to democracy. I think I've heard that 50,000 times. So yeah, it's a really kind of this interesting place where we are, but I think things have changed dramatically since Elon acquired Twitter and the the Twitter files came out, and it really showed that the US government was going out. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg recently came out on the Joe Rogan podcast, basically admitting this. In this country, with First Amendment protections, did not matter. The US government was putting pressure on social medias to censor the certain speech of Americans. That is absolutely insane. So I think this phenomenon of what I call the disintermediation of information enabled by mass scale peer-to-peer communications, aka social media, is a very interesting phenomenon. And I think the next phenomenon, to kind of tie in Bitcoin a little bit, that I think we're about to enter is the disintermediation of money. And look at how much they fought the disintermediation of information. Like, they fought tooth and nail to keep control of the narrative. They did not want people thinking freely, discussing freely, thinking critically. And now, with the disintermediation of money, we're going to their source of revenue. We're going to their source of power. The government's unique ability to create money for free that everyone else has to work for. I think Bitcoin is a fundamental threat to that. And I think that's the battle to come. But the fight for free speech is the front line. Because if we can't question inflation, if we can't question the money freely without getting deplatformed, how else are we going to awaken the masses to the reality of the money's broken, right? So I think that was an excellent question.
Yeah, I think one of the big aspects of the idea of free speech, it's not enough to have free speech. We have to also have the bravery to use it. And in these crazy times where you see that freedom being so tenuous, this is the time it's most important to stretch those muscles. Now let's maybe talk about something a little bit more Bitcoin specific, but still on this idea of people trying to promote narratives to confuse us. Gabe, there was a recent book that was published, I think it was an autobiographical book, Hijacking Bitcoin, that's what it was called, right? And you have been working on a project, working on something. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that? Tell us a little about what that book is and why you care about it.
Yeah. So this book came out last year. It's co-signed by Roger Ver, who was a very early Bitcoiner, Bitcoin investor, started and helped start several businesses in the space. He claims this is the first one. But he recently released this book, Hijacking Bitcoin. Have we heard of that? Anybody heard it? Anybody read it? Yeah. Did
you?
I have read it. I'm now on a couple passes because what I'm doing is completely dismantling some of the claims that are made in that book. That essentially the book is claiming that Bitcoin has been taken over by intelligence actors and through the developers, the Bitcoin protocol developers, which is complete bullshit. And I'm gonna completely dismantle that entire claim with facts that are not conveniently left out in of the book in the notes in the back. But we're going to see more of this kind of FUD coming out specifically against Bitcoin because it is the thing that's disintermediating the propagators and the people that are promoting this propagandist material because this is our path to freedom. And they're going to absolutely try to take it away from us or shy us away from digging in deeper into understanding how it works and how we are in control. We can take back our control. They don't want that, so they're going to try to create these narratives to turn you away from it. And so we have to shield ourselves with understanding and knowledge of why these things are lies. You got to see through the lies. And I love, by the way, I love conspiracy theories. I seek them out obviously you don't have to believe all the conspiracies, right? What it does is it challenges your perceptions and it challenges what you might have been programmed to think about these issues. And so you can go back to first order principles in critically thinking about these issues, what may or may not be true, and try to decipher what reality actually is. What is the truth behind these matters? And a lot of the times, especially the last handful of years, the conspiracy theorists are actually have a really good track record, which should tell you something. So,
well, some of them. I think there's a certain audacity of someone trying to publish a false narrative, especially about Bitcoin, where so much of what happened is public record and is so easily available. And then it goes back to what I said a few minutes ago about, well, if no one, like, I'm not going to read the book. Thank you for reading the book, because the fact that you're willing to do it and you're willing to put this effort and do the work, you're going to fight that fight, right? I'm never going to fight that fight because I'm never going to know what's in that book. So people are going to read that book and they're going to have all kinds of questions, or they're going to think they're going to know a certain history of Bitcoin, and they need someone like you to come and be like, well, wait a minute, let me show you a couple of other facts and ideas. Nick, welcome on board. Any thoughts or any particular like storylines or narratives that you want to bring up?
Well, one thing that when Gabe was just saying that, one thing that kind of came to my mind was like FUD, and it's kind of like the same thing as when somebody hates you and they're spreading hate about you. It's usually because you're doing something that they're jealous of, and their only way to react is to say something negative about you and spread that hate to try to belittle you, make you feel like what you're doing is wrong, or just basically just belittle you. But it was a more of a personal experience for me. One of the things that kind of opened my eyes, which from the Bitcoin journey, is just kind of what, like the problem with our food in America and how much we've been lied to about just the food pyramid, what's good for us, what's bad for us. And it really opened my eyes that, the sugar, the seed oils, and all this stuff that's in our food, it's really like, it's fiat food. It's just made of a bunch of bullshit. And you put this stuff into your body, and that stuff affects your mind, and it all keeps you in this weird, in this rat wheel that's not really serving you at all. And they're telling you the stuff that's best for you, like meat, is actually bad for you, and it should be the smallest part of your diet, but you should eat more carbs, you should eat more seed oils, and going to the grocery store and just going down the aisles, looking at the ingredients, and it's in everything. So the whole fiat system has really taken its claws into everything in our life. So for me, like food has been something that I've really, like, in a weird way, Bitcoin brought me to have more clarity on what I should be eating and what I should not be eating.
When you start to go down certain Bitcoin rabbit holes, especially when you go down the food, health, quality rabbit hole, start to look at the ingredients when you go to the supermarkets, like, can I eat this? Can I not eat this? And it gets pretty stressful because there's a lot of things you can't eat. And you imagine like, oh, well, they wouldn't put stuff in the food that would be bad for me. Like the government wouldn't let them do that, right? And then the companies, they wouldn't do that either, right? Like they wouldn't risk the health and well-being of their customers just for profit, right? They wouldn't do that. And so a lot of times you kind of develop this assumption as we grow up in this country, especially if you go through our educational system, that the government has your best interest at heart and all these things are working the way they're supposed to work. And unfortunately, when we're talking about like news and FUD, there's actually a particular issue I wanted to ask Michelle about. So there's a law that was repealed a few years ago. It's called the Schmidt-Mundt Act.
The Smith-Mundt Act of 1948.
Yeah. And so what was that act in 1948? And then why did they repeal it like recently?
Yeah, well, it was a while ago now. It was actually in 2013. And so the Smith-Mundt Act of 1948 explicitly forbid U.S. government agencies from running propaganda domestically on its own people. And in 2013, Obama repealed it. It's actually kind of hard to look into like anything else. The truth is really obfuscated because they don't want you to know the truth about what they did. So even if you Google it, it's going to, like, what you'll find is that the act was modernized. So they just changed it a little bit. But if you really dig into the details of those changes that were made, you will find the little tiny edit that prior to the modernization forbid agencies from running domestic propaganda. And since 2013, they have been allowed to. So that has really, really centralized the propaganda that comes down and the control of the narratives, because it gave them this huge like distribution channels, right? Like all the distribution channels. And I think it's really important what we're doing, like Nico mentioned, social media and kind of like hacking away at that. But yeah, reinstate the Smith-Mundt Act.
I mean, how did the media go so long without being willing to even question Joe Biden's competency as the leader of the country? Like, I'm a very open-minded and forgiving and accepting person. I'm apolitical, I'm nonpartisan. But I could see that from a mile away. I could see that from a long time ago. And then the fact, like, how could they do that for so long unless it was deliberate? Do you really think all of these people who are so close to Joe Biden all the time, all of these, White House correspondents who are on, following him all the time, none of these people noticed this? Of course they noticed it.
He's sharp as a tack. That was the line, sharp as a tack.
Yeah. Now, there are certain time constraints for our panel. So, Nico, I want to ask you, as we move into, so I think we've laid out pretty clearly, there's a lot of false information, there's a lot of lies that are being promulgated as truth throughout various forms in our society. Now, what we do every day in specific ways as Bitcoiners, as human beings, as Americans in certain cases, is we are trying to promote critical thinking and trying to present alternative narratives based on what we consider to be true, to be fact, without ulterior motives, I have nothing to sell anyone. On March 16th, I'm going to be doing the 200th Bitcoin brunch, a meetup I host every Sunday. And I don't sell anything. I have no Bitcoin. I'm not going to sell you my Bitcoin. And I have no one else's Bitcoin to sell you. So, Nico, how do you, through Simply Bitcoin, through your other efforts, how are you helping to create new narratives, to shape a new narrative to counter all these? Because I agree that we can't fight the mainstream media. We can't fight these forces. They literally have the power of the printing press behind them. So all we can do is provide another example. What are you doing?
Yeah, so it's essentially like people have to realize, like, this is the world that people live in when they consume. I don't even call it mainstream media anymore because their numbers reflect that there's something that's dying essentially. But the world that someone lives in, if they watch the legacy media, is a completely different world compared to the world of someone that gets their news via X or gets their views via social media. It's a completely different reality. So the way that I like to phrase it is, this is narrative trench warfare on the battlegrounds of the internet, and it's essentially winning over the hearts and minds of individuals using speech, right? So how do you combat that? How do you combat legacy media? It's pretty simple. You just tell the truth, right? They operate with a system that was not prepared for social media. They were not prepared for it whatsoever. That's why they freaked out with the whole fact-checking thing. That's why they freaked out when they kept saying misinformation, this. And I'll tell you what, it's a one-way door. Once someone starts consuming independent media and they're like, wait a second, this guy or, this narrative isn't true, the world isn't going to spontaneously combust tomorrow. Trump isn't Hitler. Maybe he's a bit of a shitcoiner, but, maybe he isn't this guy. So those narratives they break very quickly. Like they have to keep you within. They have to keep you consuming that media. So one of the things that I realized earlier on is I initially started simply 5 years ago now with I just want to talk about Bitcoin, make YouTube videos, and then within 1 or 2 years, I remember telling my co-host Opti, I said, "Dude, I think we're reporters, bro." And he's like, "What do you mean?" I was like, "Bro, I think we tell the news to people." And he's like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Yeah." And then I remember you have to obviously to do a good job to find out what you want to talk about, you have to do research to certain stories. And, you know, I would spend research, like I spend time making research, like doing research. And then like, I was like, okay, I have to tell a story. I have to create a narrative. But what would blow my mind, and I think I was saying this earlier, is like, you would get more accurate information on what was going on with the world if you consume Simply Bitcoin content. Mind you, self-taught YouTubers, no journalistic background whatsoever, and you'd get more accurate information on what was going on in the world of Bitcoin and the world of politics than you would if you tuned into MSNBC. Like, if that is not on purpose by design, I don't know what is. And the fact that they are professionally trained journalists, and the fact that they do go to school for this, tells me that it is 100% on purpose. It's 100% malicious. And what you're seeing is the American equivalent to, in the USSR, they had an official newspaper. And the official newspaper was called Pravda. If you translate Pravda, it's a Russian word. If you translate it to English, it means truth, right? So what does that remind you of? The legacy media today in America is the American equivalent of Pravda. And if you tell them that they're lying, if you say that they're lying, they call you crazy. They call you an extremist. They don't combat what you're saying with facts or with debate. They would rather censor you.
They want to shut you up, right?
And the reason they want to censor you and shut you up is because they don't have any good arguments.
So I agree with that conclusion. I mean, as I mentioned earlier, I'm very accepting and open-minded, and I've met quite a few journalists in my life. I think I'll give most of them the benefit of the doubt, and this is probably not very forgiving, but they're just doing their job.
What?
And that's I hope you catch the reference. So, Nico,
I'll say one more thing.
The Ministry of Truth has spoken.
I'll say one more thing. It's not a coincidence that the most popular content creator on the planet right now is Joe Rogan, and he is not part of any type of legacy media outlet. That's not a coincidence. That is happening because people are sick and tired of being fed lies. And this dude that smokes weed, talks about killing elk, eating elk, and DMT is telling them the truth. And they resonate with that. That's essentially what's happening. But this entire phenomenon, because we have to zoom out and like understand where we are from in a historical context, is happening because of the internet. The internet has disintermediated information, and the internet is about to disintermediate money on a massive scale.
Nico, I want to ask you one question about what you said. Well, for one thing, you know, you're talking about how the numbers of legacy media are dropping. I do want to note that Joe Rogan comes from legacy media. I don't think he would have his position if he hadn't come from legacy media. It wasn't journalism. How do you, though, because I don't think you come from legacy media, at least I don't remember seeing you on CNN before you were on Simply Bitcoin. So can you talk about how did you develop your brand? How did you become Simply Bitcoin? How did that happen?
I mean, so when I always loved YouTube. Like I always looked up at YouTube and I was like, I want to be a YouTuber. And I was like 22 or 23 years old. And I was doing the math in my head. And I said, like, if you study other channels, it takes roughly like 6 to 8 years to be somewhat successful and somewhat known. And I did the math. I'm like, okay, so if I start now, if I start a video game channel now, by the time this is successful, I'm gonna be 30. So I'm gonna be like, okay, so I'm gonna be like making videos about video games when I'm 30 for a living. Like, no, that's probably a bad idea. So what is the second thing I was like very passionate? I was like Bitcoin. I was like, okay, let me start a YouTube channel about Bitcoin. And at the time, it was like 2020, and there was no Bitcoin only content. Like there was crypto content and there was Bitcoin content, but there was no Bitcoin only content. And at the Bitcoin 2021 conference in Miami, I was lucky enough to get invited to speak on stage. Mind you, Simply Bitcoin had maybe like 600 subscribers at the time. And I told the crowd, I said, listen, I have an idea. We're gonna use all the clickbait kind of tactics and all this like, you know, engagement tactics that a lot of these altcoin and shitcoin channels use. And I'm gonna apply it to Bitcoin. Fast forward 4 to 5 years, I think it turned out all right. But yeah, that was it. I loved YouTube. I loved making content. I didn't want to make content about video games because I thought it would be lame to make content about video games at 30. And I started making content about Bitcoin, and I happened to be lucky because 2020 was the infancy of Bitcoin only media. There was no Bitcoin only media. So I guess I was at the right place at the right time, and simultaneously while all of this was happening, the legitimacy of the legacy media was dying. So it created like an opportunity for independent media to fill its place. But did I know any of this when I started? No. I was actually mining Bitcoin at the time. Looking back, I probably would have made a lot more money if I just stuck it out mining Bitcoin. But hey, you can't win them all.
So I'm going to be giving the other panelists a moment because Nico's going to be running out very soon. Jackie, was it a question for Nico? I'll at the end then I'll have you, or do you want to share it out now?
Journalism. How many people on this panel have to work in journalism?
So,
Well, hang on.
Not me.
All right, 0. I will go.
Work I've done has been cited by a journalist.
I think we make a huge mistake here when we say this thing is completely broken and terrible and corrupt, and this thing is perfect. Because let's remember, Twitter, X, the most popular social media channel in the world right now. Only 20% of Americans use it, and 65% of those people are 35 and below-year-old men. Okay, so the vast majority of Americans do still get their information from legacy media, and a lot of that is their local newspaper. So while I agree with a lot of the frustration being expressed, respectfully, none of you actually knows what it's like to work as a journalist and what this industry is going through right now, which is a lot. And I'm not defending, I don't watch MSNBC, I don't watch cable, I don't use mainstream media really at all. But I also know that I am an aberration from the norm. And if we want to change the media, we are not going to do that by telling them all how broken and wrong they are. What we're going to be able to, how we're going to be able to change it is by offering alternatives that understand the audience where they are right now. People are not going to spend hours every night deciphering information on social media channels or going on obscure websites and looking at things like economic data, which I do at night. Most people aren't going to do that. So tread carefully on this narrative of mainstream media sucks, they're all awful, when frankly none of you work in the industry.
they do so like, okay.
They're telling the truth.
Okay, I respect that, and it like, look, so I don't come from a traditional media background, but I've worked a lot in legacy media, and I've done a ton of legacy media work, and I understand that industry very thoroughly. In fact, I would say that if you don't understand the legacy media industry, you can't succeed as an independent media creator, and this is what I do for a living, right? So to address your point, in regards to the legacy media establishment or industry, right now, the internet is doing to it what the internet did to Blockbuster, what the internet did to Barnes & Noble. It's a phenomenon. And if that industry does not adapt, there was a very famous video of the Axios CEO basically freaking out, and he was at a dinner at a legacy media correspondence dinner in DC, and he was reacting to Elon Musk, basically saying Elon is not a journalist. He doesn't understand how much work it goes into being a journalist. He doesn't understand it. We're the media. He's not the media. What I would respond to that is, if you have to tell people that you're the media, you are not the media. And if you look at the viewership of all legacy media channels, including newspapers, TV networks, it's all going on a downward trend. And if you see what's filling its place, it's social media. It's taking it over.
Well, pardon me, I mean, we could dialogue later, and I'm really glad that you brought that up, though, because I do think, that's why I let you say that, because that perspective is so important. It's very important, and I don't disagree with you.
Well, I think there's this, there's this whole concept of like trust the experts, right? But what we've learned over the past 20 years, or as we've all woken up on whatever timeline that is the experts are by and large lying. Whether it's malicious and intentional or not, that's a separate conversation to be had on like an individual basis. I've never worked in media, but I did live in DC for 12 years, and I know a lot about how the intel agencies work. And just because something is local or said by somebody like specific that you're told to trust, that doesn't mean that it's not a lie. Whether they're participating in the lie or not, it doesn't matter. It doesn't make it truth. So I think it's not a matter of like, oh, have you had this career? Do you have this degree? I mean, that's credentialism, which I think is not something we support. We're in Bitcoin, we trust proof of work. Credentialism is proof of stake. And I'm not into it.
Yeah, you don't have to be a journalist to decipher truth. And to Michelle's point, we have witnessed during COVID how we were all lied to explicitly and clearly by these so-called experts. That's not okay, and we shouldn't allow that to happen at any point. We should give these journalists a hard job. They have a hard job to do, and they should do it with intent, not taking their lines from on high. And that's what we've seen. We all know it, and it's time we call it out and use platforms to do so.
The truth doesn't mind being questioned. Like,
so, and I'll add to onto your guys' point. Okay, so like, what is a journalist, right? So essentially, before social media, there was a handful of TV stations and there was a handful of newspapers. The only way you'd be able to propagate a mass narrative is through essentially a handful of information gatekeepers. What the internet has allowed, you are all journalists in this room. You are all the media in this room. You're able to grow a platform without having to go through a handful of information gatekeepers.
Where's your credentials, sir? I don't.
You can grow a platform. You can grow a following. You don't need to ask someone for permission to pick up your phone and film something. And the reason that has become more popular, independent media is becoming more popular than legacy media, is because legacy media abused their monopoly to sell the public on false narratives. And essentially, the public is like, you know what? Like, they're telling me that Joe Rogan is taking horse dewormer, and they're like artificially changing the screen to make him look more green and sick. And Joe Rogan, who has 15 million live views per episode, compared to the most popular show on any of the cable networks, it completely destroys their numbers. He just goes up there and he's like, dude, I didn't take horse dewormer. That's a sack of shit. And he invited the guy, the news anchor who reported that on his show, and he's like, why did you lie to me? And if you see the phenomenon also with Trump in this recent election, you know, they said all these things about him, right? And there's a lot of things that I don't necessarily agree with Trump. Like, you know, politics is like a very divisive thing. But if you see him on the Joe Rogan podcast, that completely contrasts with what the legacy media has been saying about him for so long. So, and not only that, YouTube actually deranked that episode. If you search for the Joe Rogan Trump interview, you couldn't find it on the YouTube results. Why were they so scared of the truth? So this phenomenon only happens because journalists abused their platforms, abused their ability to speak to the public, and now essentially what's happening is they're being replaced by the people that have the ability to build their own platforms, that have the ability to build their own followings without going through a handful of editors that get to decide what is the truth and what is not the truth. The truth is the truth. It's that simple. Legacy media within a decade is going to die, and independent content is going to take its place. And the people that decide that they want to continue watching CNN for whatever reason, they're going to have fun staying poor. Like, I don't know what else to say. One thing. I have to catch a flight. Thank you very much.
Mic drop. Mic drop.
Yeah, so I wanted to give people as much time as we could before he had to run, but now, you know, we've got some other panelists and you guys can start expressing yourselves.
One thing I want to say about just like legacy media, I turn on and have anybody here watched Mad Money? Mad Money? Jim Cramer. There's literally a reverse Cramer that is doing phenomenal, but yet they still put him on TV every single day, and he's literally doing and telling people to do the complete opposite of stuff that would be beneficial to people. And they're still giving him a platform to do so. Why? Does that make any sense?
It's like Adam Schiff.
I don't know where that just came from, but
Sorry.
The MC
For the peanut gallery over here.
Yeah, you know, I don't think, please don't take us as suggesting or arguing that Twitter or YouTube or any of these means of acquiring information are perfect.
Pram, I'm going to interrupt you. Everybody wave goodbye to Nico right there and family. And we're very grateful for them to make the effort coming all the way over here from Miami. Bye, Nico. Safe travels, buddy. We'll see you next time. Love, love, love. Okay, back to your regular schedule program.
And I think one of the important things of like what Nico is doing is he's then taking all, you know, his job is to consume a ton of different media sources and to like pick what he thinks is important, right? That's the job that he has been able to literally manifest for himself. He didn't get that job. And I think that's one of the like kind of inherent problems with the media industry, the legacy media, is that they have all of these structures and vestiges that have developed over decades and decades. And maybe you could touch this a little bit, maybe with like intelligence agencies and how they feed information to the media. But you know, they've all these structures. Like for instance, yeah, maybe most people still get their media from local newspapers. But where do local news reporters get their information about the federal government? Where do they get information about their local police department? Where do they get information about their local city hall? They're getting all this information from these feeder patterns that have been defined, created, and managed by the establishment, by, you know, if you want to call it the deep state, by, you know, bureaucrats who work for these cities and just jump from one city to another. And they're promulgating a system that is inhuman. It has nothing to do with humanity. It has to do with continuing these structures and letting them to continue to exist. So I think when I said that most journalists are just doing their job, I mean, I really sincerely mean that. It's an industry like any other, and you're competing with people like any other industry, and there's a ton of people who just got out of J school just like you, and they're young, and they're willing to work for less than you, and you're all competing for the same few and fewer and fewer every year media jobs that exist in this country. And you think these people are going up there, ideological journalists, like, oh, journalism, truth, you know, we gotta stand up for the public, we gotta fight for the fourth estate, like that's gone. These people are doing a job like any other industry. They're trying to pay their bills, they're trying to get ahead. They're human beings like you and me. So I don't want to demonize the media, but I think the system is broken.
What I want to demonize is the concept of just doing your job, and that's somehow like a blanket acceptance or pass on no critical thinking, no accountability, no freaking principles. Like that's categorically unacceptable to me. And I think by and large, people are rejecting that, which is why we see a rise in independent media and a fall in the legacy media.
100%. And to even further that point, think about somebody that goes on to one of these legacy media interviews and they have questions being shot at them they have 5 minutes to get their point across. Can you really get how somebody thinks and what they really are trying to get across in such a small amount of time? And that being said, look at, just like everything else, this is a free market. So where are people deciding to get their information from? Trump did win this election. Why? It wasn't because of legacy media. It's because he went to other sources of media to put himself out there to let people know who he truly is. And because he did that, people saw who he truly was, and it gave people an opportunity to see him as a human being. And at the end of the day, that's what people want. They want truth. They feed on truth. Bitcoin is shining light on truth. Truthful money, don't trust it, verify. By verifying, you can understand the literally proof of work. So, I mean, and again,
just like Michelle was saying, these people that work for these media companies, they're employees, not the employer. So it's not the journalists that are bad, it's the actual root cause of the system, which is the root. And then to bring it back into Bitcoin, follow the money. Who is funding these media channels? These media channels are funded by the same thing. I'm a big sports guy. I watch ESPN. I see Stephen A. Smith. Now I don't watch anymore, but I watch the same game he's watching. Why do I need to hear somebody else's opinion on something that I'm also experiencing? I'm a human being. I can critical think. I can come up with my own opinions based on what I see. And that to me is where I see journalists, great people, but there's a reason why people like long range interviews, like Simply Bitcoin. There's a reason why they're succeeding.
I think one of the reasons is because so I'm very passionate about journalism because I'm passionate about the truth. And so I was one of, few and fewer people every year who had subscribed to the local paper, the Miami Herald, back where I lived. And so, let's say, now it's 2024, still if you go to the Miami Herald and you pull up one of their articles. Now this is an institution whose entire purpose is to produce journalism on a full-time basis. They have people who work there full-time, they have a staff, right? But you go to an article, there's no links in the article to previous stories that they had done to give you context of all the previous work, all the hours, all the effort that they had supposedly done on this same story. Stories evolve over time. And you lose all of that. Every story is like this just manifest brand new, oh, here's 3 paragraphs of news and there's nothing else you need to know. When even that, whether it's CNN, whether it's the Miami Herald, like that very own institution has done 70, 100, 1,000 hours on this very story and there's not a single link in the article. And this is the standard of journalism in 2024? I don't need to be a journalist and I don't want to be that kind of a journalist. I would be sad and depressed for myself as a professional if that was my work product. If that was the standard of professionalism that I brought to my country, to my community. That, hey, here's a little bit of truth from a certain point of view, with certain quotes taken in a certain context, and no further context, and no further reading, and no way to follow up on that story. And this is the standard. So I'm sorry, the journalistic system in this country is broken. It's fundamentally broken.
That doesn't mean journalists are bad people.
Yeah.
No.
That's not what that's not.
There's good journalists,
Correct.
right?
100%.
So, but you've got to source them out. And where I think we can help as a Bitcoin community is incentivize those good journalists when they post good information, such as on platforms that can't be censored, like Nostr. How many of you have heard or used Nostr as a communication platform? There are good journalists on there, like Matt Taibbi, Glenn Greenwald, etc. So they're out there. Send them some sats, right? Incentivize them to continue to communicate truth to you and use those platforms to elevate those kinds of conversations and the quality of good journalism.
And one more thing I'd like to say, that, and just in general, like Bitcoin is a long time preference. It's not about being first to a story. It's about, actually thinking like the repercussions of the story that we're telling. Are we telling them the truth or are we just trying to be first? Sometimes being first, you get the most attention, but are you really doing the best service to the people that you're servicing? So take a step back and think about, okay, should I do something that's just because I want to be first and get all the attention, get the likes and get all the notoriety? Or do I actually want to help the people that are, consuming the products that I'm telling them and I'm sharing with them? It's the time preference in Bitcoin in general. That's like the biggest thing. When Nico was talking earlier about, he knew it was going to take 6 to 8 years for a channel to grow. That's a Bitcoin first principle thing right there. It wasn't about getting rich tomorrow. It's about putting in the work. And by putting in the work and by continuously doing it, it's going to result in being successful 6 to 8 years road. So I encourage everyone not to just look for a quick fix like Ozempic, but to put the work in, change your diet, change your lifestyle. It's not going to happen overnight, but over time, you'll be better and you'll have a longer and more sustainable life.
So carry these thoughts that you're having from this conversation with you to the after party, all right? Because we still have limited time. We got one more panel to go. I just want to leave you with one thought. The fact that Simply Bitcoin exists, the fact that Matt Taibbi and Glenn Greenwald can have full-time independent journalist careers, it demonstrates proof positive in the market that there is a demand for journalism. There are people in this world who are willing to pay for journalism. So I only hope that in the future we're going to see more and more journalists willing to take that risk and put their time and their livelihood where their ethics should be, and start producing real journalism that's true to their heart and to their soul, and ask the people who are benefiting from it. Because if you think your journalism is benefiting your community, then ask your community to support you. Thank you so much. We'll see you all later.
Bye, Bitcoin.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. This was awesome panel. And Jackie, I gotta acknowledge Jackie for getting that conversation going. Thank you for giving a different view and giving us something to talk about. All right, not like we didn't have anything to talk about. Okay, so our last and best panel is going to happen in just a minute. You can stand up and stretch, but get your raffle tickets out. We're going to do a couple of quick drawings to finish out the day. A couple of quick drawings. So the first two drawings are from Susan Van Valkenburg, The Essence of Bitcoin, the Bitcoin Art. This is the Bitcoin white paper abstract. I'm sorry, we're doing three drawings. The Bitcoin white paper abstract, and it glows in the dark. So you can read it all night long. And so I'm drawing for that. That winning ticket number is, oh, by the way, we combined all the tickets, all the leftover tickets into one bucket. So 456. 456. Yes, I can count. 456. We have 456 in the room. 456. 456. Okay. How about 415? 415? Nobody for 415. How about 380? 380, 380. Really? Oh. Okay. 242. 242. 242. Yay. All right, we got a winner. Okay. The next thing we're giving away, you see these Bitcoins on the door frame over here? Yeah, the next winner gets to pick one of those Bitcoins on the door frame. Congratulations. Okay. 279. 279. 279. Not 313. 313. What? No.
Ignore him.
313 is Sally in the back. Huh? 482. 482. 482. 330. 330. 330. Okay. Wow. 405. 405. Huh? We gave out too many tickets, I think. 526. 526. Oh, Andrea. Okay. Susan, help Andrea pick out her Bitcoin. All right, BitAxe. We're giving away a BitAxe. Are we getting these tickets? Yeah. We're giving out a show us the BitAxe.
Very small.
Who wants the BitAxe? And then we got one more, and that's going to be Bitcoin Ben's $5,000 in Bitcoin. So this number is for the BitAxe. What? Oh, you guys did them already. Oh, okay. Oh, who wants to do the announcement?
So Trevor Bello wins the BitX. Sorry guys, nobody else gets this. So we got a Nick C. Do we have Nick C in here?
Nick C in the house.
Is Nick C in the house?
All
right.
Nick C?
Yeah, well, we figured we need.
What's a Nixie?
Isn't that Nick?
Nick
Isn't that the guy that was just?
No, it's Nick.
What's a Nixie?
BCZ brand. No. Okay, we'll pick another one. We'll pick another one. Okay, Luke. Louis NCL. Who's that?
Hey, there we go. Lou, you get a bid axe. You're gonna want the power cradle as well. You're gonna want that. Okay, the big drawing, you guys can come up on the stairs over here. This is Bitcoin Ben's generous giveaway, $5,000 top.
Absolutely, guys. Thank you for being here today. We've got 3 names here, so hopefully someone's still here for the $5,000. Also, anybody that joins the club, if you see these right here that are on your table, we're having a drawing for $1,000 and then $5,000 for one club. So you join the club, you got another chance to win $1,000 plus $5,000. All right, so here we go. Mr. John Albers. Right here. John Albers. Oh, great. Mr. John Albers. All right. Yes.
Fantastic. Add tears. Just gonna add tears.
All right, you guys can work out the details, and let's go ahead and get MC, Mr. Jack Fife. I'll just leave it over to you.
Let's do it.
Don't forget the Blue Sky Restaurant. We're gonna have a couple volunteers pointing you in the right direction, but just walk out the door and don't get in your car. Walk over to Blue Sky and have a good time.
Okay.
All right. All right, ready to go? Nice job. All right, we've got our last session, our last panel of the day. We're going to finish strong together. So thanks everybody for going the distance with us. And it's been a fantastic day. We're going to finish fantastic with an incredible lineup right here. I'm going to bring my guests on stage. In fact, apparently we're going to ask of you to walk the distance in front of the stage. Okay, Brady, can you handle it? Okay, we'll do it that way. So I'm Jack, everyone. Nice to meet you. It's been a fantastic day to get to know everyone together. And yes, as you can see from this photo right here, I answered a Craigslist ad to come and help out at this event. John found me at the Krispy Kreme drive-thru. I was the drive-thru window announcer at Krispy Kreme in Texas one day. On that road trip in his VW van, by the way. That's how I was discovered. Okay, enough about me. Come on up here, please. Everybody welcome Larry Lepard, Bob Burnett, and Teresa Morrison. Isn't that what we're supposed to do? John wants us to sit in order. Apparently, that's how we do that.
There you go.
All right, everybody.
Thank you very much. There you go.
Thank you, guys. Hi. I'm doing well, very well. All right, well, we're going to call this one something about the boomers, the wisdom, of course, that we have accumulated, give or take, the math right there. And so here's what I like to do. I want to roll out a little story again that I borrowed from my life, and I'm going to use this, of course, as a nice example, perhaps, of some of the things that we've learned along the way. All right, so here's how it goes. All right, in the olden days, let's see, when I was a young kid, my dear old grandpa fell into some poor health and was given a hospice care at home, right? And my grandma, Mimi, and my mom were able to take care of my dear old grandpa and, of course, take care of him there. And they really gave him only like about, call it a couple of weeks, days type of thing to kind of really make it.
So it'll come on the outline.
Darn.
Do I have to start over?
No. All right. Okay. So here's the deal. So we're hanging out. We got the family. I'm a young kid, and we got a lot of the family nearby. They're coming to the house to visit Grandpa, right? Because they're paying last respects, and they want to kind of give him the love and this and that. The old guy's about to go, and of course, here. In fact, I got a nice logo. There it is. There's my grandpa, Jesse Fife, and my mom, Siobhan. And anyway, so the family's hanging out, and my mom and my grandma, they're in the kitchen, they're hosting, because that's just their love language kind of thing. They're cooking, they're doing whatever, and this wonderful smell comes out of the kitchen, right? And of course, it's my grandma's making grandpa's favorite cookies, right?
Smells really great. I know. What's the point? I can tell you got that look in your eye. So here's the point. So I'm a little guy, and Grandpa gives me the nod. And he says, like, wheel me into the kitchen, right? So and so I wheel him into the kitchen there, and I wheel him up close to the counter, and he reaches up to grab a cookie, and all of a sudden, Grandpa slaps his hand with a wooden spoon, and said, "Those are for the funeral."
It's a tough crowd.
A really tough crowd. You see, he wanted the cookie, but Grandma was saving the cookies for the funeral, not for dear old Grandpa who was dying. Do I have to explain this? That's how I grew up. That was the household that I had. All right. Now that was a fascinating story to share because I always felt like there were some fascinating lessons to learn from all of that. And that's kind of the point of why we've invited you here to hang out. And for instance, one of the things that I'll just say, the takeaway for me of that kind of story was being able to have some coping skills that allows me to detach from maybe the difficult situation that it was and instead kind of see the humor in a situation. Can anybody relate to that?
Go ahead, Bob.
I got nothing.
Oh, nothing. It was too complicated of a lead-in, huh? Okay.
It was.
No, I'll tell you what.
Teresa, what do you got?
So on a complicated side, or learning something and how to be
Uh-oh.
off, on,
Oh my goodness.
I think you just have to pull
off, on.
There she's back.
All right, so taking a lesson away in terms of being able to be calm under significant pressure. I have spent a great deal of my life living outside of the United States, and I was living in Johannesburg at the time, heading up into Botswana. We got permission to go off into the Kalahari, and I needed permission from the president of Botswana to be able to do this. It's going to be fabulous. And we get to the border between South Africa and Botswana, and we get stopped, right? Well, you go to passports, you do whatever you do. You're meant to just like drive through, except that we were told to debus. So now we're in a car, so we have to debus, figure that language out. And then we get out, and they're standing there with a bazooka and made us open all of our food, all of the canned food, all of the dried packages, everything that we were going to have in the middle of the Kalahari, and open it up while they were holding a hand-launching grenade, closer than the camera actually. And you need to kind of be calm. They weren't very calm, but you need to kind of keep them calm so that they don't get a happy trigger. Yeah, life kind of throws different things at you. Anyway, ended up in the Kalahari, and it was spectacular, amazing. Wow. I would hike. By the way, the Botswanan people are fabulous. They're wonderful. They're kind. They're genuine. Probably 100 miles from anywhere, and there was a guy walking on the road. I'm talking 100 miles in any direction. And there was a guy walking, and we're like, "Can we give you a lift?" Right? So we sat on he's like, yeah, but I don't want to sit in the car. I want to sit in the front. So he was like our hood ornament for like 200 miles. It was crazy. Wow.
So being in the business of extracting wisdom from our vast experiences, right? What do we take away from that, Teresa? As you observe that, because you could have been flustered by the bazooka guy, right? And instead, the paradise was just over the hill. No, wrong story, wrong lesson.
Wrong. Right on the other side of the hill, just staying calm through it. There's a lot of chaos in life. World doesn't happen the way we think it will when we're children. I think we all know this. We're all old enough, or at least we're beyond the age of 12, so we've figured this one out.
Preference is what I do.
Ah, there we go.
There you go. Long time preference.
Very long time preference. You know, I mean, you're either going to die, or you're going to get to wherever you're going.
Yep.
And that's kind of always the case, right?
Yep.
We all can die tomorrow, but time preference says we probably won't. Just keep going.
Wow. Upbeat.
I'll say this on the
but it's true.
But the other thing is that some of the stuff that we've learned and seen, it's not just in our personal capacities, but we've actually seen like this whole cycle. We were around before a lot of the technology existed. We were around before the banking system that we know today is failing. we're watching the rails being changed. I mean, that's how I actually was drawn into Bitcoin somewhere around about 2015, 16. Somebody mentioned it to me. I didn't really know what it was, and it took about 15 minutes. I'm like, oh my God, this is the future of banking. They have no idea. This is new plumbing.
Yeah, I think this crowd in general is older average age than a lot of the Bitcoin events I've been to. Nashville tends to attract younger, and one of the things I try and do when I'm interacting with younger Bitcoiners is explain that this is a different country than the country that Bob and I grew up in. In the 70s, I mean, there were troubles, Vietnam War in particular, racial strife, there were a number of things that were wrong with the country at the time. But one of the things that wasn't wrong with the country is there was a middle class, a big, broad middle class, and there weren't oligarchs. And, you know, the guy who ran Ford Motor lived down the street from us, and I mean, a few times more than my dad made. And, you know, there was a lot more fairness, and you know, in the words of George Herbert Walker, which I don't particularly like, but, you know, you say it was a kinder and gentler time. And to people who were born in the 80s, 90s, whatever, I was born in 57, you know, younger people, I don't think they can see and understand what, you know, they don't appreciate what it was like. And so I wrote the book I wrote in large part because I have that history, I have that experience, and I wanted to show how it was better back then, and then all the steps, like just a little, and each one was incremental and didn't necessarily seem big at the time. But like, you know, like an airplane, you know, you get a couple of degrees off course, and pretty soon you're not going anywhere close to where you think you're going, because you just keep drifting away, you know, right? And so, you know, we get rid of the gold standard in 71, and then they, you know, and before that, they, you know, or 2008 comes, or 2000 comes, they get rid of Glass-Steagall, and then 2008 comes. I mean, it's just, each one compounds, which is why we're all here today, because this thing is so fucking ridiculously broken that we, you know, that we're pissed off and we gotta fix it, right?
Yes. I'll say it's interesting we've drifted into the topic of time. Bitcoiners are low time preference people. You kind of have to be. But what I've learned, I'm 60 now, is, you know, time definitely is relative, and it does go so amazingly fast. So I've, for the most part, I think, lived a very low time preference life, and I think to a great degree that's let life seem a lot easier, and it's actually gone very quickly. That you don't, when you take that high time preference mindset, you, I think, remove a lot of life's obstacles that make life seem hard and make life seem slow. So in other words, there's a positive feedback loop of having a low time preference, and there's a negative feedback loop of having a high time preference. And when I look at society as a whole too, for those of you who don't know, my background was in the personal computer industry. And I was part of the very, very early days of the personal computer industry. And I recently told this story. So in 1986, I was on a team developing the world's first laptop. And at that time,
The
obviously
very
it was,
first laptop?
yes.
The very first one to market, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, it's amazing.
First fully functional IBM PC compatible laptop. So what's amazing about that to me is what I saw over, let's say, a 15-year period from that day in 1986, and then you look at the year 2000, and how we went from nobody had a laptop in the world to when I would get on airplanes in the year 2000, there would be dozens of people opening their laptop up, meaning we had gone from even nobody really having PCs in 1986 to them one entering every home, one entering every classroom, then one for every person in the home. And in 15 years, I think Larry kind of referred to this, all these small steps, suddenly the entire society had transformed. And I'm biased, obviously, because of my history, but I look at that as really a seminal moment in the history of mankind, was the personal computer. That we don't have an internet without a personal computer. If you don't have hundreds of millions of computers, there's nothing to connect and create the internet. And if you don't do that, you don't have Bitcoin. But in the professional life of one person, I've been able, in my mind, to live through 3 massive transformations. And really not that much time has gone by. I'm sure these guys can say the same thing. Like, you just can't believe how fast it is. I can't believe I'm 60 years old. And how did that happen? Yeah. So, so anyway, to the degree you're exhibiting low time preference behavior, if you do have those moments when it feels like, when is it going to happen?
Hey, Bob.
Don't worry.
Forgive me, but does everyone know the distinction between low time preference and longer time preference? Is that an obvious type of thing?
Yeah.
Do we want a quick little nutshell version, a Cliff Note version of what the distinctions are? Anybody care to share that one? I'm not sure I know all the time. I need to be reminded.
I mean,
of it.
low time preference means, in simple terms, you're willing to wait. You'll sacrifice today for a greater good in the future.
So no cookie for you then, right? You get to wait.
Yeah, and high time preference means I want it now.
And the theory that's so important behind this, and this is in the book I'm writing coming out, is that it's savings, which then lead to investment, which then lead to productivity and efficiency enhancements, which make the world a better place. And so it actually goes all the way back to the biblical times, and the initial way of expressing time preference is you don't eat your seed corn. You know, you don't consume everything today, because guess what? You'll be screwed in the future. And in fact, the more you save, the more corn you can plant, and so you get a bigger harvest every year, and you get natural growth. Keynesians don't understand this because they're fucking morons. Okay? And that's why the system is so broken, because they blackmailed, or they basically fooled the entire economics profession into thinking that they've got to spend, borrow to generate growth. And it's not about growth, people. It's about productivity and efficiency. And that's what long time preference is. You're willing to sacrifice something today to make an investment that'll make your kids' lives better. Which, by the way, is why John Maynard Keynes was an evil piece of shit. He said, in the long run, we're all dead. That's like saying I'm going to screw my kids. And he didn't have any kids, which fits, right? He's a Fabian socialist. So,
Rumor if you like them in a different way.
Yeah, well, there's that too. And I don't go there because my wife said be careful. But anyway, long story short, time preference is all about making the world for our kids better. And it's actually fundamental. It's a moral issue.
It really is. And is it something that you develop over the arc of our lives in a way? Or because it almost seems inherent that an adolescent or a youth would have that really the high time thing. I can only do the things that go after things that are really immediate right in front of me. And it takes a little bit.
Well, I think you have to be taught it. I mean, I think all of us as
needs to be taught. It doesn't just.
Well, I mean, you can acquire it through the school of hard knocks. And
sure,
some people do, but it's a hell of a lot better if your parents teach you it from the beginning.
But to be fair, with age, you get more philosophical about it, you understand it. I mean, in my 20s, my time preference wasn't particularly high.
Right.
Right. I was thinking about the next beer or the next skirt. I mean,
oh, that's right. Teresa, you recognize some of this? Yes?
In terms of time preference?
Yeah, so the thing that you feel that...
Or the fact that I'm wearing a skirt.
Touche! That was fantastic. But do you recognize it in your life as well? Is it something that has unfolded for you as a clear distinction? Like, I get the difference between that and maybe the way I'll speak for myself, the way I was when I was younger, impulsive, crazy.
Could have been. I think perhaps one of the reasons why I mentioned that weird experience I had in Botswana is that I was very young. I was 21 years old. That was kind of a big lesson in controlling and recognizing that. So it was a different type of time preference. I needed to get there. We were going to miss the gate. There were all sorts of things, but it's like you take the time. You over time you do get the knocks, but the time preference for getting there is like, I'm gonna sit here and talk to these military guys. We were laughing at the end of that time, by the way.
Okay.
But you see it over time. You see rotations and circularity in life. I've had some unfortunate health type of effects. So I was like no seed oil, all sorts of stuff like in the mid 90s. At which time I actually, had a Shiba Inu as well. So I'm like way ahead of these guys, right? But I didn't know it until I actually found Bitcoin. And what I saw, and this is part of the circularity, was my background was in merchant banking, investment banking, TradFi, and I was involved in some of the beginning work that was done in the early mid 80s that led to what we now call finance bros, right? But the type of finance that we have, the Wall Street type of stuff that we have now, didn't really exist in the format that it is back in the early mid 80s. That actually came about because of computers. And before that, some of the stuff that we were doing was literally almost by hand and having to like code in Cobalt and do punch cards. But it rolls right around in some of these financial products that we were creating in those days that became the foundation for what is some of the interesting products in finance today. But we're actually seeing that happen, and in the rewrite with Bitcoin coming in and being money, is that there are some good things that we need to have come out so that we can make the financial system more efficient. It's strong. We need to keep it within the Bitcoin ethos. But we also need to recognize that we need that certain participants need to be able to hedge. So we need to be able to develop these types of products that fit within Bitcoin and within the ethos. So from a time preference point of view, I've actually gone from a beginning of career to full circle, being able to see we get to do it over. We get to do it over, so let's do it right. And that's where it's nice to be able to bring some of this experience and some of these knowledge of where it went wrong, like those little incremental changes that went in the wrong direction, and help the future for when I'm not here, but it actually continues to grow exponentially in a good way. So we've got more seed corn.
I love it. Wow. Well, let's see. Speaking of seed corn, let me throw it out to a few questions out there. Does anybody have any particular questions they'd like to share with our group? Yes.
Yeah. Wouldn't you say that one way now is much better than the 70s, Larry, especially talking to you as an investment advisor like you, a gold bug, my dad getting Ron Paul's letter in the 70s. We just railed through the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s to no avail. And now there's a whole population of people who know low preference, low time preference, high time. So it's the introduction of Austrian economics to a whole generation of people that did not exist before 2010.
Yeah, you pointed, I've said this many, many times. I mean, if your dad was getting around Paul's letters, I can relate. We were a lonely crowd. There weren't many people who knew what the Austrians were, until Safe wrote his book.
Yeah.
Safe's book really changed the world. And because I got these 20 and 30-year-olds coming up to me and quoting von Mises, and I'm like, oh God, thank God, fucking reinforcements have arrived. I'm 67 years old. I've been getting the shit kicked out of me for 40 years. I'm a gold bug. I mean, they manipulated the crap out of it. There's no way we can ever win. And now, as one of my friends said, we got these villagers with spears and pitchforks, and we're going to storm the Fiat Castle and kill these motherfuckers. And it was, when it happened, I was just like, wow, this is really different. You know what I mean? So it was very pleasing for me to see something I've been interested in for 30 years go from being just a fringe issue where I was a total nut job to, oh my God, the money's broken and we got to fix it. Right. And so, like the guys like Jack Mallers, the kid is just fabulous, right? And the energy, this is going to be a hero generation, right? They're going to, this fiat is going to fail and somebody's going to have to rebuild it. And it's going to be that generation that's going to rebuild it. And they're great. They're just absolutely great. So, I completely relate to what you're talking about.
Our time to shine, right? We put in the reps, the laps. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was curious how you feel, Larry, you seem to have some people you can trust for information about the reserve.
Strategic reserve, yeah.
Did you hear anything about the Trump coin? And my question about the Trump coin was that if he's our friend, then I understand when you print fiat, it dilutes the dollar, but Bitcoin being printed or mined doesn't, because money goes from one sector to it. So he actually took $30 billion that could have gone in.
Yeah, I mean, I can't tell you how disappointed I am to see that. I mean, I don't like all politicians in general. I mean, the only one I've ever liked is Ron Paul. But I was glad to see Trump win over the alternative. It's a much better alternative. I think Trump coin's a bad thing. I mean, some people have said maybe he'll do something good with it. Perhaps he will. I kind of doubt it, but who knows? It's an interesting, the marriage between between crypto and Bitcoin is an interesting one, okay? I generally tend to refer to everything that's crypto that's not Bitcoin as a shitcoin, okay? However, I do recognize there may be use cases that will develop, maybe a layer 2 will come through all that. I don't know, I'm open-minded to it, but we saw so much shitcoinery with, Sam Bankman-Fried and, so many of these different projects that failed. But, it's a funny marriage because we wouldn't have a crypto president. We wouldn't have gotten where we've gotten. Bitcoiners couldn't have done what the crypto crowd joined us to help do. So in a funny way, I try to keep an open mind about letting the crypto guys play. I mean, freedom in this area is an important thing. And, if they want to mess around with meme coins and NFTs and useless projects, just like people are allowed to go gamble in Las Vegas, let's let them do it. Now, would I ever advise you invest in any of that shit? No. And do I think it's kind of bad that the president, as one of his first acts, comes along and creates his own shit coin and pumps the shit out of it? I mean, especially if it turns out that he dumps it. I mean, good God, right? I mean, that's not what I signed up for, but, you take the good with the bad, right? I mean, you got to admit, it'd be nice to have somebody, it'd be nice to not have Elizabeth Warren setting crypto policy in the United States, right? And we know that. And we got that, right? I mean, so unfortunately, we got this bad shit that comes along with it, right?
Well, like from Jackie's presentation in the pyramid, it's either a solution or opportunity. That's usually presenting that to somebody, but I don't think the Trump coin, I don't know about it, it doesn't solve the problem that the other coins don't.
Not that I can see. And I think
it's for Trump, not for us.
Yeah, well, and I think in the long term, it'll just be a footnote to history. It'll fail and go away, and Bitcoin will just keep on going.
I think the best thing we can do is continue to preach this mantra of separation. Like we have to resist the blending of the two. Bitcoin is
Bitcoin, not crypto. I mean, I say that over and over and over again. And I have so many friends who say, how can you invest that stuff? There's fart coin, there's this. I mean, I get it, right? I mean, it is all bullshit. And the argument I always make is, look, imagine you got all these fake things, and then you've got one real technical innovation. Don't let the fake things throw you off the scent of the real thing.
Well, they're benefiting from the work being done by Bitcoin.
Well, yeah, or the excitement generated on Bitcoin, $100,000.
That's right.
Yeah.
Right. No, yes, sir.
Hi, thank you. The mining pool concentration discussion you guys had earlier was eye-opening. Do you think there are people around Trump or maybe know that are actually explaining this issue, or people that have this on their radar?
Unfortunately, no. I do not believe that the people who are advising him have the right mindset. And to be real blunt about it, even those within quote unquote the Bitcoin community are not people that perceive this, that understand it well, or even that care about it. So it is a concern, and I think we do have to find a way.
You look at a Fred Thiel, for example. I don't think he's really too concerned about it.
No, we don't have
He's on the other side of it.
the CEOs of the big pubcos. And I've, speaking for me personally, and Larry's probably been in a similar position, I've gotten quote unquote invites to a lot of things, but the invite is pay 1 Bitcoin, pay 2 Bitcoins, and you can come to the meeting. And that's what's really happening, honestly, behind the scenes. The crypto ball, I had an invite to the crypto ball last night, but it was, pay a bunch of money and then you go to the crypto ball. I'm not saying Fred necessarily specifically, but people like Fred that have big public companies, they pay that money, and they go to those events, and you'll find, I don't want to criticize specific people, but I will make a general statement. There's a shocking lack of understanding of Bitcoin within the CEOs and the leadership within the Bitcoin community. Shocking.
Could you imagine, like, the first time as a country we get whacked in the face and a transaction blocked because we're trying to transact on a country level? Would there be some kind of government-controlled tool where they mandate U.S. transactions go through?
Well, I expect that to happen. I expect almost every country in the world to create their own pool.
And mandate transactions go
And I gave an example earlier, if you were listening, about Bolivia. Right? And so what I would do, even more specifically, if I was the president of Bolivia, is I would say, come one, come all, miners, come in. And I'll give you really low energy costs, tax-free, bring your hash rate. The only caveat is the people that do that must use the Bolivia pool. And that's how I would gain control of hash rate in my country. And and so, that's how I would do it. And I think that will happen. I'm sure we'll see that in the game theory. And then you'll start seeing certain blocks specifically censoring out, for instance, like OFAC compliance stuff. I'm sure it will happen. And that's why we have to have some percentage of the hash rate, some percentage of the block template creation that doesn't do that stuff, so that at least some of it gets through.
Any other questions? Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, your thoughts on these proposed forks in the main Bitcoin network, like Larry Fink and BlackRock, and some of the ideas behind raising the cap of the total Bitcoin. Stuff like that. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, from what I know, I don't think there's any chance of any of that being successful at this stage. I think the miners, I think everybody who's in it now understands just how important 21 million is. I think the block size cannot change and won't change. I just don't think they can get a consensus. And so, and the whole thesis that BlackRock's going to try and split it and take it in a different direction, I don't buy it. I mean, and if they do, I don't think it'll succeed. I think that it's reached such a critical mass that you can't mess it up. Yeah, I think you've reached that. What do you think about it?
Well, there will be forks, if you want to call it, or upgrades.
Sorry.
I got a bad one here. So,
end of the day.
We do. There will be no opcodes. Had a conversation with Ben. I think Ben might be out there. We will eventually see new opcodes that add some.
Someone sending us a message.
Just doesn't want me to answer this question. We do need that. Those activations will come through blocks. There are some problems. There's a timestamp issue that has to get resolved that ultimately probably requires a hard fork. We'll see if somebody comes up with something, but there will eventually be a hard fork that has to happen. That doesn't mean the supply schedule changes or the issuance schedule or the block size. I do think we will see another block size war at some point because of what if you heard me talk earlier about scarcity, that as block space starts getting really, really expensive, there'll be a group of people who say, well, I don't like that, please make it cheaper, and that's the logical way to make it cheaper, kind of the quote-unquote easy way to make it cheaper.
Yeah.
Yeah, how much Bitcoin would the U.S. have to be able to print a fiat, like our US digital dollar, to go to a Bitcoin standard, like we used to have a gold standard, 30,000 ounces of gold we had to have.
Yeah, it's,
And if you did that, would that take all those transactions of using dollars off the blockchain, so there wouldn't be any fees? And you don't need a bigger,
Well,
especially if people don't ever move Bitcoin.
yeah, it's not a matter of how much Bitcoin they would need to hold, it's what Bitcoin price would support the entire value structure. I mean, it's 21, it's infinity divided by 21 million, right? So it's not how many Bitcoin would they have to hold. And obviously, there's absolutely no way that at a base layer, the transactions could be done. I mean, not even close, right? So there's going to have to, a layer 2 is going to have to emerge that treks back to the layer 1, supported by the layer 1, there's going to be honest proof of stake kind of stuff, or proof of work kind of stuff. And, Bitcoin price will have to be well north of $10 million a coin, well north. I mean, there's $900 trillion. I mean, right now, Bitcoin is 0.2% of all global assets, global investment assets. Jesse Meyer has a great chart on this. He's on Twitter. $900 trillion global investment assets. That's including real estate. 450 in real estate, 450 in everything else. Bitcoin is 2 trillion. So 2 on 900 is 0.2. So Bitcoin could go to $1 million a share. It'd still only be 2% of all global assets. And this is the best form of money ever created. So I think it's going to be more than 2% of all global assets, right? It could be 10%. So that would be, 5 times $1 million. So that'd be 5 million a coin, right? And then if it literally becomes all forms of money, I mean, this is how Saylor gets to his 13. He's not kidding. I mean, it's going there, assuming that the adoption continues as it has, and I don't see anything that's going to interrupt it. So the numbers will just be so much higher.
Incredible. So, are there a few other boomers out here in the audience, perhaps? Are you willing to self-identify with that? I know a few of you. Trevor, you're almost there. You'll be here soon. One day soon. Yep. All right. Well, it's certainly I feel that it's so wonderful that I guess that this is happening in our lifetime. I feel like that kind of perspective, having that long arc kind of view, considering the way that I came up with great benefits and many blessings, but now this suddenly seems like such a new chapter.
Completely. I mean, I just want to see it happen before I check out.
Yes.
So, Jack mentioned something really interesting. What I tell people, my time scale for hyper-Bitcoin is 300 to 500 years. Wow. And it's usually pretty shocking to them. And so, I want to ask, how does it feel? I mean, I have to ask myself this too, given that time scale. How does it feel knowing that most of the really amazing thing that Bitcoin is going to do for this planet are going to happen after we're long gone?
Incredible. No, seriously, incredible. It's amazing to have the feeling of being able to see it. Like a lot of the technology or advancements or changes that were taking place in the 70s and 80s, they were incremental, you didn't really see them. This is way more than incremental. You can see it. You can see it. And I know that just being part of helping it get there and knowing it's going to be hundreds of years gone and
the pace of change has really accelerated. I mean, it's AI and everything that's going on. It really is rather stunning. I mean, a good example of this is, in 18, Elon was saying, I'm going to have self-driving cars. You can go buy one, turn it into a taxi. I got in Elon's car, it had that feature. It was a piece of shit. It didn't work. It did not work. I thought to myself, you know what? This thing is never going to work, right? This is 10 or 15 years out. The other day, I was home back up north. I was with my brother-in-law. We were in Wellesley, and he got in his brand new Tesla, and he said, drive us to Harvard Business School. This thing drove us to Harvard, but he did not touch the wheel once. It merged in and out of traffic, it changed lanes, it stopped, it did the whole goddamn thing perfectly. And I was just like, I was blown away. I was like, oh my God, this stuff is coming so fast. I mean, you see the robots and what they're doing with the robots in terms of harvesting things. I mean, it's going to happen. The next 10 years or next 10, 20 years are going to blow our minds, I think.
And you'll see the places that the adoption, because there's two sides to it. There's one is the speed with which the technology advances, and the second is the speed with which it's adopted. And the world's very different than it used to be. In fact, in my lifetime, it changed. I talked about my background in the VC market. Well, in the 80s and the mid 90s, through the mid 90s, in that whole era, technological adoption was always led in the US, both the innovation and the leading, both adoption and the technology itself were led from the West, from the US. By the early 2000s, that had already changed. And in my job, I was the chief technical officer at Gateway. I had to literally change where I went to observe society, because part of my job as a technologist was to say, how is society going to adopt technology? And what I found is I found myself in the early two places, in places like Korea, studying what was happening in the Korean market, because they had deployed broadband to the home faster than anybody else, and it dramatically changed their society. In the early 2000s in Korea, they already had TV stations dedicated to computer gaming. And the biggest celebrity gamers in Korea were on par with Michael Jordan. They couldn't walk down the street. They're making millions of dollars a year. Same time frame, I went to the Philippines, and I spent a considerable amount of time in the Philippines. And part of the reason was we were studying texting. And at the time, in the US, the average person was doing one text per day. It's like year 2000. The average Filipino was doing 22. So the reason I'm giving you these examples is that I think with Bitcoin, what we're going to find is that just like Bitcoin Beach kind of came up and we have these different pockets, we will, in adoption, I don't think we're going to lead. And I think hyper-Bitcoinization will occur from the second and third world faster. They will leapfrog us. We have something that's pretty good on a relative basis. They have shit. And so as they get comfortable with it, I think they will adopt very, very quickly. And by the way, there's a lot of those people, of the 8 billion people in the world. We've got like 6 billion living in those kind of places. So I'm much more optimistic about the pace of hyper-Bitcoinization, but I am equally optimistic about how long Bitcoin can make the world a great place. And I said it earlier today, I think Bitcoin is money for the next 1,000 years. And we probably will need something new at that time, but we'll let those people figure it out.
Yes. If I may, speaking of optimism, everybody get a look at that book cover right there? Everybody recognize that? That's right. I think they had to make a whole new category at Barnes & Noble for this book.
No, it's not up yet. You can buy it on Kindle, but it will be released within 2 weeks, I think. Perhaps 10 longer. Yeah, it's written, it's being laid out. I'm trying to make it look nice on the inside. And so, but I'll be on Twitter when it comes out, I'll announce it. Obviously, if you can support it, that'd be great. What it is, I think what you'll find when you read it, it's a really good tool for orange pilling and norming. I tried to write it at a level that you didn't have to know anything about finance. In fact, it probably would be better if you're just a working class person and all you knew is you're getting screwed by inflation. And because that's pretty widely known. And so, pick up this book, read it. The first part is the problem, how the system changed and evolved to screw you completely. And then the second part is the obvious solution that we all know. And it's written in very easy to understand terms. And I ran it by people with no financial background, which led me to then put in a lot of footnotes, a lot of explanations. So for some of you, you'll read it. I know this already. But I think the way it's, there's evidence to support what I say. And some parts get very analytical, but in general, it's written so that anyone could understand it.
I was fortunate to read some of the early drafts. It's excellent. I think you guys will all enjoy it. Like Larry said, I think it'll be a wonderful tool. And I'll say one other thing too is, this is kind of leaping way forward. My biggest concern about Bitcoin is in more the medium term, like 60, 70 years from now. And my concern is that we do hyper-Bitcoinize, Bitcoin's wildly successful, and then we have generations that start to come into the world that don't know the problem that we had to fight through and the problem we had to solve. And so Larry's book, will remain there for hopefully hundreds of years, reminding people what the problem was.
Wow. Larry, was this a kind of a first time go?
Yeah, it's the only book
creating
I've
a
ever
book?
written. It's the only book I'm ever gonna read. Right. My CrossFit coach is sitting here in the audience, and he knows I've been skipping workouts to write this book. I feel very guilty about that, but it's I left it all in the field. I mean, I worked my ass off on this thing, and I did it in 6 months. And it's the best I can do. I can't make it any better than this. So, and I honestly think I've heard some impressed things a few others have said. This is a really good book. I mean, Max Kaiser said that. So, I think it's a tool that we need, and it fills a need. I borrowed on Lynn and Jeff, and I took from Bitcoin Twitter. I mean, a lot of these ideas aren't original to me. But what I did was, Lynn's book's a textbook. I mean, even Safe's book is a little bit of a textbook. You give it to the average, I mean, I've given on Bitcoin Standard to dozens of people. I'll bet a fraction of them read it. They get into a little ways and they bog down and say, fuck that, this is confusing. I'm not gonna read this. This is written more for it because I got my personal story in there and I got a lot of anecdotes in there, and because I'm salty, it's more fun to read. And so therefore, I mean, I think you'll see like the opening scene is pretty, truth to power kind of dramatic. And so I think people read it and go, oh shit, this guy's crazy. I want to hear what this is all about, right? But that's what's going to take, right? I mean, you got to get people engaged. People read stories. That's why people watch reality TV. They want to know about the personalities. They want to know who the good guys are and the bad guys are. Well, the bad guys are the central banks. That's easy. I nailed them. I mean, I just crucified the central banks in this book. I mean, my wife said, you went way too far. And I said, no, I didn't. I mean, Bernanke's going to read this book and be fucking horrified. I mean, in fact, he probably won't have the guts to read it. But if he has the guts to read it, he is going to be horrified because I just lambaste this guy with facts. With facts and evidence and what happened. So
we should send him a copy.
Well, that's an interesting thing. I hadn't even thought about that. Maybe I will. We'll see.
Can you see even yet another project book down the road? No, not really.
It's a one and done.
Okay.
It's a one and done.
Uniquely distilled world as
just,
Larry.
I actually felt like I was being spoken to by higher powers. It just flowed out of me. I felt like I had to do it. And I felt like I sat in a very unique position because I'm 67. I've been in this field for 40 years. I've supported Ron Paul. I've been fighting this battle for a long goddamn time, right? And it was just like it all came together. And to be honest with you, I've had some clashes with Bitcoiners because one of the things that pisses me off about young Bitcoiners is they think they invented the idea of sound money. And I'm like, look, you fucking idiots. I've been fighting this battle for 40 years. You didn't invent sound money. Sound money existed before you were born, okay? And so I felt like I was in a unique position to kind of go through the history of it all and tell that story and then tell why this is the solution. And so, it's a unique, I kind of feel like I got bottled lightning here. I don't know if any of you have been to see the Dylan biopic, And you know how we went there, if you go watch his interviews at the time, he felt like, I'm just sitting on top of a rocket here. I've got the right message at the right time, in the right place, and he knew it was gonna work. And that's how I feel with this book. This is gonna blow the world up. Somebody, when I was thinking about writing it, a woman said to me, books can change the world. And that really registered. And I thought, God, it's going to be a lot of work to do this. And then I thought, you know what, she's right. And there's nobody else writing this book. I got to fucking write this book.
Nice.
I got to do it.
Your magnus opus.
What's that?
Your magnus opus.
Yeah, it is. Look, it may fall on a dead crowd. I know the Bitcoiners like it. That's great. But success in this book, in my mind, is not whether you guys like it. You'll all like it. Success in this book, in my mind, is do your friends who are no coiners like it? Do they read it? Do they recommend it? Do they say, hey, you got to read this? Does it get buzz? That's the key. And so, all of you can obviously help me with that. And you know, it's surprising how little money you make when you write a book as a publisher and everybody take all the money. But you don't get rich doing this, but you might change the world. And so if for that reason, if you like it, please support it, you know, pass it on, tell people about it. You know, let's get some buzz here. I mean, we sell a few million of these things. We can orange pill a lot of people. It's gonna make a difference in those people's lives and to all of us, really. So that's the goal.
And what's notable, yes. What's notable too, really is the transformation that it's pulled out of you now, having gone through this process.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I just have a sense of a higher level of conviction and vision for all of it. And I've only known you kind of briefly, intermittently. Yeah. And I love, say, to follow you and engage with you, say, out in the media whenever I see you. But this suddenly is like a whole new kind of thing to kind of rise out of you. And,
yeah, no, it just kind of came naturally.
It's impressive.
It just kind of came naturally. It was like, you know, somebody's got to say it, and so I did. So here we are. It is proof of work. I mean, it was a lot of work, but that's, you know, it is what it is.
Scott, you got a question back there?
Yeah, what was the catalyst 40 years ago for you at 27 years old to kind of go down this Austrian mind path and, you know?
Yeah, so my grandfather was a gold bug, you know, bless his soul, and he thought that what Roosevelt did at 33 was a crime, you know, when he grabbed all the gold. So, you know, so I had a family background of that, and my grandmother was deeply religious, and she thought bankers were evil, and she kind of picked up on it very early on in her life. In the book, it tells the story of them. They had a retail operation in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and you know, they got fooled by the run up. The Roaring 20s caused them to expand their business massively and take on debt. And then when the 30s came and they almost lost their business, and they spent their all through their 30s begging the bank not to foreclose, or else they would have lost their business. They didn't. And it tells the story in the book. But when my grandmother was dying in the 80s, you know how people, when they're close to death, they sometimes come in and out of consciousness. And she kept saying over and over again, they don't have any debt. They don't have any debt. And it was deeply moving that she suffered that. And I don't know, you can see the system and how it hurt so many people. And so that was part of what drove me.
Can feel the passion. I've got a chance to become good friends with Larry, and you know, you can see it comes from his heart, it comes from his soul. And those of us that had grandparents in that era, you know, I can say, I remember my grandfather, who was a very simple man. He had about an 8th grade education and really worked in kind of physical labor. And I remember in 1971, I was 7 years old when we went off the gold standard, and how upset he was. He was furious about this. Like I said, a very simple man, but he understood what was happening, and he understood how bad it would be. And I remember, I was the oldest grandchild, and it was very close to him, and I would go to chores with him, usually garage or mow the lawn, you know, whatever. He always give me money. He always give me money, saying, Bobby, I want you to save this $5 or whatever it is you would give me, because you have to be the first one in this family to ever go to college. And I remember what clicked with me later on was I did what he said. I you know, hold him in the highest esteem. I was very, very close to him. And when I went to college and I started using the money, there was a certain realization that I went to school and college from 1982 to 1986. It had already devalued so much. And there was a realization that what they had stolen was the labor of my grandfather and his dream. I mean, they were eroding the dream. It took me a while. I didn't find Austrian until the early 2000s, but I had that realization, and it pissed me off, and it took me a long time to find the answer. And I was fortunate to find Austrian economics myself in the early 2000s. But, understanding like Larry and I, our grandparents felt that they lived it, they saw it, maybe in some ways even worse than what we've been through. I know it's hard to, I guess, compare what the 30s were like to the, recent era, but it's bad. And like I said, there's something that we all connect to, like at a really deep emotional level, because the people that we love, that loved us, that wanted a better world for us, it meant something to them too.
The system is just inherently broken and terribly unfair, and the book lays that out. And I think a lot of people feel that, but they don't know how to put their finger on what it is. And so that's what we got to educate them. We got to educate them what it is, and then we got to show them this bright, shining way of solving it, which is fantastic. I mean, once you get on the Bitcoin standard, you feel great. I feel great. I mean, we're winning. We're going to keep winning. There's going to be so much winning. Trump's not even going to. We're going to say, please, Mr. President, stop winning. I mean, this is going to work, but it was born out of pain, because the system has created a lot of pain for a lot of people. Most of the people in this room have done fine, but my sister lives in a very rural area, and she works in the grocery store. She doesn't need to, but she does because she wants to be social, and she interacts with these people every day, and it's horrible, the stories she tells me about how people are hurt, medical costs, everything. It's awful. It's absolutely awful.
Yes. Well, any more questions? I think we've got, all of us are going to be hanging out at our post-party function, correct? Hopefully you see some nods out there for it, that's right. Hannah, of course, will be leading the charge over there. So any quick final send-off thoughts for us to help wrap out the afternoon here? You have a little send-off sentiment.
I left it all on the table.
I know you did. I appreciate it. I'm looking at you, Teresa. You have a quick closing thought for our audience and out there in the ether that's been following us all day?
It's been following us all day. You can join us over for some drinks.
Let's go do that.
We're going to go do that. We're going to talk
okay with that?
We're going to talk Australia.
All right. All right. Thank you. Please, everybody, say hello to our incredible guests throughout the day. Bob, thank you.
And everyone, if you could clean off your table, there's trash cans around the room, there's trash cans by the exit door. That would really help us out a lot. And please remember to take the centerpieces home. Please remember to take the centerpieces home.
John, look what's on the screen now.
Oh yeah, exit survey. You do that, Jack. Go.
All right. Hey, everybody, take a few moments to flash your phone on this QR code. And we're looking for a little feedback. Well, actually, a lot of feedback for those of you that are willing to share. That includes you, Maddie. And we'd like everybody to give us a nice example.
on my cell phone for 5 minutes ago, so
Up to the moon. That's okay, I believe you. We'll hit him up with the thing. All right, we do have our after party, after event function. Please join us. It's only a short walk away. You don't have to move your car at all. Come and hang out with us for a little bit of extra social time. It's an honor, of course, to share this day with you all. Yes, John.
Remember the flowers by the step and repeat. You can take those too. Take the flowers by the step and repeat.
And look at that. Thanks, of course, to Edward, who we missed barely today, forever. Oh, there he is over there. And of course, See-Through Connections, and I don't even know what that is on the back right there. So take a moment, hit the QR code, give us some feedback. We did a lot of new things today. It was a fantastic afternoon. We love all of you. We'll see you at the party in just a few minutes.
And all those of you strategy, sticking with us so long. We're all done, and I wish you were able to come to the after party with us. We won't be able to watch it. Thank you for watching.
How are you? School's out. I was gonna take you to the corner.